course not. It's the same thing, dude. But yeah, basically, if you drink out of a can, it's just like drinking out of a plastic bottle. Same bullshit. Yeah. Unless, of course, you're using there's like there is some innovation where you have so the BPA is still the fucking liners, right? So they just call it liners. And what you want is actually BPA-free liners, so they use this kind of epoxy to do it.
Well, there's stuff other than BPA. That's so
yes, of course, but it's like the major thing. So it's a market problem, and that's why you're taking things that are BPA-free. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. The mainstream doesn't give a shit. The mainstream doesn't give a shit. I'm just like telling you that people are going to use epoxy liners over plastic liners because of the BPA issue, and that's it. They just will ignore all the other issues that are there still, okay? But they don't give a fuck. The mainstream doesn't give a fuck about anything else other than the BPA. That's why you're going to have epoxy liners. Nobody gives a shit. Seriously.
Well, let's see what RFK Jr. does. Hopefully.
100%. This is why I like look at all these influencers that like have their water and shit. You know, they try doing cans because they think, oh, we're gonna stop the plastic issue. I'm like, what's the can lined with?
Yeah, exactly.
What's the can lined with? Oh, right, plastics. Yeah. Very good. That's actually worse because it's going to be more microplastics now.
If I don't know you, don't fucking send me audio recordings. I'm not gonna fucking listen to them.
Sorry. Oh yeah, people need to get used to that. I burp quite a lot, especially when I'm eating. It's part of the ambience of the space. Blythe, can you pull up that one clip where I burped so hard that everyone in Sanctuary heard it?
Oh yeah, sure, yeah. Give me a second.
Nice. That's a real thing, by the way. Chet, I haven't seen you in ages. What brings you by?
I know it's been a really long time. I'm actually having more time finally and a lot less stress. I've got my son with me right now. I'm just feeding him in the background and
nice.
Conversation.
Cool. Do you just miss me, or do you miss the fact there's a lot of people there? Just kidding.
No. Real people, not bots. That's actually the reason. No. I was actually interested because there's so many people saying, once again that you're Elon. So it's fucking hilarious to be seeing that running around again. So I was like, I gotta pop in here to,
I will say, what the funniest thing is?
What are you talking about? Elon confirmed it was you. He tweeted, other me.
Oh yeah, he said other me. I can't believe we pulled this off, other me. That was funny as shit. Yeah.
Elon Musk tends to be just a test of whether or not you take yourself too seriously or not. And
by the way,
unfortunately,
I made a post. Where I said, imagine you're a journalist writing about Elon on X, and it goes, Elon Musk, aka Kekius Maximus on X, right? I made that post, and then guess what? Those exact words appeared on the fucking New York Post. Those exact words.
I saw that, and I was like, how did you write that into this?
Exactly that shit. Oh, that's so funny. I still want to post that with As Foretold. I don't know.
Okay, here, I got the burp that you did in that.
Right, yeah.
Hold on. Here you go.
So, check this out. Okay, so, by the way, Blythe, pin it up twice. Like, you pin it to the space twice, it will appear immediately. Perfect.
Oh, damn.
You can see every sip going down. Every sip.
Holy shit.
You turn off his noise canceling just to
I turn off the noise canceling to get the full glory of that was actually me.
Dude, I need to sample that.
Yeah, you can. Hey, Blythe, put it up at the top. Put it up at the top of the space.
That's a static out of like an FM radio.
Yeah, exactly. It's so bad, I think the microphone itself vibrated in the casing of itself. Yeah. I do things like that. Yeah.
So Adrian, I think I may have a game plan for you for your streaming thing. And
nice.
I do have a couple of options for the Linux distros, and I think Auta mentioned like usually like apt package manager, right? So
yes, because a lot of tools that Adrian's gonna need, I know they're exclusively in dep packages. So
okay,
yeah,
no worries.
Yeah.
So I mean, the major ones I can think of is Ubuntu, but it comes with some telemetry.
No.
He's not gonna use Ubuntu.
No.
Okay.
We're not gonna recommend Ubuntu. We're not gonna recommend Ubuntu. Don't even mention that.
Yep. Yeah. No, I'm just saying like these might work. But the best one I can think of is Pop OS, and there's also Linux Mint. But I feel Pop OS comes up with way more updates than Mint, and Cosmic is also coming, so you can have a much faster experience.
All right, so Pop OS it is.
Yeah,
Yep.
and if you actually buy a computer from System 76, it should come with Pop OS pre-installed.
And the computer from System 76 gonna have a 50 series in it or not?
I assume it will eventually when it comes out.
Wow. Well, then we have both problem solved at
after.
the same time.
Yeah.
And it comes with default NVIDIA driver support. I think that's like
wonderful.
I think the dedicated graphics is like super important for performance.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yes.
And we can set you up properly with. I'm gonna introduce you to a launcher called Heroic Game Launcher. Do you have any games outside of Steam or no?
Yeah, I have the dedicated launcher for, Path of Exile.
Oh, right, that one. Yeah, that should work. That shouldn't be an issue. Anything else? Do you have like anything from like Epic or
No.
GOG or no?
Other than Steam, though.
Okay, then there shouldn't be any issues. You can just use Steam.
Right.
Yeah, I just want to add.
Huh?
GOG has issues, or what?
No. So there's like.
It'll be easier if you tell me which ones don't have issues.
None of them should have issues. So basically, there's people that basically created this thing called Heroic Game Launcher, where like anything outside of Steam, they basically made a game engine not game engine, like kind of like a Steam type thing, a game launcher, to kind of also allow support for those games on Epic Games and GOG and other platforms on Linux. So if you had any games outside of Steam, you could just use Heroic Game Launcher to use that. But since you have Path of Exile, it shouldn't be an issue. Path of Exile, you can just play through Steam.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh my god, the AFD supporters are starting to subscribe to me. What the fuck?
Oh no.
I didn't see that one coming.
The news travels fast.
Yeah, that's true.
You are German after all.
Yeah. That is true.
Unless you believe the people online who are like he's an Indian.
Yeah, exactly.
With a voice changer.
That's the dumbest fucking thing that I've ever heard, by the way. It's like, bruh.
There were people in the space earlier that were saying that that the Indians are like behind all the tech essentially that's on the internet, and so the Indians are basically describing like the Wizard of Oz. I don't even know where that mindset's coming from, but it was actually in a huge space.
It's so fucking stupid because like at first they say okay, all the Jewish people are the problem, and then they now just like pivot to Indians. Like seriously, pick a fucking struggle, you idiots. What the fuck?
They're lumping us together. They're lumping them together.
First it was.
To be fair,
they're like the Jews control the Indians.
That's what they literally said. Indian anti-Semitism.
Guys,
that is the dumbest thing ever.
First it was the
That's
most.
actually very close.
First it was
That's
the
very
Muslims.
close to what they actually believe.
First it was the Muslims, then it was the Jews.
Seriously, these guys can't pick a fucking struggle, man. And if anyone disagrees with them, like they first cry censorship and then they try to bully everybody else into censoring themselves if they have a different opinion. Like, do you not realize the hypocrisy? It's like,
At first, I had sympathy.
You guys have to
And
realize.
then now I have none, because this is just, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Well, it's funny.
You got to realize that being black.
I cracked up today because Suleiman was one of the accounts that was crying censorship, and he was one of the people who, when I was like attacking Mario back in the day, you remember that, Adrian? Suleiman was one of the people who was like literally threatening me via DM, saying, "I'm going to release stuff about your military record, blah blah blah, publicly if you keep talking about Mario." I mean, I call that pretty fucking high level censorship.
Yeah.
Just ironic.
Yeah. Being black, I'm in kind of especially with the hardcore goreker types, I'm actually in a very unique position to get a lot of hate and just consternation from these people. And it's so hilarious because I'll literally I'll literally either make a coherent argument or just shitpost through it. And like their ultimate move is like drawing the 5 pieces of Exodia to spell out the N-word under my post. That's what they think is like, okay, so that's what you guys got. That's the big guns.
With more freedom of
Just like, oh my
That's the
god.
worst thing I've. Wow.
And they always use the GI. They always use little gifs to do it. Yeah, that's the funny.
You know, I actually so the one of the main reasons I can talk English right now is because I used to watch Yu-Gi-Oh as a kid. So I wasn't like taught English in a school or anything like that. You know, I didn't live in a English-speaking country for like the beginning part of my life, my early years. So the way I actually learned English was like entirely through fucking cartoons and YouTube videos. And
Funimation saved his life.
yeah. And fucking Yu-Gi-Oh! Yu-Gi-Oh was one of them, so I died laughing when you were like, they pulled the 5 pieces of Exodia. Because that was a major one I was watching back then.
It's so true, though. It's like they call their friends. It's like literally they will call their friends and they'll all just sort of assemble like the heart of the cards or something and like spell it out. And I'm just like, oh my god.
Oh my
They
god.
did it. They got me.
Oh my god.
Can
Every
you call
single
in
time,
like a bunch of black people to counter that? Like,
Have
is
you
there a
seen-
counter there?
Have you seen the
Yeah.
Have you seen the Instagram Reels comments with that?
Oh my god, no, I have not.
You
That's
have
gotta
not?
be spread.
You have not? So basically you
I
go
have not.
you go to the comments and then someone just posts an N. Right? And then the next guy posts an I and it goes through that. And then it's like yeah. It and then they create like a whole story.
Oh my god. Okay, now I've got to see that.
If I find it, I'll send it to you. But it's like they spell out like the whole thing with like the hard R, and then they'll put like an S, and then they're like for sale, and then how much free, and they just keep going.
That's actually pretty creative. Like it's hilarious because you know, especially growing up on the internet, or not necessarily growing up on the internet, but being exposed to like 4chan culture for so long, I'm actually one of the unique people that finds that funny. And it's just I get depressed when they just stick to the classics. And I'm just like, come on, let's actually like, you know, bring some flair, some creativity. Like if we're gonna spell out obscenities, let's do it in an interesting way. Because otherwise I feel like I'm just wasting time and brain cells trying to analyze it. But no, definitely send that to me. That's freaking hilarious.
I gotta find it. But it was something that was happening. And the thing that I found hilarious is like none of these people are like coordinating, right? It just happens in the comment section, and every fucking time it would happen in like the exact same order with like the exact same like phrasing, with like different people. So it had become like a statement. And like every time you would go into like a comment section, it would be the exact same thing.
Based. That's hilarious, though.
Malcolm. One of my favorite books is the autobiography of Malcolm X. So I'm walking up a mountain. What's your take on that? Do you like it? I mean, it's your moniker, right?
Yeah, no. I mean, I think interestingly enough, Malcolm X is one of those figures where by all accounts, not a very lovable guy, but it just shows the fallibility of man and how someone, especially who grows up in sort of a hateful environment. I mean, he really had it bad because a lot of the dark skinned ones didn't like him, and then because he was light skinned, and then he just sort of grows to a mature or a more mature viewpoint near after getting kicked out of the NOI and all of that, and so. It's amazing to think what he could have been. Sorry, my little girl's right here. But it is amazing to think what could have happened if he would have gotten to live out the latter part of his life. But, it was definitely an interesting journey for him. So, but
you would have had some fire spaces.
Oh, dude. Oh, can you imagine? And he was probably the one guy that, he could say something that would have been unpopular by a large majority of the Black community, and he still would, nobody would still be able to, step to him, for lack of a better term, just because. And, that's kind of, I love to emulate that. And, by and large, I think I do a lot of the times in conservative spaces because I'm literally one of the few guys that will tell prominent conservatives, just go against the normal conservative line and not care about it and still be able to remain friends with him. I think that energy he probably would have had as well, which is, hey, I'll say what I believe, my freedom and autonomy I value over everything else. If you don't like it, you can leave. And they'd never leave.
Not sure he managed to stay friends with everybody if he was killed by the Nation of Islam or, depending on who you think did that.
Yeah, well, if you think CIA was involved or not. But, I mean, those guys, they get everybody eventually.
So he had red hair, right? It's kind of hard to figure out because all the photos of him are in black and white. But he wasn't just light skinned. He actually was kind of one of those black dudes who had almost like a Blake Griffin.
Yes. Someone. I don't remember if I've ever seen a colored photo that wasn't the reenactment or not. But yeah, that's what I believe. I mean, his last name was Little. That's actually a pretty ambiguous surname as far as whether or not it could be sort of Eurocentric or not. But yeah, man.
Maybe he was
honestly,
then he wasn't even black.
Well, I mean, yeah, but especially, and this comes from my parents. A lot of the older Black generation, especially the ones that he would have probably been a part of, they went by the one drop rule for sure. I mean, there were a lot of mulattoes back then too that still ended up siding with the Black community. Just sort of going by their ethnic roots. Not to delve too far into that, but yeah, my family actually had quite a few mulattoes. I think I've also got some Thai heritage as well. So, a lot of the Black people you see nowadays are really just sort of a recombinant, I guess, emergence of Black genetics amongst a lot of different races.
So when you say the one drop rule, does that mean that you were black in the eyes of white people if you had a drop of black blood, or that you were seen as black by black people if you had a drop of black blood?
The original phrase, I think, was that, you were seen that way by white people. But of course, it's just in the Black community, you got things like colorism, which I know a lot of people don't really like to say exists, but it really does that, again, depending on where you're at, the light-skinned people will get treated a different way. The black and dark-skinned people always get treated a different way. I mean, if you really want to reference that, look at Tyler Perry movies. There's always the bald, angry, dark-skinned man that's the antagonist, and the tall, shirtless, light-skinned dude's always the protagonist. But stuff like that. That it does exist. So I mean, that's a more complicated thing to answer.
Yeah, and I kind of learned a lot about that from reading that book. In the book, they talk about house Negroes. I don't even know if I'm allowed to say that, versus non-house Negroes. And
don't worry, I heard nothing.
Super interesting.
But yeah, man, it's I mean, the philosophy, a lot of that stuff still holds today. I mean, if you ever can find your way into Black Twitter, one of the things you will actually realize is that a lot of people misquote and, bring up a lot of terminology about, and they still use and talk about a lot of that stuff even nowadays. Like I can literally just, scroll down onto my Black Twitter list because, my algorithm is kind of screwed. So I just have to use the list. Right. And yeah, they'll still be bringing up and referencing a lot of that even nowadays. So it's just.
I gotta ask you a question. Why is 90% of Black Twitter about sex?
How much time you got, brother? How much time you got?
Well, how much time do we need?
Man, I don't know. It's we're kind of going back to the beginning of. Well, okay, it's a hard thing, man. It's the music. Like that's the easiest way I can say is like a lot of the Black community, especially Black marketed culture nowadays, it always centers around sexuality and just the perceived. I'm trying to find a good way to sort of explain it that's at least slightly academic, but it's like companies want to sell clothes, they want to sell all of these goods in the Black community, and most of the Black culture nowadays, if you go to hip hop culture, centers around clubbing, nightlife culture, and basically getting laid. And so it all segues into showing that you got it to a point where you're basically able to pull what they'll say, you can pull bitches at any point and just being the man. And that's literally, it's like going to the club, being able to leave a different bitch every night. That's like your Super Bowl in rap culture. And so naturally, when you have people that don't quite understand the roots. Yeah. And so, I mean, it's a parody of what it used to be because, rap culture used to be about.
What?
Come again?
I don't know. I think Mosen was talking to his wife or something.
I'm sorry.
But it's like it's a parody of its former self because rap culture used to be about telling stories and rising out of coming out of the hood and essentially like struggles of trying to live an honest life, being a flower in the concrete, so to speak. And so they would come together and they would actually create a form of poetry telling these tales. And so eventually that would get twisted into talking about the hood nonstop, which then got into glorifying the hood. And of course, it just spun and spun and spun. One of the things that happens in the hood, of course, is like, you're going around, you're setting out chicks that are essentially, all around. And then next thing you know, going to the club to show off, whatever you've gotten. Like that's drug culture. Like, if we talk about like selling drugs, I mean, most of the time the whole drug culture just came from, okay, baby's got to eat. We got to have food. We got to have money. We got to have formula. Can't get a job because there are no jobs in the neighborhood. Most of the jobs moved out or, either that or they're just not hiring. So what do? Okay, I'm going to take a rock. I'm going to go ahead, hand it off, collect some money and yada, yada. Well, then people start glorifying it because next thing you know, they want to say, okay, well, I'm about that. That's me. Like I can survive anywhere because I came out the hood. So naturally they start glorifying selling drugs. And then you get people that have never been that want to go do it so they can have that street cred themselves. And then before you know it, all the music is about drugs. And, it's like drug violence. I mean, we talk about that all the time. But, that's just because, again, if somebody ever robs you, if they rob you and they take, your quote unquote pack, I mean, what are you going to do? Are you going to go to the police? No. So you got to get it back however you can. And, sometimes you got to make examples of people. Like that's where cartel culture and all that stuff comes.
Do you think, Malcolm, that one of the, and I grew up in like the South, so, I was around the sort of cultural time. I actually had Black foster parents. Do you think that part of the reason for why like the civil rights sort of like leaders, a part of the Black movement that was very strong, if we're talking back in the, the 70s or so to the 80s, dissipated? Is that purely kind of because of the CIA's drug running effect with crack cocaine? Like, is that where everything shifted to not being able to be the same sort of powerhouse that it looked like it was going towards if you were looking at like a predictive pattern back when, Malcolm X and Martin Luther King were still around?
Well, it was that paired with the deconstruction of the nuclear family, the incentivization of, the social welfare system from the Great Society program, and then also the fact that, again, the Black community was very prone to the messianic complex, where we would have sort of a Black leader rather than, just a lot of just individual decentralized leaders. We still talk about that today. It's like that's one of the main issues is that everybody in the Black community, well, not everybody, but a lot of people in the Black community still look for that one spokesman figure to lead them. I mean, you see that a lot in all other facets of life, but just having a spokesman is never a good, having like that one person is never good, because either that person is going to be compromised, or that person is going to be assassinated, or they're going to somebody's going to attempt to compromise them, and then when they can't, they'll just assassinate them, and then you're left as a chicken without a head. And so because the two warring dichotomies, if you weren't like somebody that was part of the Nation of Islam or any of the other groups, the two dichotomies were Malcolm X and Dr. Martin Luther King. It's like when both of those guys were kind of taken out, again, who were your leaders? Who pops up? Nature abhors a vacuum. So then you get somebody that's propped up that might be bought out, or somebody that's propped up that, that maybe they start with good intentions, but then, they start selling out. And that happens in Black communities, in Black city councils and everything nowadays, You got,
I saw that happened with in Shreveport, where 50 Cent was trying to come in there. I was actually stationed in Shreveport back then, so I was watching it, but 50 Cent, I don't know if you saw that, was trying to come into Shreveport with like this big business event and everything in Louisiana. And he did had a little gala event for like a couple days, but he was planning on launching this whole business enterprise there. And this like local city councilman or state senator or something like that is just like out there on local media being like, well, if he can actually show that he can actually make money from this to us, and he was underhandedly really just saying he wanted a fucking cut of the pie. And screwing up an entire ability for a community that's needed to be lifted out of the gutter for quite some time, just throwing that aside for his own personal gain. That's sad to see.
Yeah. Well, the real answers are going to come when people kind of realize that, hey, nobody else is going to save you. Government's not going to save you. None of these officials, these people that claim to like you, are going to save you. And really, you shouldn't even put your faith or money in a politician because you think they like you, because 90% of them don't. Like, that's the real answer that the Black community is sort of on the precipice of, but still hasn't gotten. It's like, stop looking for people that are going to come say nice things to you. Again, my brother Terrain Walker, we talk about it all the time. The Democrat politicians have always been known for when election time comes, they come to the hood, they go to the church, and they basically give us fish fries and electric slide and tell the pastors get us out to the polls and stuff, and then they leave us alone. And we got to drop that.
What do you think took so long for the Black community to realize that this was happening? I mean, I kind of saw this pattern since I was a kid. What do you think made it like until 2024 or 2023ish, when that starts to finally hit the forefront? I noticed that it was in the communities that people are actually talking about the fact that Democrats or whatever didn't actually have their back. Finally, and I'm like, okay, this is actually starting to getting a lot of traction this year. But I was surprised that it took this long for people to realize it was only during elections that these promises are made, and then they never happened.
The truth is, we were always talking about it, but a lot of the conversation was always siloed. Like, you had what again, my brother Terrain, he likes to call the Zeus network people, the Negro whisperers. Those people that the Democrat apparatus would prop up on social media mainly and sort of invite to the galas to make them feel important. Those were the people that they would just prop up to, lead the conversation. But we've always been saying it. But the problem is, you either get shouted down, you get called a coon, or you get told, oh, you you one of them type, or the whole all kinfolk ain't, all skin folk ain't kinfolk kind of thing. And so, a lot of people sort of receded. But when the economy got bad enough, and this is sort of similar to the situation that we're seeing now with Elon Musk, when there's a little bit of blood in the water or a chink in the armor, people will take that opportunity to attack. And that's what a lot of Black men, a lot of us really did was, when the economy got bad enough and people in the Black communities couldn't deny that, hey, the Democrats have been screwing us up and it's really them, and maybe we should go a different direction. A lot of us took the opportunity to see that messaging. So, it's literally as simple as that. Just sort of biding your time, waiting for the right opportunity. But yeah, man, the state of affairs is still, still not promising. But that's why I'm cautiously optimistic about this incoming administration. If we can get past the stupid stuff like the H-1B and all that stuff, and the racist plants and all of that are saying stuff that kind of make people second guess, because at the end of the day, you got black men, you got a lot of men of color that went out on a limb and convinced their families to vote, to vote Republican for once, and we don't want to have our reputation dragged through the mud because, then a lot of the people that are getting highlighted and put up front are saying things that, the community might perceive as racist, because now we're looking like, oh, for real. So this is who y'all had us vote for.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, that's why that's actually kind of, I'm glad to finally see there be a separation happen in the Republican Party between the values of what it means to be Republican and being a racist, which hadn't happened, I think, for decades in the Republican Party, unfortunately, especially in the South where I was from. So yeah, it's there's birthing pains happening with that right now, but it's nice to actually see a separation.
Yeah, man. I think, like I said again, I'm cautiously optimistic, but we'll never be able to figure out, we'll never be able to necessarily say that we made the right or wrong decision if we just sort of enter into, say a holding pattern. Like if things sort of remain the same, it's really going to come down to, okay, are we going to see a great resurgence of the American identity? Are we going to see, economic prosperity and all of these other opportunities? Because, it just sort of stays a little bit the same. It gets like maybe 2% better. Okay, that's not really what we signed up for. Like, we really need to go for broke here. So, that's my idea there.
Well, we can do that.
Thank you for coming up to my TED Talk.
I was gonna say we can do that, but when visa talks for one visa takes a week, we're never gonna get anywhere. That should have taken 20 minutes, to be honest with you.
Yeah. I'm in the crowd that says that it never should have happened, because really any lasting policy with visas, and this this puts me kind of back on my soapbox, but any lasting visa policy would have to be done through Congress. Like that includes raising the limits, scrutinizing the actual program, and going over what's happening. Or better yet, you have Doge actually do a report on the fraud. But the issue is people really they're like, I don't know why they blew their loads and decided, okay, we're gonna get a big dick about the fact that with the immigration system is being abused. It's like you can't do anything right now. Like if anything, all you're doing is burning up a lot of goodwill. You're burning up a lot of time, creating enemies on a conversation.
And I think one of the things
with Congress,
I think one of the things that showed, because Jordan's right that this took a week is ridiculous. But I think one of the things that shows is that at least the leadership level, or at least Doge and the Trump administration, when big issues like this come up on X or wherever that people want to pull up, they might be real issues. They might be like the H-1B issue, which is a questionable issue. Depends on where you're still in that. But a limited amount of time should be given to it from the leadership standpoint, and that's it. And then the next thing has to be moved on to. There's too many things to focus on to get lost on one thing for a whole week.
Well, right now, the only thing that should have been focused on is for a lot of these influencers and a lot of people to just be having Christmas holiday with their families. That's really what should have been focused on.
Well,
so I'm not sure why.
Time, to be honest, and I don't understand. That's another great point. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just the issue. The issue comes that the leadership structure, especially on the right, the populist side, the new right and tech right and all of that stuff, is that you really don't have an organized structure. Like a lot of power is up for grabs, and a lot of people will lurk and will use the opportunity that they see fit to say, hey, we're going to siphon off some of the power from the perceived tech right and get some goodwill for us. So we're going to use this as an attack vector. And unfortunately, because Elon Musk has a personal attachment to the H-1B system, being an H-1B himself, it's like, okay, what did you expect for him to say? And he didn't even start the argument. Vivek didn't start the argument. A lot of people made great points that, if people hadn't been politically entrenched or politically attached to an influencer that had an ideology, they would be able to do it. Like, for me, like I said, I see both sides. I've gone back and forth with myself in debate saying like, hey, well, the system can be abused. Corporations can, use that to get maybe more obsequious talent but at the same time, it still allows you to broaden your market. And it's like at the same time, maybe there are some qualified white engineers that aren't getting a job, but we don't know. We are not privy to that data. So you can't even make, you don't know how these people are doing on coding tests. You don't know what questions they're answering, whether or not they're saying, hey, I need this much of a salary. And, the guy that's doing the hiring says, well, I need to reserve this much money so that I can hire a lead. Like all of these factors, you don't have that information, and you won't have that information unless you're in that industry actually working it and you're doing that. None of that stuff's privy to you. And so how we're making these absolute arguments, it doesn't make any sense.
I think
And
we're
then
going to do anything with the H-1B program about what people are saying with the potential for people to be getting underpaid or abused almost by being brought in on that program. And not actually needing to be there from an outside country because there was someone who could have been in filled position for America. Shit, I forgot what I was saying because my people just said something.
The bottom line is, without the data, it doesn't really matter.
Yes,
Oh, yeah,
exactly.
yeah. What I was going to say is if we want to change anything in that system, just change it to where the legal requirements say that you can't do it for the underpaid system. Just specifically make it that way, make high penalties for it, and make it be something that part of the government actually looks at.
Well,
I think that's the easiest way.
just make it so you got to make it expensive to the point where it's only going to be used for the top talent, to where it's not just a cost saving measure. Because right now, companies might do it as a way to get top talent.
How about you add a restriction to where right now it needs to be on point with what the salary technically is for that job, right? But those people,
I think that's what the base salary figure is, isn't it? On those charts that everybody's been erroneously sharing, that's just a floor, and that's not indicative of the actual offer or what the person's going to be paid.
Yeah,
that's
I
kind
think
of
what
like
saying though is raise the floor to 1.5 or whatever. And that.
No, I mean no. That could be pretty ridiculous. Raise the floor to top 20% of salaries.
Ah, okay.
Right.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, you're trying to get the best talent while still trying to find somebody potentially here too. So why not?
Yeah. Yeah, because the issue then comes, and this is kind of something, I did a little troll video about it. I'm like, you guys are talking about a lot of white men not being able to get the jobs, but here's the thing, man, white men can't even find eligible white women, as wives. The same group complains and stuff about the dating market, saying, oh, these women want too much. They want a $100,000, 6'3" Chad Thundercock and stuff. And so obviously they're going to want a bigger salary, right? But, if the position only offers an $80,000 salary, they're going to walk. And, these people don't have as much on the line as an H-1B person from overseas in Squall that just learned coding and, learned machine learning and neural nets and stuff on their own. So those people might take that salary. Whereas the college graduate who has student loans, he wants to find a wife, but now all of a sudden the women want guys with six figures and all that, and the economy's terrible. They're going to turn their nose up on that salary. So it's like, if y'all can't even find women to just be wives, what makes you think you're going to find an engineer that has all this top talent and coding stuff for a paltry or an entry level salary, when they're trying to get the women that want, their men to have more? So I made that argument.
It's a bit of a different issue. It's not just, so now we're getting into the part where eventually you're going to talk about how, so you talk about salaries already, right? So a lot of these figures that have been shared, it's like, oh, hey, you're going to get cheaper labor in. So people who are willing to do a high level job for less. Technically, it's a little bit incorrect because it actually costs the company more. From various perspectives. It
does cost the company more, but you also have to make sure that in some ways it does cost the company less.
Yes.
So firstly, a lot of those people, they're going to be more inclined to cause less issues just because they are on H-1B, because their job depends on that specific job. Their visa depends on that specific job, sorry.
And if for companies, if you move them, you might also have some sort of incentive on top of that. Whoever has experience, they might just come to come.
Also, not to mention, those people typically also work overtime, and they don't need to be paid more for overtime, and they're a lot less likely to leave. Whereas with American workers, if they feel like it, they can leave. And now you gotta, now you got to find a new person to replace them, and that can be quite expensive as well. So they do technically cost more. They do technically cost more if you're just looking price-wise, but they cost less if you're counting the fact that they work more and they are more stable.
I mean, we just got done with the whole quiet quitting phenomenon, and people gloss over that. But, we were in a conservative circle. Everybody was talking about, oh, there's this quiet quitting thing now where Zoomers don't want to work anymore, and they're doing a bare minimum. And it's like when you deal with that amongst the domestic population, it just makes sense to say, okay, well, let's insulate ourselves. And people also don't look at like how much training somebody costs. And then you also have to have the conversation about what's the collegiate system doing? Like, do you have professors that are teaching these top tier skill sets, and are they even available? Especially with AI, AI is relatively new. Are college professors teaching about, and this is something that, some of you people that are actually in the industry can either back me up or refute, but, are college professors even skilled in teaching that, or are they not qualified to?
They're not qualified. They're not qualified at all. I went to university, and there was, I think most of these professors were incompetent, and they would never survive in the job market.
Yeah, it's like they say, those who can't do teach. I mean, somebody that's actually skilled when it comes to AI and all these new technologies, why would they be a college professor when they can go literally get paid bucks to work private side? So you've got guys that are coming out of college and they think that they have all the tools they need to get these jobs, and they're finding out, well, no, there's somebody who's literally been doing side work and gig work overseas, actually working with the technology that can actually do it and doesn't need a senior leader to hold their hand or train them. And, there's just less variability there. So that's an argument that's not being made on either side. And so that's really, that's my thing is,
I think
don't care one way.
At some point, most of the innovation switched from happening through the government to private companies. And previously what would happen is that the U.S. government or not even the U.S. governments around the world would work with universities, and the smartest in the world went to universities because that's where they knew that they could get the resources to actually work on what they wanted. Now universities are not getting much assistance from the government to actually create anything that's valuable. They're getting assistance to quote unquote educate the future population. And if you look at it, it kind of looks like to me that this was started around the time that they started the whole Department of Education program. It looks like the value of universities has dramatically decreased ever since then, and the innovation coming out of them has decreased as well, basically making them into a kind of joke.
I think isn't that like when the whole postmodern thought wave started in them?
I think it almost predates, but it's a little bit before postmodernism, isn't it?
I'm not sure.
I mean, I can't put a date or time to it, but it's more so. I mean, nowadays you got to look like, if you're going to college, more than likely you're just paying for credentials. You're not necessarily paying for competence, because a lot of college students and college curriculums, like, all they do is just tell the students what to do. The students don't have to be self-starters. There's no greater incentive, especially when, especially if you look at like modern college programming. Like, I graduated in 2016, 2017. I can't even remember. It's been so long ago. And, I'm not even working in, my degree field, but I just remember, like, most of the time they allowed us to work together on tests. I was doing homework for the nursing students because, and things like organic chemistry and all that. And, then it's like, okay, so we can kind of share answers. The tests aren't very difficult. Sometimes they issue online tests. Sometimes it's open book, open note. Like, what actual challenge are a lot of these students getting? And the answer is none. Like, I wouldn't be where I'm at right now. The job that I'm in, I've luckily ascended to, I want to say probably mid senior level work nowadays, but that 6-figure bracket salary wise, but I wouldn't even be where I was at if I didn't like have some level of initiative that just sort of set me apart to learn the skills, to go knock on doors and, actually meet with the people that posted these jobs and hunt them down. You don't learn that shit in college. That's just like, that's not something that college is teaching people to do. So where's that hunger at? Where's that drive at? Like, if I just stayed with what I learned within college, I wouldn't be anywhere. Got to be honest. So the whole argument is just bullshit.
The best way to solve that problem is to get the government to stop guaranteeing student debt. In that way, universities would be responsible for the students who graduate but lack the skills to get a good job.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, so for me, for example, I always knew that university was completely worthless. The only thing that had any value, I think, is the degree. Because for some tasks and for some things you want to do, it's sometimes a requirement. So I've gone like purely specifically for the degree, and when I went there, I haven't really learned anything useful. It's mostly been a waste of time. Yeah.
Goes back to my point of paying for credentials. And I think a lot of people, especially in the industry, have sort of learned that, hey, we're not really getting top talent. And it's not always that way. But, it's just like, if you're a hiring manager or an employer, you get burned one time by, a fresh college grad for an entry level position. What do? What do you spin the wheel again and then, get another shitty employee and then another shitty employee? And it's like, how long before you say, okay, we're going to start mandating some experience here or, something. And then when it comes down to a lot of people in the H-1B system, I can say this, especially in my field in the medical sciences, a lot of these people will do unpaid internships, which they can then put on their resumes. A lot of college students aren't doing unpaid internships. A lot of college students have student loans ticking and they got to pay those things back. So they want the entry level position. And that's just not tenable these days because I hate to say it, but some of their forebears screwed it up for them.
Do you think part of the way to fix that would be, with using AI for really good simulations that people are basically put through to come through their jobs to see whether or not they'd be able to handle all the tasks that would be needed to be thrown them in the worst environment, basically?
Well, got people, especially I think in the engineering field and, software development field, you guys have like coding tests and stuff that's a part of certain phases of the interview process, right? So,
practicing for those does not reflect ability most of the time. I know like people which don't perform well on various types of tests, but yet can write stuff that many of the people who would have passed such a test cannot even begin to comprehend. So okay, here's the thing. This is what a lot of people don't talk about because they don't actually know, and they don't really think about it either. The issue is that fundamentally the education system is fucked. It needs a major overhaul. For instance, the standards of education in the US are far too fucking low. If you look at other countries, they have much more of a focus on mathematics. And I will tell you, the countries that have the lowest performance and have the least exceptional individuals are actually those that are, they don't prioritize mathematics at all, and it just becomes a piece of shit, really. I've been to many different countries and I've looked at all of their educational material because I think that that's something which will give you fundamental insight into how a human's brain works, especially the person who's there. And I've noticed that the people with the least capabilities have the worst math, like the worst quality, too low. The complexity of math in many of these places is way too low, and the U.S. ironically enough is one of them. If you look at, say, you compare math tests from various other nations to something like the U.S. for various grades, it's just a world. It's a world of difference. And if you don't do, again, and also another thing is, right now, actually, the next generation will be extremely stupid. And the reason why that is because there is less of a focus on actual science. Now it's more like a focus on social sciences or this weird, yeah, social sciences. It's not real. It's fucking bullshit. It's all dog shit. They like to try to help you. Oh, hey, we're going to study this thing so you're more socially understanding of the world, so you can train empathy. This blah 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 blah. It's bullshit. Well, it's nothing. It's nonsense. I had like actually read from various educational institutions their like curriculum for ethics, for instance, and it is the largest pile of horse shit that I've ever had the misfortune of coming across. It was such absolute waste of fucking paper and print. Absolutely fucking useless for the world. Complete nonsense. Basically inverse racism. Completely fucking useless. So it's no wonder that people are having issues. It is not the fault of the people themselves. It is the fault of the educational system, because it absolutely fucking sucks. And then imagine, even if you do have, say, higher level education, then you have teachers that are very uninspiring. They don't actually know some of the stuff themselves. They'll make the students do all the work, but the capacity of the teacher is just to sit there and be the guardian of the book with all the answers. So you're like given all these books where you are supposed to solve various problems from, and then the person who's the teacher is just the person who's vetting the results. He's like a computer, actually. He's a scorekeeper, effectively. And that's even worse, because you want a machine be the scorekeeper, not the human, because otherwise, say, favors are granted, and I'm pretty sure we all know where this goes. Sexual favors are in fact a thing, and it goes both ways. And it's a huge fucking problem in many different institutions. And I mean, look, when you are living in a world in which useless papers are being published, then you already know that something is very fucking wrong. You're not to get a doctorate in anything, say, unless you actually have produce something which will be valuable to society. If it's something that is not valuable to society, then it's something that's not valuable to society, right? So fundamentally, the system itself is miscalibrated and has things in it that should be deleted. So like the stuff where you should be focusing on is minimized to nothing, and then the stuff which the stuff which is nonsensical is just put in and then expanded and hyperscaled. It doesn't make any sense. I have no idea why this is taking place, but it's clearly making everyone else dumber. And the thing is with mathematics is you don't learn this just to make calculations on the fly. You also learn this because it changes the way that your brain works. So like your brain structure is of a certain way, and then if you are learning these things, it kind of changes over time. That's why a lot of people who've actually like gone through the entire school process, they like come out of school and they have the strangest, most ridiculous fucking stupid logic loops that I've ever come across in my fucking life. And it takes ages for that to be programmed out of them. It's like these weird structures that then they ask questions where it's like, what the fuck is even this? This doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, why did you ask this? Why did you think this? It really pisses me off because it's a thing that's extremely illogical and makes absolutely no sense. It's no more than noise. And it's very difficult for people to optimize that out of them. It's not even the people's fault. It is the school system that they've been put through. And that's what it's for. It's designed to basically take out all the creativity and everything that has you think in a manner that is unconventional, cast that off to the side, and then input something that turns you into the best meat computer. That is the whole idea, right? And it's very it upsets me quite a lot, actually, because you're just like destroying people's brains, and children's brains is actually kind of funny because if you teach them something very early on that it has high utility, then they will have this later on in their life. That's why you always hear parents say, "Oh, they're so good with the technology." Well, that's just because they were given this technology at an early age. And so their brain is extremely malleable. And now they've interfaced with it and it's working for them. And now they continue to work with other things that are like it. It's just like with an engineer. If you have basic knowledge of engineering and how things work, you can look at various other systems and machines and kind of figure out how they work, how you can take them apart, put it back together again, what kind of parts are needed for this thing and that thing. There's kind of like there is a standard for certain things, right? And if you understand the standards, then basically you have the key to the world. The more knowledge you have, the better it is, but many of these people don't have that knowledge. And when it comes to the teaching of the knowledge, the biggest problem that I see universally across, everyone, adult humans, even, people who would make a lot of sense is compression. The greatest epidemic, I think, in the modern age is actually compression as well. Nobody is capable of true compression. They repeat too many things, and when they do repeat them, they harp on them too much, and they don't speak fast enough. They don't have the vocabulary, nor do they have the control over the vocabulary that would allow them to basically compress things. Look at like someone. Here's the thing. Look at someone like Mark Andreessen. All right, you look at that motherfucker, and you listen to how this individual talks. This is a person. That's how you're supposed to talk in my opinion. He speaks very fast. A lot of people have issues with people who speak fast. I say there's a very simple thing here. Get used to it. Because that's what's supposed to be normal. If you can take a lot of information, compress it, and then are able to output it at a very fast rate, at an accurate rate even, like with high degrees of accuracy at a very fast rate, then that is what you want to be, and that is what should be normal. That's what should be normalized, right? There's this one person in particular that I know of who's like insane. Destiny, for instance, and he has to like input a shit ton of information into his head, right? And the way that he does that is by watching a shit ton of videos. And the only way that he watches a shit ton of videos is by watching them at like, I think, fucking 1.5x the speed that they're normally like at, right? And that's how he's able to speak like fucking wild. I've spoken to him a bunch. He's a very interesting guy. If you actually bother to speak to him and not argue with him all the time.
Well, it's interesting because in the military, in the Air Force, when I was in the intel world, you had to speak very fast. It made sense to speak fast. Your commanders wanted you to speak fast because the information needed to be transmitted as fast as possible, so decisions could be
and with high compression. And with high compression, because if I'm telling you like a bunch of nonsense about the blade of grass that I'm seeing, that's going to be fucking irrelevant.
Yeah, yeah, you don't want to waste time at all in those scenarios. And then I left, I retired out of the military, and I'm in the civilian world, and people are always like, "Can you slow down?" I fucking hate when people ask me to slow down, when I already just got you the information that you heard, and you heard it, but you just want it like slower, so it's more like convenient. I don't get that at all.
Yeah. Well, it's like reaching into a stream and trying to pull a fish out. Either you're good at it and the stream is rushing extremely fast and you can just snatch the fish out very quickly, or you gotta, have either a wider net to actually catch fish because you're not precise, or you need to go to calmer waters because you just suck at it and you can't pull out the fish being the point. And so it's just, how good at are you?
I kind of want to make this a thing for anyone who's like on the stage, repost the space, because like if we're going to have like an extended conversation, I feel as though, like announcing that people are here is a good thing. So Malcolm, Freckle, everybody, Freckle pretty sure has already done that. Everybody here, repost the space, okay? So get more people in.
Gotcha. It's like the first thing I do every time I'm in here.
Yeah, exactly. It's important. I kind of want to switch away from...
There's a rumor around that if you repost spaces or whatnot, that hurts your tweet cred score or whatever. Is that correct?
That's dog shit. No, that's absolute dog shit. It's made up.
Okay, good to know. Thank you.
Yeah, and tweet cred doesn't exist. Not anymore.
Also good.
That shit's been optimized out of the system a long time ago. Basically, the way that I can see the system work is output more of your own content than you're doing reposts. I feel a lot of people are doing a lot of reposts, even if it is their own content. They think, okay, it's still technically staying on their profile, and while that is technically true, you're actually doing a little bit of harm to yourself by default. So when you look at, say, a person's timeline, large percentage, an overwhelming percentage needs to be self-created content, and then you can have, say, quote posts or just reposts, right? Quote posts are actually the best, in my opinion. They're much nicer than just like reposts themselves. Because they basically add a bit of extra text and context to it, and it's good for you as well. So if you are a large account, reposting, quote posting is a great way for you to get engagement yourself as well, right? There's sometimes the best example of this would be, you sometimes see the one emoji or something like that quote posts of some sort of thing that's out there, and it gets like millions of impressions because it just hits right. The context just hits right. And that is very interesting. So it basically shows that there's a lot of potential behind a quote post. That's why I quote post a lot more than I repost by definition. It's much better. Because it's basically your own post, right? The more content you have from yourself, the better. Also, the more replies you churn out, the less you reach, it seems to be. Like you should churn out a decent amount of replies, I think, but you shouldn't reply guy like a madman as in like fucking 500 comments a day or some shit. It's too much. It's not good. It's just like first of all, it's not sustainable. Second of all, because it's not sustainable because it will cook your brain. And then second of all, it's just basically spam. Imagine if somebody has like their notifications turned on for you, and it's just basically constant. It's constantly the same fucking replies. At some point, it's going to really hurt the brain of the people who are part of your thing. Because when I comment, for instance, I either want to add valuable context or because I think that, somebody else reading it, it'll benefit them somehow, right? So that's why you see I only comment on very specific things, not all things, right? Because that is just basically impossible. It cannot be done. It's too much.
Yo, Adrian, you posted the Adrian Road thing earlier. Did you see what I replied to it? I sent it to your DM.
Okay, I see. What the fuck?
Bro, tell me that's not fucking crazy. Like earlier.
That is, wow. The simulation is, wow.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Wow, that's fucking hilarious.
I was like, no wonder you got quiet there for 40 minutes. You're just door dashing, bro.
That is incredible. Wow. That's wild. Wait, hold up. What was that? Yo, Will. What's up, my man?
Hey, how you guys doing? Thank you for having me.
What brings you by?
Well, I just wanted to formally introduce myself to you guys, Adrian. I interacted with Outa a couple of days ago when people were saying that he was secretly Andrew Tate, and me being close to Andrew, some people hit me up, and I think that's just like the most ridiculous thing that I've ever heard. But
this has been going on for a while. This has been going on for a while.
Yeah. No, I find your guys' content very fascinating. I'm learning a lot just listening in. And I'm not sure what the conversation is exactly about, but I did want to say some things about what's kind of transpired throughout the week. I don't know if you guys will allow me to talk about that, but it's in particular, it's about X, Elon Musk, and what I feel is like going on. And I'll be quite honest with you. I think that there's a lot of ungrateful people on this platform because I don't know what it is that they're expecting, but I feel like what Elon's done for this platform and for everyone is it's like over the moon from where we were before. I mean, I'm related to a very famous baseball player, and he's not verified. He used to be verified when it was like the old Twitter, and now because he didn't pay for his verification, he's not verified. And this is a guy that's like known globally. So what I'm saying is Elon has given us the platform. He has given us the blue checks. He has given us way more than what any person would have ever imagined a few years ago. And I feel like some people just don't understand that they're brand risk. Like, I used to be a manager of baseball players and other entertainers, and you kind of have to sit down with these guys and let them know, like, hey, look, you can't post these things, you can do this, you can do that, because there's people that are following you, will idolize you, and you don't want to become a brand risk. You don't want people to, shy away from you. So I think what's happened here is that Elon has allowed all of these people to have these huge platforms, and they don't understand what they're supposed to do with it. They don't understand how to treat it. They don't understand how to go about their days, how to speak. Free speech, yes, free speech, I'm all for it. I'm sure everybody's for it. But why would Elon allow people to use hate speech on his platform, and then for them to expect that they're going to get all of the privileges that Elon has allowed us to have that are privileges for us? They're not rights, right? Because you can still say whatever you want. But if you don't have that blue check, nobody's going to see it because, guess what? That's how the algorithm is built. And I think it's a genius system, honestly, because if I was Elon and, I paid, I don't know how much for the platform is just full of racist people, and look who he's platforming, look what's going on. So people need to think about him, think about his platform, his investment, and then everyone else that's affected by this stuff, because, I've listened to like the craziest things in this past year where I almost felt like this is a test. people are being allowed to say whatever they want, but I'm pretty sure they're getting put on a list or something. Like, there's just no way that everyone's allowed to say all of these things in spaces, on posts, and it's one thing if you're like giving a political opinion. It's another thing if it's like just straight up hate speech, right? And, the whole immigration thing, the H-1B, I know that a lot of people are upset about that, but my thing is that, I think people need to like kind of look at the intentions of other people of why they're upset about that. Are they upset about that because, they feel like they're going to get their jobs taken away from them? Or are they upset about it because they've already shown that they're racist? Because, it's like, it's just crazy. The things that people say on this platform, I know that they wouldn't say in real life. I know that, average white guy is not going to go up to a black guy in the middle of New York City and be like, hey, you're an N-word, and I know that no one's going to walk up to an immigrant and say, hey, you need to leave, right? There's maybe some bold people out there that will say it, but not these white guys that sit on this platform and talk caca all day. Like, so, I just wanted to tell you guys that what you guys are doing is great. I think that you're on the right side of history in terms of, I think you guys are like protecting the platform and, sort of like protecting Elon because, look, I'm a guy that I drive a Tesla, right? I have Starlink. I'm a huge fan of Elon. Why? Because he's added so much value to us. If you invested in Tesla years ago, you should be rich by now. If you're on this platform and you're using it the right way, you're going to get so many people. Then yes, you should be demonetized. They should take your blue tick away because you don't deserve it. And I just don't get why people think that free speech equals hate speech, or that, oh, I'm going to use my free speech and expect to get all of the privileges that everyone else is getting. No, it doesn't work that way. So I think that all these people just need managers. I think they need PR people. I think they need to sit down and kind of reflect, look in the mirror and ask themselves, what exactly are they trying to accomplish on this platform? Someone like me, I hope to add value to people in one way or another. If I have any products, I'll be sure to put it out on this platform. If I have any content, and I love this platform, for all the content that you can produce. In terms of video, obviously now, Elon Musk just, kind of, I think he sent the message and everyone's getting it. So, so again, guys, thank you so much for having me on the stage right now. I'm privileged to be here. If there's any questions or anything else, I'm going to be here, but I'm here to learn, to be quite honest.
Hey, man,
nice.
Really well said.
By the way, the thing about this is a good thing that you're bringing up. So, like, with the censorship, all these people are crying, "Oh, we're being censored, we're being censored." And it's like these people specifically have been putting out content on the platform where it's like, I'm even surprised that X didn't do anything about it, right? So, like, this entire time, stuff that's being spread, which is really not the most high signal of stuff. It's like, okay, cool, you're posting it anyways, right? And then something is done, like it keeps getting worse and worse and worse, and then all of a sudden there is some sort of intervention. Now, then they cry censorship, but I can tell you for sure, there is no way that X would do anything without a reason. There is just no way. It can't. They absolutely they can't. Absolutely, they can't. They wouldn't do anything without a reason. So when somebody, like, for instance, you have a bunch of people that host a space that say, "Oh my God, I lost the golden check mark, and now everybody else has lost their affiliate badges, and everybody else has lost their premium. Oh my God, we're being politically targeted." Complete bullshit, by the way. Turned out that one of the people in that org made a mistake, had an accident, one could say, a little bit of a blunder. There was an address your personal information inside of a screenshot there, screenshot of FEC records. B, of course, FEC records are public information, but the address, for instance, is personal information. And under, the rules of the platform, you ought to redact that personal information. You're not supposed to spread personal information like that, right? And so what happened was they did that anyways. Then there was an action taken on that individual, which then reflected, of course, on the org itself, because that's how the policy works as well. It seems according to Jordan, of course. He has multiple orgs, so he'd be able to tell you best. But realistically, that's what happened, and that's why they lost the gold check mark, and that's why all of that happened for the conservatives and the account specifically. There is always going to be a reason.
Yeah, when you sign up for X or when you sign up under an org account, there are terms and service which most people don't even look over. They just click on accept. But if you look at it, it does actually specifically state things like this. Say this isn't allowed. But like the FEC records thing, the X terms of service was very clear about how even if it is public information, X can still take action if you do post an address just because of the risks that it provides.
Yeah, exactly. And it's
and I mean that just makes a lot of sense, because if you're like a part of an organization or you are the head of the organization, obviously there has to be some type of an investigation to see what exactly is going on. And I'm sure that once they investigate and they see that maybe it's just one person, that needs to be kind of like reprimanded, I'm sure that they'll give them their badges back. I'm sure that there's going to be some type of solution. But the hammer had to come down at one point or another because it's just gotten out of hand. And I'm just getting tired of people saying free speech, free speech. Yeah, say whatever you want, but you're not going to get the blue check. Like I would, if I was Elon, I would just go out and just say it. Like, if you are a brand risk, if you are making my platform look bad in any shape or form in terms of, you saying things against people's races or religion or whatever it is, yeah, you can say those things, say it all you want, but you're going to be in oblivion. You're going to be out in Mars or Jupiter, you're not going to be where you are visible to everybody else because people come to this platform from all shapes. I mean, just imagine your first day on this platform, right? Oh, I just signed up for an X account. Holy crap. What is this? What is this? What is this? You're out of there, So, thank God we have enough, crazy nuts around that, kind of like just stick by. But I mean, I just think that it's ridiculous. And I knew at one point or another, and I told people, they're giving you guys the leash. They're giving you guys rope for you to hang yourselves with. You just don't understand what's going on. But I've seen it for a while because it's just like at one point or another, when do advertisers just say, this is crazy, this is just, it's too much, right? And I'm sure that Elon's gotten the phone calls. I'm sure that Elon's probably already put his hand in the fire for everyone, right? So the least that we could do is just be courteous and just say, and be thankful for what he's done. But I think that all of this stuff is just getting out of hand. And I think that people kind of forget who Elon is, what he's about, what he's done. And
one thing that people need to remember is if you want to cry censorship, how about this? You take the same stuff, which you're posting already, and try and post that elsewhere and see let's see how well that goes. We'll see how well that goes.
Also, not to mention, I think a lot of people are kind of being ungrateful, being like, we supported, Twitter back when all the advertisers left and things like that. Online services almost entirely make money through advertisers. Even at its peak, Twitter/X were not making that much money from subscriptions.
Well, right? I can tell you, as someone who runs an absurd amount of ads, brand integrity is everything. When you join an organization, you're linking up with all the people in there. It takes one bad chain to fuck it all up.
Yeah, exactly. And if you have like a platform, the people that are paying for a premium are not really making you that much money. So this was something that Elon and his investors had to basically bankroll for the time being, while the advertisers were away. And he had to tell them, to go fuck themselves. And, the platform wasn't fully sustainable. And, Yeah, I think a lot of them are being quite ungrateful for the fact that they even have this access, considering a lot of them aren't even allowed on other platforms. A lot of them aren't even allowed on Rumble, right? Because Rumble specifically disallows anti-Semitism, right? So a lot of these people that were banned permanently aren't even allowed on a platform like Rumble. So I don't know why these people cry and whine, considering there isn't any other platform where they would be allowed on.
They're used to the comfortability of the app. They just think it'll be like that forever, and not realizing you say one bad thing and it's going to be over.
Yeah, well,
the paragraph is right there.
Actually, it's like a shit ton of bad things that occur because, I mean, look, with various people, you can, here, for instance, if they wanted to permanently suspend someone like Laura Loomer, they absolutely could. They absolutely could if they wanted to. Because by their own policies, they should, as a matter of fact. But they're not, they don't, because because there is a certain, that there is free speech absolutism. There are just house rules at the same time as well. If you're not going to obey the house rules, that's going to be a bit of a problem. It's like when you get invited over to somebody's house and then someone says, make yourself at home. That doesn't mean, oh, hey, you know what I'm going to do? You see that table over there? Yeah, I'm going to get butt-ass naked and start salsa dancing for no fucking reason on top of that thing at 1 a.m. Okay? That's not what was fucking meant. That's not what was meant. So to stop such things from happening, you have terms of service that you agree to when you sign on to a platform and subsequently use it, right? And so when you then disobey and you break the house rules, the house will respond, give you a slap on the wrist, and then maybe you get a chat. It depends on the severity, of course. Like, for instance, if you blatantly dox, you're gone forever, gone, finished, and rightfully so. Or if you do platform manipulation, same shit, gone forever. They got rid of the people that were spamming all of the steak ads because it did come out that they were all controlled by the same individual. I mean, obviously, and that account selling, account buying was happening. People go, oh wow, well that was never there. Yes, it was. Yes, it was. It was there the whole fucking time. Account trading is not allowed. You are not allowed to sell handles. It's just not. But they completely forgot about that. Everybody forgets about that because they don't read the rules. So places do have rules, and it's a good thing, because if they weren't, then the whole thing would turn into a cesspool, and you would have no more good content on the platform at all, because all of the people that actually want to contribute to something good, they can't find it because there's so much noise. It's just complete fucking chaos. There needs to be a little bit of order in the system, and that's what these rules are for.
Yeah. We'd be Gab, essentially. Look at Gab. That's true free speech, but nobody wants to use it because it is indeed a cesspool. And, people play this disingenuous game where they're like, oh, well, I don't see any racism going on, or, oh, I didn't see that. Well, no, yes, you did, because, again, I saw the post, and a bunch of other people see this stuff. People aren't just complaining for no reason, but, people always act like and play these little disingenuous games. And then at the end of the day, what they don't realize is that you realize you people have absolutely no power over Elon, right? You're complaining about him on his own platform. The man will be a part of MACA, whereas you haven't even gotten in the club yet. You aren't even there. He's paid a stake. Trump is not about it. It's like what they say. It's like what they said back at the end of World War I. The friendship when Britain was trying to make friends with people, and they made a deal with the Arab states, and they made a deal with France. The friendship of France is worth 10 Arab states. So the friendship of an Elon Musk to Trump is literally worth, whether or not it's true friendship or it's a convenient one, it's literally worth its weight in gold. He's not about to piss off Elon just for a bunch of people who think that they have power, even though they don't. Elon can step away from politics and he'd still be rich. So he has no need to feel the pressure. So people acting like they're literally holding him accountable, or they're acting like, oh, we're getting sick and tired of you, Elon. Well, Go to those other
It's all bullshit. It's the minority anyways. It's a very small minority that is being so extremely noisy. I've been saying this for quite a while now. And it's just that. I mean, it's always going to be the same people repeating the same bullshit. And it's ironic because you'd have people on the fringes of a movement unite with other people of fringement, like other fringe people of other movements. Right? That's what we're seeing right now. That's why you see people on the right that are the fringe uniting with people on the left who are the fringe. When you see things like that happen, you start to understand what's actually going on. Because who's for who here? Really? I'm not a person who sides with anyone politically. I'm just a person who has standards, who has principles. That's why, like, when it comes to anything, like, look, I have been shitting. Like, I had the conversation space for quite a while, and I've shat on the left on many different occasions in many different ways. And now, just so happens that these are the fringe people, right? I will always shit on the fringe people, but then I will also have people who are far leftists on, like, say, for instance, somebody like Destiny. Right? I actually enjoy when he comes around because I think it's kind of funny. I never want to have an argument with him. I actually want to have a different discussion. We could even have policy discussions, but I don't want to have policy discussions. I'd rather like to have a personal discussion with him because that's actually fun for me. Because at the end of the day, if we're going to fight each other with policy, we already know how that's going to end. Literally nowhere. But if we're going to have a personal discussion, that's where the fun begins. I think it's very fruitful. I think it's very hilarious. And I think it's very nice. It doesn't matter, right? So when you have other people who are on the fringes and who are completely illogical, if they're on the left, I shout on them. If they're on the right, I shout on them. I'll shout on anyone. I will shout on literally fucking anyone if they're being an absolute fucking idiot. Okay? It just happens. I don't care who you are, even if you're my friend. I'm going to do that because it's constructive and because it has to happen. Because who else is going to do it?
Oh yeah, how many times have I shit on you? How many times have you shit on me?
Exactly. It's fucking perfect. And at some point, there's like this kind of actualization that takes place where everything is balanced and where all the weak parts of everyone's, existence are just like kind of optimized out of the system, right? Like, for instance, massive egos, ignorance, that kind of stuff, unrestrained temper, blah, 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 whatever else. That's the kind of stuff that I had a bit of an issue with, like the unrestrained temper thing, because, you get hot-headed after a while when you deal with a shit ton of problems. It just kind of happens because, like, if you're under attack from many different directions at the same time, it doesn't feel good. And it's kind of annoying. You kind of deal with it, but at the same time, you kind of don't. And other people, it's the worst fucking part. Again, like I said before, it's the censorship problem where people say, oh, hey, I'm being censored, I'm being this, I'm being that. And then it's the same people who will basically mobilize their cult following to then somehow bully someone else of a different opinion off the platform. I've seen this happen many times for no fucking reason at all, just because they disagree. And this will happen on both sides. And as a matter of fact, I must say, no one on the left has ever gone after me as hard as these fringe people have in the recent days, realistically. And at the same time, those fringe people who are extremely anti-government, no government on the planet has ever gone after me like that, practically even at all. And I don't say too many nice things about governments either, But this shit needs to have you think, because I think that people, individually, especially people with a very strange understanding of the world, which is more or less incorrect, these people are more dangerous than a large government entity. Because guess what? The large government entity is shaped by people. That's the idea. It's a gigantic corporation. That is literally the fucking idea. That is the purpose. Right? You vote for certain people, and then those people shape the system in the way that they promise to shape it, and that's it. That is that. Right? So it's people that are the threat. And to me, that's exactly how it is. I've been attacked more by these fringe fucking people than governments. That's insane. That's actually fucking insane.
Well, it's like some of
the governments fucking protect me, as a matter of fact, in a sense, because they have law. They have laws, they have rules, and they actually obey them. The lawless and those who keep ignoring rules and are generally ignorant to that which is surrounding them, these people will completely fuck you up. More than the government would, depending on, of course, which government you live under, right? There are exceptions. There are exceptions, right? It depends on which government it is. Right? Say if you live in China, for instance, they say something fucked up about the Chinese government, they will fucking come after you 100%. If I criticize the American government a little bit, there's less of a chance that they will come after me because, that's just free speech, right? The Chinese government, no, zero fucks given. Zero fucks given. As a matter of fact, even if there would be feds here listening to this conversation, which I don't know if that is the case or if that's not, that doesn't even bother me. Because I don't see it as a fucking threat. Because there are standards and there are rules and there are protocols that are being followed. Well, these fucking people, they have no rules, no protocols, no standards, no principles, no fucking nothing. Nothing at all, other than their egos and a strange opinion of the world, and that's it. That's
they've
dangerous.
They've kind of been spoiled by all the freedoms that their country provides them.
Ironic, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, I was gonna say it's almost like this very raw form of tribalism that's masked, underneath whatever ideology they want to say they're in. But like people that are saying they're MAGA or whatnot, and then are pushing people in this sort of direction. Well, they are pushing people in that sort of direction. It just, to me, it just feels like they're like, oh, we don't want anyone else in our family, in our tribe that we have over here. Don't get near it. Don't change it. How dare you change it? Get out of here. And you be like, people are saying, oh yeah, we're gonna remove Elon from MAGA. And I'm like, that's how.
Yeah, and the thing is, they're going after JD Vance now, which is incredible. And I'm just thinking to myself, like, JD Vance is our vice president elect, and he has sacrificed so much. And I'm very bothered with the way Usha has been treated. I have a lot of family friends who are tied to Usha's family, and they just tell me all the time, like, we love America, we're loyal to this country, we're of a different religion, fine, different race, fine, but like we've been standing up for what makes this country great. Like, Usha's a great legal scholar. She's a terrific woman. She's a really based conservative. She's a family woman. She has great children. She's been a very dutiful wife. I mean, she represents, I think, like the best of America. And, JD Vance is honestly, I think, just a fabulous guy. Like he just knows so much. And we're very blessed, I think, as a country to have a guy like him. And for people to suggest, he's like a monarchist or he's trying to undermine the republic, I'm starting to wonder if these guys are even MAGA at all.
What's worrying about the Vance situation to me is like, as soon as I saw Vance enter the scene, a year ago or whatever, and got big, I was like, holy hell, this guy's like one of the best talkers, like knows how to counterpoint any sort of ridiculous, illogical, logic traps that the media might try to throw over anyone else. I was like, this guy's actually like the young face of the MAGA movement. Maybe there's actually a chance that that something goes on after Trump that actually he doesn't just land into the hands of the old Republicans like Mark Rubio or something like that. I'm like, okay, well, this guy's got the chaps for it, and for some reason he's getting attacked left and right now. As if he should be thrown out of the White House, and that worries me because I don't see that should be the case at all. I'm really hoping that is just a very, very small minority that's very loud right now about that.
The very ironic thing to me about this whole conflict is that I feel, in a way, it may have been caused by probability, because I think a lot of these influencers, with particularly the ones who are hating on Elon and such, they basically all, when they heard this controversy, they all made like a value judgment, and they asked themselves like, okay, what can I say in this situation that will retain as much of my audience as possible? And some of them are going to be against Elon, some are going to be pro Elon, because a lot of them think this way. A lot of them just think, what's going to appeal to the audience. They don't even necessarily have their own. I mean, I'm not saying all of them, but like some of them do think this way, right? So my thought process here is that if they're all doing this and they're all doing this at the same time and they have no coordination or anything, and like half of them go one way, half of them go the other way, this literally just has this like chemistry like reaction and creates this flame war where, well, now I have to choose between this person and this person, and we have shared audience people, so we have to argue with them, and it spirals out of control. There's really it's almost like they don't necessarily have the control over like how people are going to react, obviously. So when everyone just gets pulled into all this at the same time, it's like, to me, it's just like it's effectively like a barrel of TNT going off. I don't even know how much it realistically has to do with our own exact opinions.
Yeah, well, I mean, it also comes down to
talking about H-1B visas. Every reasonable person, we've all seen this argument happen for the last 7 days, and every reasonable person believes that we need to bring intelligent, competent people with a good culture to the United States. And it's not a mutual exclusive thing because we can also improve the culture and education of American citizens who are already in the country at the same time. Like, do we need to continue to litigate this? I think we just need
Absolutely
to wait
not,
until
man.
January 20th.
I think we can bury this fucking horse. I think we can bury this fucking horse, man. I'm tired of zombie horses. We're no longer going to have the fucking H-1B discussion. It's very simple what we need. We need a bit of a reform. We need not only an H-1B reform, but we also need a fucking reform on education in the United States, because there are a lot of people in the United States that have the potential to become highly skilled individuals, but if the education system sucks by default, there is no way that these people will ever become highly skilled in the first place, right? Because if countries other than the United States have a higher quality of education, then of course they're going to have more skilled people who would like to work in the United States, right? It makes a lot of fucking sense. So
it's actually interesting when you said that, because a lot of the same people who would decry the American education system and say it's absolute horseshit, simultaneously don't seem to realize that means that it's worse than other education systems, which means that other people would be trained better coming into the workforce.
Exactly.
So the thing I don't quite understand is that what is the company supposed to do with so many vacancies? Are they supposed to not like hire talent? Are they just supposed to, go belly up and let their company fail and not have the revenues to succeed?
But the problem is that there is a lot of job vacancies. Companies are looking for employees and they can't find them. But also another problem is that a lot of people are applying, but they can't get jobs. So I think the argument is that the people that aren't, even getting a call back, those people should be given a chance.
That's why we have to get rid of DEI.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's an HR problem. We need HR reform. I agree.
Well, I mean, that should be where the argument is being had, but it's not. Instead, it's being used as an attack vector against Elon Musk because, of course, again, a lot of people do not like the fact that there's this relatively young upstart in politics now that's essentially right by Trump's side. If you look at the New Year's post, he's literally right there. So a lot of people are very pissed off, and they feel like, oh, it should be me there, or it should be somebody that I like there, and they're going to use whatever they.
Yeah, I think that's part of it, Malcolm.
By the way, Malcolm, you're breaking out like heavy.
I think that's part of it, Malcolm. And I also think.
Yeah, sorry, I'm driving.
I wouldn't be surprised if there weren't some underhanded behind the table deals done from left side money to try to create this sort of divisiveness, because this is the perfect attack vector. This is literally.
Yeah,
I mean,
well,
you guys
that's why
want
the
to know what
media is not involved.
Do you guys want to know what the beauty of this is, though? I voted for Trump in 2016 and 2020, and I remember, everyone saying, especially the left, that, Trump supporters are racist. These people are racist. And I know that they were talking about a fraction of, a huge fan base, right, or a huge base of voters. Well, now this fringe group that you guys are mentioning, they're going to be scapegoated because they're obviously showing their true colors right now, and this has nothing to do with Elon Musk or Donald Trump. This has everything to do with race and immigration, and these are people who are blatantly racist. I mean, they all you have to do is look through half of these people's Twitter pages, and you will see, or their X pages. I don't like to use that word Twitter anymore because this is X. You look through their pages and you see who they are. So voila, there we go, guys. Now, if the left wants to call anyone racist, well, there you go. There they are. And now, if they want to do away with MAGA, they don't want to be a part of MAGA anymore. Well, perfect, great. Now we have the people who we can call the scapegoats or whatever you want to call them, but now they've been identified.
Yeah. But it's just too much. I mean, look, when you have a scenario where everybody's going insane, it's just absolutely too much. And for the first time, it's interesting because we had this problem for like 2 days where everybody was just talking about irrelevant issues. And then finally, I think on day 3 we had a discussion about policy. Finally. Well, everybody else was like done with their baseless accusations. We finally had a discussion about policy. Although it wasn't entirely fruitful, I think it actually finally said, you know what? These people actually don't know anything. They just want to complain for the sake of complaining. And they're basically using X as this gigantic echo chamber for gossip. That's exactly what this has turned into, and it's fucking annoying as hell.
Has there been a discussion of policy with regards to the improvement of education in the U.S.? Have people made concrete proposals about how to do that?
Nope, not as far as I can see.
No, I literally
made a
made mention
list
of it
of
the other
things.
day.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I made mention of education reform literally when everybody kept saying, "Why are we giving the jobs to H-1B people first versus Americans?" Well, if you're not giving if you're not finding qualified people and you need the job done yesterday, I mean, who are you going to hire? It's just that simple. And a lot of people haven't really been from a lot, like, let's just be honest, like the journalism and everybody talking about an H-1B has never been in a in a manager's position. They've never been in a director's chair, and they've never been CEO of anything, right? So so when you're looking at it down, the time that it's going to take to train somebody that already has experience versus somebody that's out of college that has no experience, and the cost of what it's going to take to do it and the time frame you have to think, is the money going to outweigh the time? More than likely, okay, that's the option. Or is it more cost effective to get this person here fresh out of college? That's all a business is thinking about. There's no emotion behind it. It's just that. And it's just that simple. And until people realize, wait, well, if I get smarter, if I take another course, if I learn this, maybe I'll get ahead, then that's where, we can kind of start saying, okay, well, you deserve the job because you did X, 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 and X, which is what? Based off merit, right? So if you want the people that are coming in to have the best merits in the world, what do you think the companies are already doing?
Right, so for education reform, I think what we could do is mathematics need to be better. People who are actually qualified need to be teachers, not the people who are those who can't teach people. Fuck that. All of them need to be, we need to get rid of all of them. It's fucking useless. It's basically a grift, and it impacts the worst part of the population, which is the children. Right? You don't victimize these people. Fuck that shit. Okay. So first of all, you get rid of those people. They're not supposed to be in there in the first place. Make mathematics better. Make sure that these teachers are actually competent and that they're capable of using metaphors properly to explain what mathematics is, because otherwise the children will simply not fucking get it. Because having them run the same thing over and over again and not explaining to them how things work will yield literally no positive results of any kind, other than people who are basically going to become insane and very, very bitter. Then on another subject matter is this weird fucking social nonsense. Delete it, burn it to the ground, fuck all that shit. The only thing that you should have is like, okay, so if you're going to be in America, I think there should be a few values that people agree with, right? So, of course, you can have your own culture still, and I think it's important, but like basically what Aula and I were like suggesting with how you could create an adjacent religion, like we were talking about basically forming a type of religion where, nutrition and health is but if you have your own religion already, you can still do whatever it is that your religion demands off of you, and it doesn't have any conflicts with the secondary religion that you take on effectively. It's almost like it's almost like a second passport if you think of it that way. So, I think it should be ingrained in people's heads. No. I think we should ingrain in people's heads the idea and understanding of what the American culture is and how America was actually built, right? Not just DEI shit and all that kind of stuff where you like try to hype up certain people in history even though they didn't really contribute as much as they did. Actual history needs to be taught. No beautification of history. It needs to be brutal, and it needs to be explained exactly as it happened. No mercy, because you have to be ready for reality. Then there needs to be practical application of that which has been taught. So say, for instance, when you are going to do carpentry, if you're not going to physically do anything with wood, then you're not going to know shit. There's a bunch of people who I know are like fucking certified as a carpenter and have never done anything with wood at all. I'm like, what the fuck did you do? Is this theoretical physics? This is like string theory for wood. What the fuck?
I think with string theory for wood. Yeah, so I think for history as well, you got to be careful because history, what they say is
yes.
It's like you have a lot of bullshit there. Like the entirety of the 1619 project is bullshit, and that's like the only type of history that's taught in universities nowadays.
I think like books from the 60s and the 50s are usually pretty accurate when it comes to history, in my opinion. Everything that came after that is just like a reinterpretation to make it more politically correct, which means it's basically garbage. Like anything that is rephrased or lensed in a different way to make it more politically correct is no more than fiction, and the worst version of it, because you make people believe that fiction is reality. So it's dog shit by default. So all of that, you need to get rid of this, for sure. Old books are actually very good. I collect old books because that is the only knowledge that still makes sense. All the modern books have absolute fucking nonsense in them, right? Then also I think that, certain aspects of history should be taught as well, but there also should be a type of adaptability to how education works as well, because let's imagine that you have an individual that excels in a very specific area, very much so to the point where it's like, man, this guy's going to be really useful in this. Let's imagine that somebody is an absolute cracked computer programmer. This guy needs to, of course, work more in computers and become a specialist in this area. What if somebody is a good doctor? What if somebody is a person who works well with timber or anything like that? Okay, or manufacturing, understands engineering, all this kind of stuff. Once you start to see these traits, you immediately shape the education a little bit differently. Now, of course, you ask the child, be like, hey, man, you have your aptitudes are more in this direction, and you can do a tremendous amount of good. This is the kind of work you'd be doing. Would you like to do this in the future? And then you basically kind of shift them towards that direction. Then you have probably some sort of partnership that you can have with certain companies so that you can do internships, because hey, if you're already going to pay for college and all that kind of shit, why not already work for free? Because basically what you're doing here is you are sitting in a room with a bunch of uninspiring teachers telling you a bunch of shit that you're never going to use practically. So why don't you do actual practical work in line with your normal your natural aptitudes? Because if you do that, then you also have experience, and you can pass that off as something like, hey man, by the way, I used to have this internship at your company, here are my scores. Ah, pretty cool, you're hired, that kind of stuff. Right, so that is pure merit. It's very difficult. It's
your
very
recommendations
high.
are too amorphous. They're not sufficiently specific to actually be productive. Like it's like, oh, we need to improve history. We need to change. Well, I feel like you need actually more concrete, specific policies to actually improve education. One of the greatest ironies of this debate is that one of the best ways to fix education in America is to actually import teachers on H-1B visas. That's actually very concrete. You'd be like, we need more math teachers in this country, and let's do it via the H-1B visa, which is ironic and hilarious. Or just something very simple. It has to be simple, it has to be specific, and another example would be, let's get rid of foreign language education and replace it with math.
Okay, yeah, so what I've stated are a bunch of suggestions. Now you're just talking about the execution of exactly what I've stated. You're not stating anything different, actually. You see? You're basically saying, okay, we need better teachers
because I think that in order for the conversation to be productive, you have to invoke specific policy
we can get to
the
specificity.
Like,
we can get to the specificity after we've outlined. And it's like with a game where you set the ground rules first, and then you say, okay, how are we actually going to play this? Here's the rules. Here's the resources I have. Let's see what we can do with this. How can we play this game in the most practical way? So you're actually not disagreeing with me. You think you're disagreeing with me, but that's actually not the case. You're just
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm trying to let's go to the second level of the game. That's what I think is actually productive at this point, right? Let's make it specific.
Yeah. So, for instance, with the history part, what I specifically stated is that you get all the modern books, you just like trash all that because it's bullshit. Same thing also applies to health, which I think will tie into what RFK Jr. is going to do, because a lot of the studies on health that are done today are complete fucking bullshit. I mean, imagine that you live in a world where basically it is stated that eating eggs is bad for you, to the point where everybody vilifies cholesterol, which, by the way, is one of the reasons why cancer is so, why cancer is high, because I believe that there is a specific score that you have for how much cholesterol should be in your body for you to basically have natural, the natural resistance against cancers. And many people are below that, which would also explain why cancer is so widespread. Now, of course, you have other factors such as the sugar and such as all this kind of weird stuff that you put in your body all the day, but that is just part of the problem, not the whole problem.
I was explicitly told that eating steak gives me diabetes, or are you telling me that was wrong?
That's actually true, by the way. Somebody legitimately claimed that you get diabetes from eating fucking steaks. Yeah, that's how bad it has gotten.
Quote unquote experts.
Yep. Fucking crazy.
But the only way how you're going to fix education in this country, because that's not the root cause. The root cause is insufficient math education, not enough of it, not enough good teachers, not whether or not eggs are going to give you a heart attack.
No, it was an example. No, you don't understand. You don't understand. I was making an example as to why you'd want to get rid of certain things, because if you don't have an example as to why you'd want to get rid of certain things, then you don't have a reason. You have to be specific. That's
But
why
I think
I
it's
told
a
you that.
bad example because
Not really.
it's hard.
It's
to
a good example for why a lot of
versus...
because it's a lot of modern science is basically pseudoscience. It's bullshit. That's my claim, and that
My
holds up.
point, though, is that if you want to improve education, you have to change the things that almost everyone agrees on. Like math is something that there isn't a conversation about. Like no one thinks 2 + 2 = 5, but there is legitimately a large percentage of the population, even people who are academics at Harvard,
actually,
who believe that like eggs are bad for you. So it's just the wrong.
That's another level. Yeah, that's another level of the education system. It's like it's a byproduct. Now, I'm just saying that if you have bad information, and you're going to use that to educate, then you can make your education system as efficient as you'd like. It's still going to be shit at various many levels. You need to get rid of that. That's why I was saying certain pieces of information that are fundamentally fucking useless need to be taken out. Also at the nutrition level, at the dietary level. It's all the same thing.
I agree with that, but the problem is that it's really hard to take information out of the education system. So you should focus on the stuff that you have the highest confidence.
Yeah, but how is that hard?
Why is it hard?
You take the book and
because
you destroy it.
You have to change an entire country's education system. You have to teach teachers that what you thought before is wrong. And so it's hard.
If you heard the problem,
why would you ever want to teach people misinformation? That doesn't make sense. Something's wrong.
You can start at the basic. You can start at the basic level by making math more difficult, getting more qualified math teachers, getting rid of all the bullshit history, and getting rid of all the bullshit science. That's where we can start. Then we can talk about. I think once we finish with that, okay, you make a good point about the scalability of the idea. Once we're finished with that, then maybe we can consider saying, let's have a different system as to how education works entirely by basically looking for people's aptitudes and finding something that is best suited for them based on the aptitudes that they have. Like say your computer programming. Sorry, the examples that
what I'm saying is. Okay, so history even, it's probably better than the eggs discussion, but history is really hard to sort out. Whereas just saying, let's double the amount of time we spend on math, that's simple.
Not really double the amount of time, but make the math a little bit more difficult.
Well, why not both?
Okay.
I feel like we could probably use both.
Fair enough. I mean, we need to fill the social sciences dog shit space with something good.
Yeah, exactly. And even foreign language, just get rid of it. And the student debt thing, I brought that up earlier, but I don't think I fleshed it out in a way such that people can understand. Like currently, anyone who's 18 years old, they don't even like. When I was 18 years old, I signed up for a student loan. I did not understand what I was signing up for, and I'm generally like a smart person. Okay, and so when the U.S. government guarantees student debt, you are preventing the university for being responsible for the quality of the education, because regardless of whether or not they give a good education or a bad education, the university is going to get paid. Whereas if the university were giving loans to the students instead of the government, if they give someone a degree in women and gender studies and they're unable to ever pay back their college tuition because there are no jobs for people in women and gender studies, the university gets screwed. So they get So by preventing the government from guaranteeing student debt and pushing that to universities or even private lenders, it would greatly improve university education in the United States. And so that is it's concrete, it's narrow, it's specific, and you don't need to get into the weeds and the difficulties of things like what history is true and what history is fake, which is a very complicated, difficult conversation to have. And so
it depends. You need people
narrow things to improve education.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, there's a limitation on how scalable the vetting of history is, because you basically would need like an information department, which is problematic. Because if the tables ever turn on that, oh boy, you're so fucked if that happens.
Right, that's my point. So
you have the fucking information ministry, you're dead. You're so
focus on numbers.
Hey, Adrian, look at my response to you.
Oh, to which thing? The thing I just posted?
Yes.
You motherfucker.
Molson, though, to your point, like if you want something very specific, like we done with the education system, I think it's just simply instilling critical thinking skills throughout every single grade of grade school, which is not done right now, and that would actually make a lot of people that then it wouldn't matter what data they take in, they would know how to process that data.
But that's like very easy to say, but extremely difficult to implement. That's why I kept on bringing up the H-1B visa thing, like you can't just like pull a switch and make all the teachers in our country like better at critical thinking and better at teaching those things.
No
And this is a
changes
problem
overnight.
that foreign countries often have.
No changes overnight though. Like no changes overnight. Any change that we do to the education
Yeah,
system,
but you have to have a concrete plan for how you're going to implement what you're saying we should do.
You
yeah,
simply would
everyone
have to
agrees that,
implement
like, you should
within
teach
all
better
the
critical
within
thinking.
all the teaching certification programs. You literally would have to make sure that they have to know how to teach critical thinking. Otherwise, they don't get to become a teacher in any trade.
How do you do
The
that?
critical thinking discussion
How
is
do you
one.
do that? How do you
Wait,
certify
hang on. Okay, so the critical thinking discussion is one that's inherently flawed because we somehow label this thing as if it was something so separate from logic entirely. I think that if you understand a decent amount of if you understand a decent amount of mathematics and a little bit of engineering, you basically have critical thinking because you cannot fuck with reality. There's just no way. If you fuck with reality, it fucks you back. It fucks you harder than you could fuck it. That is basically how it works. And so that is why I would say you should be more math focused, right? That is just the critical thinking just comes along. And I think one other way to nurture critical thinking is when, say, somebody has an unconventional thought, that this thought is not immediately crushed. Because normally when you have that in the school system and somebody's asking an unconventional question or has an unconventional thought, it is either ignored or basically crushed by an uninspiring teacher. This, I think, has like had a very negative effect on everybody's brain. Anyone who's ever been in school for like, a very long period of time.
I agree with what you're saying, but I kind of disagree on how to implement it. I think it's insufficient. Even if you're like dictator or the king of the United States, you can't just stand up and be like, hey guys, we're now going to accept non-conventional thoughts and we're not going to crush them anymore, right? That's insufficient.
No. See, this is the thing.
Improve.
Yeah, you just need better teachers, realistically. You just need better teachers that are actually competent, because here's the thing. One of the ways that critical thought and unconventional thought is being crushed is because you have incompetent teachers that rely off of their answering books to solve a problem. And here's where that is an issue. Let's say, for instance, there's more than one way to solve many given problems. And so if you discovered or you come up with a way to solve a problem that's actually more efficient than the way it's supposed to, quote unquote, supposed to be solved, then the teacher will say, no, that's wrong, even though it's better than the thing that the teacher knows. That is the problem that we have at the moment. How many times have you had a solution to a problem that the teacher has given you, and that solution was so good and so efficient that it just made the problem look like nothing? And then the teacher looks at your answer and your solution and goes, yeah, this is wrong, even though it's technically correct and better than the way it, quote unquote, should have been solved. So that's the reason. It's a good thing that you're asking me for specifics here, because that's specifically how unconventional thought is being crushed.
So I agree with you, but you need to go one step further. And you need to say something like, okay, we need to fire 70% of the administrators in the U.S. public education system and then allocate those salaries towards teacher salaries. Or you need to say, look, we are going to institute a test for students. Like, we're going to force every student to take the SAT every year from 13 through 18, and then we are going to publish the scores to give students who are competitive more of an incentive to work hard, because we've become this very soft society where it's like you can't publish the scores because someone's feelings might get hurt. And so these are very specific, concrete changes that can be made, and the merits of them, it's much easier to discuss that. Like, okay, we're going to have a national test. It's easier to discuss that than it is to say, like, oh, we need better teachers. That's what politicians have been doing for like the last
100%. We're having a
years.
discussion on implementation.
Of course we need better teachers, but how?
Yeah, this is great. It's actually a good discussion. I'm glad that you're bringing up the implementation thing, because nobody usually does that. Thank you.
One of the
I'm not sure when it changed, but we used to have that system at one point in time where you were forced in certain states to have 2 tests a year that one went to the state, one went federal, and they would know what your teacher's metrics were, and the teacher would get, like, the following year they would put you they would specifically add a class to help guide you in that direction. But I'm not sure how that's going these days. I'm pretty sure it's not going too well. If if Molson's saying it the way he is, it sounds like fast.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's not even that complicated. It's not even that expensive. Just like a yearly test for all students, 13 through 18, that's similar to the SATs, with the results published, with the test published after it's administered. It seems like pretty straightforward.
I would just prefer in the future going away from like standardized tests to more like dynamic proving of how you would actually be able to implement shit in the real world sort of tests, which I think we can do now with AI.
Yeah, true.
But how? I mean, like in theory, that's great, but in practice, how do you do that?
In practice, it's going to be a bit of a problem because, like, imagine
who has no engineering or entrepreneurship ability. They have no experience. How do you just suddenly like put in their brain how to be an entrepreneur and then how to teach it?
Yeah, well, you can't.
Or how do you put in their brain how to be an engineer? It's not easy. So you need to have concrete solutions that make sense.
Yeah, we can get into that problem. A lot of the problem is maths and physics is taught out of anything that's actually useful. You're just taught about the theory, and then after you're taught about the theory, then maybe you'll get a lab that you'll actually do some work in. It's not taught in anything useful. Like if you want to be an engineer that's working on car engines, you're not taught how the car engine works. You know, they're just teaching you all things independently, and then you have to figure it all out in the end. I think if you give people context for where things are actually useful, that will actually stick in their minds much better.
Well, it makes the impression work more, right? Because your brain says, well, anytime I run across a pattern that's similar to this again, I know now what actions to take. Whereas if you have just all of the information, but none of where they're supposed to link it to be a pattern, that doesn't work the same for ours. Sorry, I have a sandwich in my mouth.
Hey guys, I got to drop out of here. I just wanted to say thank you so much. Enjoyed the conversation, Adrian, Auda, everyone else. Thank you so much. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, brother.
Stay out there, safe. Be safe out there. Hopefully, I don't get deported. I'm getting a whole bunch of nasty messages from people for the things that I've said tonight. But I'm going to stick by those things because I think it's just common sense. And I hope that everyone uses this platform in like the best way possible to add value to other people and just be peaceful. All right, everyone.
Absolutely, man. All right, see you around, dude.
See you, man.
Yeah, the practical application of math is usually it's a massive problem. This is something that I've always enjoyed in certain math books that I've gotten that are actually quite old, is where they teach you a specific concept and then immediately it's like, okay, here's this practical problem, solve it. It's like a book about taxes. I once had a book about taxes, real fucking good, by the way. That shit taught me more about math. Like that shit taught me more about math than the math books that I read before. I'm like, what the fuck is this? It's so good. It's like some sort of 1960s book. I fucking lost it. I'm pissed off at it. I'm pissed off at myself. I lost the plot on it. Like I saw it and like read a few pages of it and it was really. I even had a book that was published in the 1950s that was somehow taken from a library. Very strange thing because it was actually a book about mathematics. I still remember this. And it was a beautiful book. It was from 1955, I believe, even, which is ironic because it's the year that Einstein died. And so there were even some old scribbles, just a few, not that many, just old scribbles from like a student back then. And it's the weirdest shit. So like you're this person in the 21st century, and you're reading this thing. It's like, wow, it's a blast from the past. Pretty cool. But it's one of the best books about mathematics that I've ever read because it was actually fucking useful. Everything else sucked.
Let me tell you guys an interesting story that I think encapsulates the problem we're going to have one of the problems we're going to have in the United States when it comes to improving education in this country. All right, so I go to China and I'm working with a factory boss, and the factory boss is like, hey, we're going to invite you for dinner with my daughter's English teacher. And so it's me, the factory boss, and the English teacher. And the factory boss says, okay, I want to hear you speak in English to the English teacher that teaches my Chinese daughter how to speak English. And she starts to speak, and she's basically just going like, she sounds like a person who's deaf trying to speak, like a mute. Well, not a mute. She like basically couldn't speak English. She could read English, she could hear English and understand it, but she couldn't speak English because she had never had the opportunity to like actually have conversations with English speaking people. We kind of have that problem in the United States when it comes to certain aspects of our education. And so if you want the teachers to start teaching the things that the students need to know, you actually first have to teach the teachers. And so that's why one of the great ironies of of this problem we face is something that China faced by actually importing foreign teachers to teach the students English. We may actually have to do that for mathematics and science. And so, like, the solution to, like, the H-1B problem in a weird way is to import teachers on H-1B visas. It's like completely absurd, but it actually makes sense. It's like a paradox.
In my opinion, one of the biggest issues that I take with the school system is that basically for most teachers, they're just doing a lecture, right? There isn't actually that much involvement from the students. And first of all, everyone knows that like the more you get kids actually involved in what they're doing, they tend to enjoy that a lot more and they tend to get more out of it. But the entire lecture system itself, we kind of know that this was, in a sense, made by people who were trying to like kind of get the populace to be, in a way, docile, right? They created, it's literally historical fact that they created the basis for the current institution, which we still use to this day, based off of things that were suggested by manufacturing companies, industries, and stuff. So because they wanted people to be like, docile workers, like just sit in the factory and do your job, and that's it. So that's like my biggest gripe, and I think there's very simple ways to fix this, and it's just like open up the floor to like more discussion. Let the kids actually be involved and like actively ask questions and give input, and give their opinions, however wrong they may be, and. That's another thing too, is kids need the power to be wrong as well. They need the ability to like say something to the teacher in the class that's completely utterly wrong and makes them look ridiculous, and just be like, okay, we understand how you came to that conclusion. We can help you, think in the way that, is more aligned with reality. So yeah, there's just so many things.
If you're going to do that, it needs to be a little bit rough though, because otherwise people are going to just endlessly ramble. And it's going to be nonsensical bullshit.
Oh, sure. You want to have teachers that are like great communicators and that will like.
No. The kids have to become the great communicators as well, and the kids also have to understand consequence. Yeah, like this is the reason. This is the only way that I've learned. Right, I've always been in an extremely highly competitive setting, like even as a kid and professionally as well. So getting your idea across is extremely fucking difficult, right? And it should be this way. And people should have that bit of it, should have that standard. Even though you stutter a little bit in between, it's fine. It can happen. And, you just can't call that thought. But if you continue to exude logic and sense, then everything's nice. If you're just like taking too much time in between and you just have like this weird type of, like if you ramble on and you don't have as much compression, it's just annoying as shit. And children need to learn that. So if you're going to open, say, a floor to discussion, then it has to be something where they're actually told, okay, so next time, do this, do this, do this, do this, do that. Because there should be a template for speaking, in my opinion. Just a little bit, right? Maybe you can evolve past that. But yes.
As a low verbal IQ retard, learn to speak as fast as Mark Andrews.
You don't need to. You don't need to be fast. You don't need to be fast.
No, but you do need to be fast in order to keep people entertained and also to communicate a large amount of information as quickly as possible.
No,
and you
not
need to
really.
be accurate.
No.
Okay, so
you need to be effective with your words.
Yeah,
precisely.
Number one most important thing is to be effective with your words. Pick the right words, make the right point. And then, the second one is to speak well, not many or not the fucking stupid sounds, not make those stupid sounds.
Yeah, but
and then
like how? Like I understand that you don't want to be stupid.
It's just lie count as much as possible from your words as well.
It's literally just practice.
And filler words, fuck them.
Yeah.
Don't even get used to filler words. I fucking hate when people keep saying like after every single word or even sentence. It pisses me off.
Like,
I'm gonna be very clear.
Don't like.
I'm so gonna fucking choke your ass on the stage.
Wait, like what?
It's awful.
It's a terrible habit.
Exactly. Don't read too much stuff either, or too many things.
I got a question. So, like in my school, the problem.
So like, wait, hold on. Did you just say so like?
No, I didn't. If I did, I apologize.
Yes, you did. We found it. The super autists have been triggered. The red laser eyes are coming out now.
Solar, you're perma-banned from this space.
Well, don't do it to me, bro. My question is, when I was in school, the problem was that there'd be like 30 or 40. Oh shit! I just did it again. Anyways, 30 or 40 students per teacher. Is there not diminishing returns with the quality of education you're getting if you've got one teacher trying to teach 30 or 40 kids and you can't even get that one-on-one time? So answer me that one.
That's a good point. Also, like that second time around, there are less likes. Actually, no likes as filler words. It's pretty good. The word like is fine, but as a filler word, no. It's a good there. We cooked them a little bit because we wanted to make a demonstration. If you don't lead by example, well, guess what? You're a fucking hypocrite.
Yeah.
We don't do hypocrisy here. We do democracy, kind of.
So I mean,
democracy.
I could add some context as a recent graduate, which might help with the conversation. So all my professors who taught me like important courses, everyone worked in industry and they taught as a part-time lecturer. And these are like super important courses like network security, digital forensics, and cryptography, right? And they worked in like really, really good companies, and my school is also like really highly ranked. So I don't know if this is a problem with maybe middle school or high school, but I don't see much of a problem maybe in like grad level or something.
Wait, can you give us some context? Did you go to IIT? This is in India, right? This is not in the United States.
He's in the U.S. He's in the U.S.
Yeah.
And all his education was the U.S. too?
I don't know.
Because he has an accent.
U.S. is he has U.S. degree at least, bachelor's and master's, I think, right?
Yeah. Yeah. What I was about to say is, sorry, I mean my flow got cut. Sorry. I'll think and get back.
Yeah. So Suraj here is actually very intelligent. I've had conversations with him.
Yeah, he cool.
I'm very, very good at security, and he is like at least on par, maybe even better than me. So.
And you're very good.
So one of the things that other countries do better than the United States when it comes to education is not only necessarily paying the teachers more, but also celebrating them, right? Kind of like in Asia, if you're a doctor, people respect you. In Asia, if you're a teacher, people respect you. So the government in the United States, if it wants to have better teachers, doesn't just need to pay them more. I mean, that's probably important. But also there needs to be some sort of celebration, maybe even like some propaganda in a way to like change the culture so that we respect that position more than we do now.
Yeah, in many cultures, actually, the profession of teacher is basically just as respected as like doctors, engineers, lawyers, and scientists. And we don't have nearly that.
Yeah.
Yeah, in India, their gurus are revered for their education, for their skills, for what wisdom they bring to society. They're practically revered, and I really wish that we could have that kind of reverence, because that's the way we're gonna bring our country forward.
Also, Adrian, look at what alternate Adrian just posted.
Wait, what? Did you send it to me or?
Just check his account.
Okay, let me see.
And paying them more would go a long way towards that. But there are probably some other things like teacher awards and stuff like that are pretty good.
Oh my fucking god, this guy!
I think a big problem is student to teacher ratio. God.
Yeah.
This motherfucker! I swear to God, dude. Dude, even my parody accounts are trolling me now. I'm like not exempt from anything. What the fuck? Even my parody accounts are cooking me. What the fuck?
By the way, I don't think we talked about this, but Trump said I didn't change my mind on H-1B visas. I've always felt we have to have the most competent people in our country. We need smart people in our country. We need a lot of people coming in. We're going to have jobs like never before.
Bingo.
Mayor,
So whenever somebody's trying to, so here's the thing, right? We take that, and whenever somebody's trying to tell you 2016 this, 2016 that, you word for word repeat the exact fucking shit right there.
Yes.
Don't let people bully you into submission on wrong information and promises that they think have to be kept, which are not really promises made.
I mean, I think the difference here is that
it's pretty fucking clear with what he wants to do.
Trump had Stephen Miller, and he still has Stephen Miller. And Stephen Miller's opinion is that H-1Bs
need to be reformed.
No. Stephen Miller's opinion is not at all that it needs to be reformed. Stephen Miller believes that H-1B isn't, high quality, highly intelligent at all.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Guys, it doesn't matter.
We really need to talk
Trump
about
is
this
president.
for like
Stephen Miller's not the president.
I know.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter. It just needs to be reformed.
Last time he was setting a lot of the policies for the.
I think everyone can agree that it needs to be reformed, and Trump being president and clearly understands the issues a lot more now than he used to. Yeah. He'll make these calls. If they do decide, if Stephen Miller were to run by his office and say, "Hey, let's ban H-1Bs," he'll say no. It's as simple as that.
What I don't understand is I feel like people maybe don't have the best memory because what show was it that Trump hosted?
The Apprentice.
The Apprentice, right? And what was he doing? He was going through people one by one and firing them when they weren't competent enough. He wasn't making those judgments based upon race. He was making those judgments purely on competency.
Correct.
So
he doesn't like self-feeding people either. Like there was a man.
We need to have an H-1B
pretty competent guy,
for
right?
Celebrities, like the Celebrity Apprentice. There need like Manny Pacquiao, H-1B.
There was a guy who was competing on the show, and he called himself white trash, and Trump was taken aback by it. It's like, why did you call yourself that? What did you mean by it? And he was putting white people down, and Trump said, I will not hire someone who puts himself down. Fired him, even though he was pretty competent. So Trump believes that you should respect yourself, don't put yourself down. He doesn't like that. He doesn't like racism, never liked racism, has never worked with the racists, whether it's anti-white racist or anti-black or anti-Asian, anti-Indian. He doesn't like these people. So all these losers who are trying to claim that Trump is a racist, that he's going to promote a pro-white agenda, well, they're sorely mistaken. They're coping and seething right now. And on top of that, it frustrates me when people say that, the journalist who interviewed Trump, asking him for his input on the H-1B thing, but that he was mistaken, that he was misleading Trump on purpose, that the whole interview was a scam. Trump actually opposes H-1Bs. You recall that, guys, right? Like everybody was saying that. The people on that side were all saying that this interview can't be taken seriously. It's not real. Yeah, well, turns out that it was real, and anyone with a brain knew that.
The interview with him saying he's going to stamp not passports, he's going to stamp green cards to degrees.
Yeah, so basically anyone that completes a diploma would receive a green card. That's what he said. He also said in 2019 that we need to preserve the H-1B program and reform it. He's been also on the record and Turning Point USA conference that happened recently that my family attended.
Yeah, a few months ago.
He's opposed to the woke agenda, and he believes, in real opportunities for all Americans. I mean, he really does believe in a merit-based system. People just don't pay attention. They just want to put their own agendas.
He believes in letting in people who want to be Americans, who want to be a part of this system and make it better. That has always been his belief. He believes in the best and brightest coming into America and building it. I mean, Elon Musk is one such example. Many of the people that Trump has worked with are H-1B people or migrants at the very least, who came in and made America better.
And to me, that's always been the logical red line is whether or not the people that are joining the country want to be a part of it, want to love it, want to build it. Because I don't think anyone, no matter what sort of weird standard we're trying to put, like people are like, oh, well, they should be absolutely exceptional or whatever standard we're trying to put before people cross our borders does not mean, even if people pass that, doesn't mean that those people are actually going to be the Einsteins or whatever that are going to come to our country. In fact, a lot of the most insane, great innovations that have happened from people who've had to work really fucking hard from the ground up, coming here that didn't have absolutely exceptionalism coming in here. So yeah,
and oftentimes it's the children that stand out, right? A lot of the big names right now. I think Jensen Huang is one of them. It was his dad that actually came in on just an H-1B, and he wasn't nothing special. Nothing exceptional about him, was it?
No. Jensen.
I think there was somebody else.
Jensen Huang. What happened was that his parents sent him to a school in America. They
okay, so I'm thinking of somebody else. Yeah. In some cases, it's like a second generation immigrant, right? Who's like the child of an H-1B holder who becomes something special, right? And that, we see that all the time. And it's not to say that's always the case, but, it is often the case. It's often enough that it's like, to dismiss the visa entirely I feel like that's a mistake. And I'm not even someone who is like, like I have nothing, invested in the U.S. being better. I'm just saying that as a logical point of view. So when people get mad at me, it doesn't make sense.
We want the entire world to be better.
Absolutely, exactly. Yeah, if America's weak, I mean, fuck, it's just not good. Like
if China is the world power, we're all fucked.
Correct. And on top of that, you remember Elon's speech, the one at the World Government Conference, where he was talking about how you can't put all your eggs in one basket. It doesn't matter if the basket's China, America, or Russia, right? You need many different baskets. You need competition. You need it so that if one were to collapse, at least there's like 2 or 3 more,
Yeah.
Like right now, Europe can't be depended on. And also, speaking of Europe, a lot of people are saying, why is it that so many Indians and Chinese people and Taiwanese people come into through the H-1B visa instead of Europeans? Where are all the H-1Bs from Europe? Like, oh, we should have more of them. It's like, well, they actually have a different process.
Fucking dying. The Europeans.
And it's not just that; they have a different process. For them, getting a green card is a lot easier than anyone on an H-1B, which is why they don't need to use it at all. They just come in, they do a worker pass or something. It's very easy to get because they're Europeans. And then they apply for a green card and they get it. It's very fast, right?
Also
but for Indians and for Chinese and Taiwanese, it's not that easy.
Also for Canadians as well, right? The Canadians.
Yeah, that's right. Canadians and Australians, they got special passes.
Yeah,
they don't need H-1B.
Canadians, literally, you just need a job offer and the job can literally apply for a green card for you.
Correct. Exactly. It's super easy, which is why you don't see a lot of Canadians on an H-1B. You see some of them, they do it through that process because for whatever reason it was easier for them to do it. But for the most part,
H-1B is cheaper than green card application, and also
exactly.
It's a temporary work thing. The guy probably doesn't want a green card because if you live on a green card long enough, you have like international taxes and.
Exactly.
All that mess.
You don't want that.
Right, if you're coming to the U.S. to work temporarily, you can just get on an H-1B, Yeah,
it's cheaper in the long run because if you live in America for like more than 6 months, you have to start paying taxes as a resident, and not everybody wants to do that, right? Some people intend to go back, which is why they're on an H-1B. It's temporary.
Well, H-1B is temporary up to, I think, 6 years total.
6 years?
Total. So it's 3 years first time, and then you have to renew it.
Right.
And then you can renew it for a second time.
Makes sense. But people don't seem to understand this. They are like conflating H-1B with literally every other visa out there. And then they're looking at only the H-1B passes, like the number of that are issued a year. And they're like, where are the Europeans? Where are the Europeans coming? We should be giving H-1Bs to Europeans. It's like, well, if you guys had a fucking half a brain to research things, you'd know they don't need it.
Also, if a lot of them are posting these screenshots of like, oh no, cashiers, oh no, this person, oh no, this person, and if you look at it, like there's less than 11 of these cases since like 2012, and this is just like the applications from like the company.
Yeah, they were rejected.
Yeah, all of them were rejected. Right.
Some of them are base pay, right? Like they're attacking PBD, right? Patrick Bet-David. They're saying that there's a position that he was offering for like $60K or something. But if you actually look into it, that was the base pay for that particular type of job. It doesn't mean that he paid him that low. It's just what's listed on the paper. But when he actually hires the person, he's going to pay him like double that. Yeah. So they're attacking him, saying, "Oh, you want cheap labor?" This is literally just paperwork.
That's something that's we do where we basically have we have a base pay, and based on your performance, you can make a shit ton of money, right?
Exactly. I like that. I mean, it's incentive based.
Yeah, exactly.
Because no one's going to come in for that amount of money. It's too little, right? It's not like he's shortchanging these guys coming in. He's just saying, hey, this is the base pay. You're guaranteed this. But if you do your job, I mean, you get paid double, triple this. I mean, what's wrong with that? I don't get it. These people I feel like they don't have any experience working, right? They're like sitting behind their fucking computers, right? And making all these decisions, these judgments.
What do you think? These people, their literally only work experience is being a political commentator.
Exactly, yeah. And that's the ones who are like political commentators. The others, like their experience is working at a fucking McDonald's or something.
They have no idea about true immigration reform or anything about that. They don't even realize that they're saying, don't let anybody in, but they don't realize that half the stuff that they do, half the stuff that they need, half of the ideas that they take for granted are all done by immigrants. So until they come to that realization, it's really hard to meet 50-50 on an immigration issue, which is why you can clearly see we're making more progress in an hour than they've made in 4 or 5 days.
Oh yeah, if you this is like actually a funny thing. If you like ask these professional like racists online, right, they'll be like, oh yeah, the white people created this, the white people created this, the white people created this, and then because like they only see like that figurehead, right? They don't see the people that work behind the scenes. Yeah. And then you ask the guy like who worked on it, and he's be like, oh yeah, 50, 60, 70% of it are immigrants.
Yep. And even in the cases of figureheads, they don't really care, right? I mean, if you look at New York City, the skyline, it's beautiful. It's got a lot of buildings in there and stuff. And they're like, white people built this. I saw a meme where a guy's like, white people built all of this. And there's like a community note saying that actually like half of these buildings were built by immigrants. One of them was like a Bangladeshi migrant, right? Okay, like Bangladeshi architect made one of the tallest buildings in New York City right now. So it's like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, you talk to like a lot of people in tech. They'll be like, oh yeah, this Indian guy from this Canadian university was very instrumental in making this thing happen. And they don't see any of that. They don't see any of that.
No, they don't. None of it. Yeah, they're not interested in it. They're not interested in looking into it. You point it out, and they just shut down. They literally will just shut down and say, I don't want immigration. It's that simple. It's like, okay, at least you're admitting to being ignorant.
Yeah, like Bannon has now changed his position on H-1Bs. He's now saying we need immigration moratoriums, and he wants to end all of these work programs. And I'm just like, no, this was never about H-1Bs. This was at the heart of it as something else. These guys were never having good faith debates. Like, there are actual economists on this platform trying to have legit debates about, corporate profits, what workers are going through, what the needs of the economy are. And then we've got these other bunch who are all focused on race and emotion and just crazy stuff that has nothing to do with actual, real, issues that affect the country's economy. No one really talks about this on the other side. They're not having that sincere, good faith debate. And it's just very frustrating. It's always about emotion. It's always about race. It's always about this.
Race means nothing if everybody's broke. Like, let's just be honest.
100%. They're only interested in talking in race, not about much else. And they're not addressing the cultural problems that America itself has without immigrants, right? It's got drug problems, the opiate crisis. It's got homelessness. It's got a mental illness crisis. It's got the urban crisis, right? For lack of a better term, where the culture is fucked up, right? And nobody wants to admit that. They're like always blaming migrants for it. It's like, excuse me, like I saw this one post earlier where this, they were talking about how Oregon replace its math, right? Like with like garbage, right? If you compare that to Indian schools and like Russian schools, they teach really advanced math in grade 7 or their equivalent of grade 7. In American schools, they teach fucking multiplication, very simple multiplication. And they're like, this guy pulled out like some article pointing out how they had to dumb it down in Oregon because of people of color. And then he was like blaming Indians. It's like, your people are responsible for it. But if you actually look at the stats, you'll see that Indians score pretty fucking high when it comes to academics in America, as do Asians, right? And so the whole people of color thing is actually referring to urban blacks, right? I'm not being racist. That's just why they did it. And so like he's purposely omitting that and saying it's people of color. It's like you're all the same. It's like no, far from it. You know, like that policy, that DEI policy, and it is a DEI policy that was put forth by the Melinda and Bill Gates Foundation, is actually crap. It's actually making Oregon stupid, right? And I argue against that. But to see someone say, "Oh, look at this policy, they dumbed it down for migrants," it's like, actually, no, it's not the migrants who they had to dumb it down for. They had to dumb it down for everybody else.
I think also a source of a lot of the general insecurity you're seeing from, I guess, white people here is a lot of them do have the sense that the world is changing and that they'll probably be left behind. And if they see that, because they all believe in like the replacement theory, they want to, bring as many immigrants here as possible. Maybe not, but this is legal immigration anyway. But my point is, if we're talking about these specific jobs, I think the trigger point here is actually the nature of the jobs as well, because these are like things that are completely, for lack of a better word, foreign to a lot of the people who are involved in these arguments. So they know the world is changing. They don't even know how these jobs even work necessarily. And they see all these, people from another country coming in, taking those jobs. They're like, we want to be the forefront. We want to be the people doing that. And it's also like a fear in a sense that, this powerful new technology is going to be developed by, maybe people they don't share values with as well. So that's a big trigger point for a lot of people, just at an emotional level, I guess, is that they're dealing with something that they've never dealt with before. So it just adds more fuel to the fire, I guess.
Well, it's funny because people from India,
they say things like,
well, I was just saying, it's funny because immigrants from India, invented USB, Wi-Fi protocols, things like Java. Are we going to throw all that out the window, the same way? Or we're going to go back in time and say, oh, that must be bad because Indian immigrants invented pieces of this technology that that just doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. Yeah, I mean, they're clearly pretty smart people if they're able to do that. Well, the fact is that they just want to not have innovation and talent, and what they want is to see the GDP become, irrelevant in all discourse. And my concern is that poor America is not going to be able to defend itself from its geopolitical rivals and opponents, and it's just going to be a country that's going to be subservient to powers that are going to clearly dominate the world stage. And what will happen to the white majority? They're going to be subservient. And is that what they want? I'd rather see America become this flourishing republic that relies on the talent from around the globe that can make it a powerful nation and its people very influential and strong. And I think that's just the more better take. And it really, does respect the country. I mean, I just don't see. One of the strongest examples of it, at least as a kid, was the Olympics, and even as an adult. The Olympics, the United States takes most of the medals because of that very effect. We have people from all different ethnicities from all over the world that have came to this country, or their parents came to this country, and then they ended up pursuing this athletic adventure and did way better than some of the people that might have been here already. But we still support them as America, and that to me, as at least a kid, made a lot of sense. Clearly America as a melting pot, the system works.
Absolutely. I mean, even if you they like to claim that they didn't need, migrants, meaning brown people, right, before when they were building America. But guess what? Migrants built America, right? A lot of them, like from Italy, from Eastern Europe, from Russia, from Germany, from Ireland. People that were at once upon a time treated the same way Indians are today, basically, right? You wouldn't have all the great physicists if it wasn't for this migration of all these people from different countries coming into America, seeking a better life, or their parents came to America to seek a better life, and they did. They found it. They lived the American dream, and now they're like saying, "Oh, we never needed it." It's like they're erasing their actual history. They're erasing actual American history, where all these migrants came in and built the country into what it is today, a powerhouse. They don't seem to get it. Meanwhile, Dubai, the UAE gets it. They're like, yeah, we want your best and brightest. Come over here. Come build it up. We want to do what the Americans used to do back in the 1940s. And it's working.
I'm worried that we might lose that edge. in the next decade if this attitude gains some strength. Yeah,
I feel like it's going to get worse. Like it doesn't matter if we win this particular battle. Like sanity has won here because Trump is actually pretty smart. But what happens, say, 8 years from now? When say he's him and his people are no longer in power, and you have an actual nativist come in and say, yeah, we're going to shut down all immigration. We're going to shut all this stuff down. We're going to deport every single non-white person. What if that would happen? I'm not saying it's going to happen. It's probably not. But what if it does? Right? America is going to be left behind. 100%. It's going to be like every other country that has tried to do this, where they kicked out all the migrants and they're like, yeah, we can build it ourselves. Yeah, that just doesn't work in a world like the one we live in today. That's just not how it works. You're going to be left behind. And at that point, your rivals, whether it's Russia, China, or India, even actually, right, it's going to rise up and just going to get better and better while America turns into a backwater.
It's such a weird mindset when you think about it too. It's like these people are sitting around saying, I would rather that instead of us winning as a country because we brought in immigrants to help us win, that we lose as a country as long as it's an American at the helm doing the losing. That's a really fucking weird stance to have.
It's very stupid. It's actually very stupid.
It's very idealistic because it assumes that Americans will start being leaders once these quote-unquote immigrants are out. And that's not the case, because when you have China, Russia, any of these BRICS countries dominating the world, what's going to happen is they're going to write the rules of trade, they're going to write the rules of commerce, and then American workers are the ones that are going to be the ones hostage to these great powers. And then what happens is the native population ends up getting screwed out of everything. And, the fact is America wins when it brain drains all these top tier countries and gets their best people. That's how we won the Cold War. We didn't beat the Soviet Union because, we were, nativist and hostile to others. No, we won because of collaboration, because of, taking the best minds from Europe. That's how we were able to learn so much about the communists.
The best minds from Russia. The best minds from Russia.
That's right. And how are we going to win the AI race with China with this ignorance and hostility to any kind of outside knowledge? We're never
Putin gets
win.
it, by the way. Putin gets it. Like he often talks about this, and I know people in America do not like listening to this man because he's evil or whatever. Like they fed all this propaganda about Vladimir Putin, and he points out how the Soviet Union became extremely weak because it was racist, because they had these nativist policies that were like only pro-Russian and like fuck everybody else. They deported a lot of Jews. Jews were discriminated against, and they all went to America. All these intelligent, very smart Jews from Ukraine and from Russia itself all went to America, and that's what America benefited from. And Russia had a brain drain as a result of that, because many of these people were engineers and scientists. And now Russia gets it, right? Russia's like actually pretty fucking welcoming when it comes to integrating a lot of these different races. They're very open about this, and that has been Vladimir Putin's policy, because he understands what would actually make Russia great is that you take every single thing that you can, because there are resources at your disposal. If you're rejecting a resource on the grounds that, it's the wrong race, you're a fucking idiot, and he knows this. Americans, for the most part, thankfully still know this. You have Trump who understands this. You have Elon Musk who understands this. But then you have this new generation of racists and bigots who just don't seem to get it. They're going to turn America into a very poor country. And, I shudder to think what America will look like 30 years from now, when if people talk about Americans, we'll just be thinking of really poor cities that were poorly managed, that collapsed, that have skyscrapers that are not maintained. Nobody wants to work there, and they're poor, right? They're going to have American migrants to Russia. They'll be working in Russia as menial labor because they're not intelligent enough or not educated enough to keep up with all the engineers that they have there.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, Ian, a question for you. I really respect your opinion and the content of what you say, but oftentimes I see people like kind of attempting to silence you, especially on topics like this, on the basis that you're like you live in Malaysia.
I don't live in Malaysia.
So, like, how
He
do
lives
you
in Dubai,
respond to that?
actually. He's a Malaysian who lives in Dubai.
Oh, in Dubai.
Yeah. They claim I don't live in Dubai as well. Like I have a fucking community note that said Ian has never been to Dubai. He's never left.
So the problem is they cannot have the Malaysian racism stick, so they have to claim that he lives there, so it can make it stick harder, even though it still falls off.
Yeah. So the response to it is, I normally just block them because they're not even worth arguing against, right? They're not focusing on the content of my argument. They're just saying you're Malaysian, therefore your opinion is irrelevant. It's ludicrous.
Also,
It
they
is so
post
patently
these,
stupid.
they post these pictures of like a ghetto somewhere. And it's not even like a fucking picture of Malaysia. Like Kuala Lumpur doesn't look like that at all.
It does not.
I've been there.
No, it does not.
I've been there.
Yep.
It's
I've
actually
lived there.
a pretty nice place.
Yep. It's a first world city. It is a first world city.
Yeah, it's a great place.
By the way, it's 11:57 on the East Coast, so like 2 minutes and a half till midnight.
Yay! Happy New Year! It's already like 9 hours past the New Year. It's 2025 here where I live.
Happy New Year.
Yep, Happy New Year. But yeah, no, it's a stupid argument, and they're coming into your argument with bad faith when they say that you're Malaysian and therefore your opinion doesn't matter, right? What's funny is I don't see them saying that about Australians who comment on American politics. I don't see them talking about, that Keith Woods guy is Irish. They never say, you're Irish, shut the fuck up. Like he's this Irish, weird, far right / far left guy, right? He's just a piece of shit.
Yeah.
And they don't mind it. They don't mind it when he comments on things. They're like, oh, he's so smart. They don't say, you're fucking Irish. What the hell are you talking about American politics for? I never hear that.
And they
Even
never
when they disagree with him.
They never talk about, Suleiman and Khaleesi, both of which are Pakistani from Britain. They never talk about how they've got all of these guys here and there. It's like, bruh, like, what happened? I thought all of these xenophobes were so concerned. No, the fact is, there's real strong, and I hate to bring this up, but there's really strong anti-India sentiment and hate. And I don't want to flood the nest, but I'll just highlight, if anyone wants to look at my profile, this Lauren Witzke lady who ran for the Republicans in Delaware, she's just like, straight up, Indians are the new Jews. Let's see what'll happen. And she's like,
Are you sure that was probably not meant sarcastically? Because, I mean, if you wanted to cause chaos, then that as sarcasm would kind of...
Well, regardless...
I mean, we kind of said the same thing here, in a sense. Like we first had everybody discriminating against Jews, and now everybody just hates the fucking Indians, and then they want to tie that together somehow. That kind of really fucked up stuff.
She's been very consistent with her support for white nationalists and criticism of Indians on the basis of their origin.
Yeah, she's Stu Peters' producer, by the way. Just so you know, she's Stu Peters' producer.
Yeah, she's not sarcastic.
Well, that's definitely not sarcastic.
No.
Welp.
Like the funny thing about her, right, and a lot of these other people is they try to act like they're moral compasses, like they are like the morality that you need to adhere to. Meanwhile, she is an actual former cartel member. She used to be a mule to the cartel. She was arrested for it. You can find her mugshots. You can find the whole thing. It's
goddamn.
Yeah. And it's like, this is the person we're supposed to look up to. I don't dislike her on a personal level. I have no problem with her, but it's just funny to see other people hold her up like she's this paragon of, of virtue or something. And it's the same with all these other people as well. It's like you can dig into them, and it's like, some of them are grifters, Yeah.
Hey guys, I'm in New York. Just want to say Happy New Year from the East Coast.
Happy New Year, man.
Happy New Year, brother.
Yeah, Happy New Year.
And welcome to 2025. Feel different yet? We're the aliens.
Happy New Year, guys. You guys are so in the past right now, man.
Yeah,
I'm not. I don't want to change.
I'm in the future
too much. I don't want to change the topic too much. But the fact that McDonald's switched from beef tallow should be a genuine war crime.
Yes. Here's the thing. I will understand that, like, the Hindu part of this will have an issue as in that they can't eat the fries. But then again, I mean, look, I don't know, maybe pass on the fries, because if you don't fry it, is it possible to fry it in anything other than beef tallow, which is not seed oils, which are going to kill you slowly?
Coconut oil, I think, is good, right?
Yeah.
Well, you can do coconut oil, you can do ghee.
No.
The ghee might burn, I think, wouldn't it?
Coconut oil burn.
No.
It'll burn, yeah. Coconut oil is going to burn.
Yeah. You can't use coconut oil or ghee for those things. You can't just use coconut oil and ghee as alternatives.
You need something like sunflower oil. You need sunflower oil.
Yeah, but that's
Hold on. Sunflower oil is bad for you.
Yes, because that's one of those seed oils that you want to actually get rid of.
Yeah, I know, but that's what I mean. They have to use that. If you can't use tallow, you got to use something that has a high heat point, and sunflower oil is one of those.
Or you just skip the fries. Actually, in general, I'd say skip the fries for like anyone.
Skip the fries.
You don't need all that starch in your body, bro.
They don't even taste
Actually,
like
why
they're
don't you
really
just cook the
choppy,
fries in an air fryer? That works.
Hey, yeah, that would work. That could work, yeah.
Yeah, it makes it really crispy. It's really nice. It doesn't come out as well as if it's fried, though.
Yeah, true. But at the end of the day, I mean, hey, it's better than no fries. If you really want fries, it may as well be fries that don't kill you.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's healthier for you. I mean, not that fries are healthy, but
Coconut oil, you can technically fry things in coconut oil, but what happens is that if you do, it starts to
smoky.
It starts to fuck up the taste, and it
tastes like coconut.
Yeah, exactly. It starts tasting coconutty.
Yeah, that wouldn't be good with potatoes.
No, it'd be terrible. I've actually tried it, and I don't recommend it.
Yeah, put a little sugar on top of it.
What about avocado oil? What about avocado?
Probably it's the same issue, I think.
Low heat point.
Yeah.
Low heat point. Yeah. It's healthy for you, but it's not something you really want to cook fries with. It's something it's more like you use it as a drizzle. You know, like when you're cooking a steak or something, you want to drizzle a little bit on it. It's fine. But I would not recommend using that as a
Unfortunately for Hindus, the absolute best thing to ever use is just beef tallow. There isn't really a alternative
substitute. Yeah.
An alternative does not exist.
Not yet, anyway. We need to make a synthetic alternative.
No, we don't need to make a synthetic alternative.
Sure we do. Why not?
No.
Why not?
Trust me.
Why not?
You'll end up with beyond meat. You know that piece of dog shit that's like whatever the fuck that is?
I hate
that shit is so stupid and has so much weird stuff in it that I didn't even bother to try it. Normally I experiment. I'm like, there's a few carcinogenic compounds. That's not so bad. Fuck it. Put it in here. See how good it tastes so you understand what's going on. I looked at that shit. I held it in my hand and I was like, fuck this, I'm not putting this in my body. And I've eaten a lot of weird shit. Again, this is the guy who ate fucking like 6 Big Macs, drank a 2-liter Coke, and ate a big bag of snacks all in one sitting. No fucking kidding. I actually did that shit.
That's terrible.
I did that on my 18th birthday. I felt real good and real bad all at the same time. Played a bunch of video games. Bro, straight fucking degenerate, man. It was great.
Mm-hmm.
I could eat, man. I could eat a shit ton of food. If I want to.
This is pure Coke.
No. How is it Coke?
So do you drink Coca-Cola or Diet Coke?
Coca-Cola.
Diet Coke is the worst thing ever invented.
I would say Diet Coke. Yeah, Diet Coke is worse than the normal Coke because it has the fucking like sweetener in there that's cancer causing.
Aspartame? Yeah. Is there any real evidence that it causes cancer, or is it just in rats? I read the study and it was like you have to need a really high amount of it, and it's only rats.
Well, define really high amounts because
I mean it's like pure aspartame too, not like the amount that we're drinking in Coca-Cola, so it's
not per sitting. No, not per sitting. It's you consume a large volume of it. That's the problem.
Yeah. Diet Coke is like the most addictive Coke as well. Have you seen whenever someone's addicted? It's a good thing I don't like Coke. Yeah, have you noticed that whenever someone's addicted to Coke, it's always Diet Coke? Yeah. Elon is. And so is Trump.
No. I mean, I really like Coke. I really fucking like that shit. It's very, very good. It's a very nice drink to have. It's a very nice drink to have.
You know what I prefer? Sarsaparilla. Sarsaparilla is so much better. So hard
what
to
about
get,
the people who like Dr. Pepper? I don't know, man. That shit tastes like medicine.
I used to
like ass.
I used to drink Dr. Pepper like it was water while I was in the Air Force, like the whole 7 years. I don't even know what the fuck was wrong.
Dr. Pepper.
Jesus fucking Christ. Oh.
Dr. Pepper. I love sarsaparilla. Give me A&W root beer. Like, okay, the thing about A&W root beer, though, is that you can only drink so much of it before it makes you feel sick. Like, you literally don't want any more of it after you drink, like, a certain amount. Because there's so much sugar in it, right? And, it's sarsaparilla root. Dr. Pepper tastes like what tuberculosis feels like.
What? Wait, what? No way, you just fucking said that shit.
What else am I gonna say? Has there ever been a statement more correct than that?
Wait, say that again, just because I'm not. Was I tripping? Say that again.
Dr. Pepper tastes like what tuberculosis feels like.
How would you
This
know?
one's in 1850s.
What the fuck? Yeah, that's the first question.
So I never tried the.
It's not the worst thing. Again, like earlier on, I basically said that the only reason why I enjoy Sprite is because it basically tastes like what window cleaner smells like.
Yes, yes.
It does.
Window cleaner actually, unironically, smells really good.
That's what I'm
Yes, I
saying,
love
man.
Yeah, but you don't want to drink it, though.
Shit's underrated.
You really
There's
don't want to drink
I
it.
think somebody who's a correctional officer once told us about this thing where basically people would be making this type of drink, and they'd use the they'd use the the prison sanitizer, a special liquid that doesn't actually kill you if you consume it, as flavoring.
Wow.
Yeah.
I've always compared the flavor of Fanta to be kind of like Lysol in a way.
It does taste like
I mean,
Lysol.
American Fanta is like literally fucking cancer juice. I mean, look at the color of that shit. It's insane. You go to
I
fucking
know,
Europe, for
Lysol tastes
instance,
like-
it's a totally different fucking color.
Really?
Yes. 100%. Yeah. In New York,
Here's
it's
the
like
thing.
yellow.
Here's the thing. Here's the
Have
thing.
you ever eaten KFC?
Oh,
Yes,
God.
I eat it sometimes.
I would
I eat it like
regret
once a week.
Have you
Once a week.
eaten KFC in the U.S.?
No. No.
It is the absolute most disgusting shit. On
Yeah,
they
no
make it
flavor.
completely different. They make it completely different.
I used to eat KFC once a week, right? And then I came to America. I went to KFC. I was like, why is this KFC so empty?
McDonald's.
Because where I was, KFC was always full. People loved KFC. It tasted great.
Yeah.
I get a bucket of KFC. I eat the first KFC. I have to spit that shit out, throw the entire bucket away.
Wow. That bad, huh?
Awful.
I also know
Worst
that
worst thing I've
they
ever
even
eaten.
changed they even changed McDonald's within the United States. And I can tell you this directly because I was just in Washington, D.C. I recently left and went to another state. I was ordering their hash browns all the time. And hash browns are literally like thinner in this state. And they taste completely different, 100% different. Like they're physically thinner and they taste different. So even within the United States, the fast food restaurants, they change the recipes a bit. But I do know that KFC in the United States is especially notorious for just being like insanely
Fat.
Let's just say Americanized.
Yeah. The KFC on the KFC in America is way worse. I actually really like what Chick-fil-A tastes like. Chick-fil-A is actually great. But I have to stop eating it because of the cereal bullshit. If they one day switch the proper oils and they switch their
They don't use seed oils.
Yes,
they use
they do.
peanut oil.
No, they
They use
seed.
peanut oil.
No, they don't.
They're literally known for this.
No,
They're known for using
It's peanut oil, isn't it?
No,
You sure?
Chick-fil-A, literally, the founder.
I'm literally 100%
No,
sure
they
about
use
this.
they use cereal.
100%
They
I
use
thought it was
cereal.
peanut oil too.
No, it's peanut oil. It's peanut oil. I googled it. It's on their website. They brag about it. It's peanut oil. Yeah, they use peanut oil only.
Hold on, no.
What's wrong with peanut oil?
No.
What's wrong with
Everything.
peanut oil?
What inside information do you have?
Hold on. Listen. One of the fucking family members literally said we've proudly all used, like, I think it was like they came out. I thought it was the same thing where they used peanut oil, and then they actually came out and they said that they use seed oils as well. So yes, Chick-fil-A uses seed oil.
You sure about that?
Yes,
Because like I'm looking at so many different websites and they're saying
Yes.
like the National Peanut Board, says that Chick-fil-A uses 100% refined peanut oil.
Mixture of soybean and peanut oils.
Ah, they mix it. Okay. Got it. Okay.
My whole world is
Soybean seed oil.
Soybean oil. Yes, soybean oil. This includes a barbecue sauce, honey mustard sauce, and ranch dressing.
I don't mind it.
According to research, the chain uses peanut oil for its to fry its foods. Peanut oil is high in unhealthy fats and has been linked to health problems like obesity.
Yeah, peanut oil, if I remember correctly, is ranked high up there with phenolic acid producing oils.
Anyway, anything other than beef tallow, it can fuck off. Anyway, if Chick-fil-A came out and they switched to beef tallow and they got rid of all
Wouldn't that be like anti-brand for them though? Because like they're all like eat more chicken with the cows. Like the cows would then be the food.
That's a good point.
Yeah. No, it doesn't matter because there's like a lot of times because beef.
It so matters, dude. Americans eat this shit up literally.
Yeah,
they love the adherence.
A lot of cows are killed for their meat, and the fucking beef tallow is just thrown away because there's not enough demand for it, right? So if you create a market for it, it's not going to waste.
They'll have to change the advertisements to like the two cows up on the billboard saying, "Make sure to not waste our dead friends."
Exactly. Exactly. But the point is, right, they switched that shit to beef tallow, and with the Chick-fil-A sauce, they get rid of the seed oils, and then boom, you've got the perfect restaurant, perfect fast food chain.
Yeah, it wouldn't taste like what it tastes like right now, though, you know?
You could make it taste...
Would it just be like Popeyes at that point?
No, Popeyes tastes ass. Popeyes is the worst thing I've ever eaten.
Wait, does Popeyes beef tallow? Why'd you make that link?
Does Bob?
No, I don't
think Popeyes uses tallow. Does Popeyes?
Who uses tallow for the fried chicken?
The only company I know that uses beef tallow is Buffalo Wild Wings. I
love Buffalo Wild Wings.
They're the only ones that use beef tallow to fry their chicken.
Cool.
Yeah.
I need to order some right now, as a matter of fact.
I think there's not that many Buffalo Wild Wings in Dubai, no?
No, there's this one right here by my... Okay, I won't dox myself.
I think...
Limit it down to like 10 locations.
Hold on. I think I know close to where you live. Because...
Oh, shit.
You already done it.
Oh my god, this guy's like, oh fuck.
I think I know where
Don't dox yourself, Ian.
I think I know where you're talking about.
Yeah. It's, let's just say there's a lot of restaurants, okay? A lot.
Okay, I think I know where you live. Okay, I got it.
Oh I mean, it's kind of a big enough area, and there's lots of people living here, so I'm like not too concerned, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Plus, you're in Dubai, so nothing.
I know. Yeah, it's like who's gonna come here?
Yeah, who's gonna come here and fucking say I'm gonna kill Ian?
Yeah.
They're gonna
literally have you
arrested.
arrested.
They're gonna get infinite years in jail.
Yeah.
100%. Yeah. Even the threat of it, right? Even the threat of it. If I knew someone's threatening me and they came here, 100%, I'd just call the police straight away. They'd just arrest them. No question.
The guy's
they
gonna
just
get
do it.
infinite years in jail. He's never coming out.
Yeah. Don't fucking try it, man. Like, don't fucking try that. Like, they do not fuck around with that shit here.
Yeah, exactly. Hold on, wait. Let me. Ian actually, you don't have to respond, but I'll send it to you anyway.
Okay.
Where I think you are.
Okay.
I want to know, Ian, if he got it right. Don't say where it was, but you can say if he got it right.
Yeah. I'll see if it's close or if that's where it is or whatever.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Waiting for it.
Right. Is it close to here?
Send it to me.
I will. Be patient.
Bro, I'm never getting on Ouda's bad side.
No,
Yeah,
basically. I lived in Dubai for a while, so I know it somewhat well.
Yeah. Oh my god, that's like so close.
Oh! Yes, I knew it.
Yeah.
I knew it.
Nice. Dude, the heavens, like the way he.
By the way,
it's like,
there's a very good restaurant I recommend visiting around here.
Okay.
Bro.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
It's like, oh wow, I figured out exactly where you live. By the way, go visit this restaurant. Hey, I figured out your address. Let me get you like an order or takeaway. Like, here's the dish I recommended to you. How did you figure that one out? Don't worry about it. Oh my god. It's like out is like secretly using his intelligence. It's like 1% of his power.
Yeah. No, but on a serious note, like I lived in Dubai for quite a while, so.
Yeah. Where do you live? Where do you live when you were living here?
I'm not gonna answer that because we still have a place there. But yeah, yeah. Haven't visited for a while, but we still have a place there.
You should come here. Come back here. We can meet. Be fun.
There's not related to you, but there's a reason I don't want to go there right now.
Really?
Not to do with the government. I didn't do anything to piss off the government.
Okay, I was curious. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, what would make you like not be welcome here? Because that's the only reason.
I can come in legally. There's no like government issues, but there's like just someone I don't want to meet there.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Would they know that you came here if you did come here?
Most likely, yeah.
Okay. Why, do you have a stalker?
A stalker that isolated themselves.
It'd be so unfortunate.
Yeah. But yeah, there's some good restaurants around there.
Great. I mean, that place in just general is just fucking phenomenal, okay? Like, it's just out of this world, yeah. It's good. It's a nice place.
You ever eaten at Seafire over at Leptis, Ian?
No, I've not.
I recommend it. I fucking love that place.
Okay, I'll check that out.
By the way, you shouldn't give information like that out loud, probably.
Yeah, probably not.
Yeah, touche.
Because I was able to figure it out. You know, not a good sign.
The way he just says, by the way, there's this really good restaurant. I swear to fuck. Yeah. That was like, wow.
That's bad.
At least not someone that's like actually dangerous. Maybe you should warn them. Like, I don't know what kind of. Maybe it's someone you should look out for too. It's that concerning that you won't like literally.
Yeah.
No, it's not. It's not someone that's gonna harm me in any way or something. It's just someone I don't want to deal with.
Okay. I'm gonna check out the Seafire Steakhouse, the one you mentioned. Yeah, I don't live anywhere near there, so
it's fantastic. Yeah, I got the Wagyu there, but yeah, whatever your fancy.
So Atlantis, yeah, nice.
By the way, I highly recommend. I'm gonna send you this link. I highly recommend this restaurant.
Okay.
This is probably.
Dude, I was gonna show up with a whole stack of food.
I know, right?
This is probably one of the best restaurants I've ever been to. Period.
All right. Oh, it looks really nice.
Yeah.
Dang. Yeah.
Especially like the food.
Yeah.
Yeah. This has been like I would say this is probably the best restaurant I've been to. That's not specifically a steakhouse. I really like steak, but yeah, this one's really good.
I like the steakhouse in the Dubai Mall. It's like Trove or something. Yeah, Trove. Yeah, great place.
I don't think that was around when I was there. I'm not sure.
Oh, it's great. It's got like this hookah bar there, and you just pay like I think 200 dirhams or something. Yeah, it's great.
Is the Virgin store still there?
Yes, it is. Yeah, it's very packed. Okay. Like, I mean, I go there every other day. Yeah, it's great. Okay. I do electronic shopping there.
All right.
I was happy to discover that they had a kosher restaurant done by Armani Koff there at the Burj. You don't find a lot of those, especially in a place like Dubai.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's there. Yeah. Also, what is it? Oliver. What's the guy's name? The British chef. Oliver. What's his fucking name?
Oliver Twist.
Oh, just no. It's like an Italian restaurant. Jamie Oliver. Jamie, yeah, it's called Jamie's Italian. Yeah, Jamie's Italian is fantastic. I recommend going there, like for their pasta. Terrific, just great, and their mashed potatoes are amazing. It's on the lower ground floor by the Tim Hortons.
Tim Hortons is the best. It's great.
Yeah, I had some last night. Yeah, I was there last night. I just had a bagel.
Yeah. Oh, nice. Which one?
The green bagel. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I go all out with my bagels. I go onion, and I get garlic cream cheese, and I just make sure I'm like the stinkiest, eater ever. And I just make sure it's so fucking good.
I just had sour cream on it. Nothing else. Yeah.
That's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Yeah, it's nice. Fantastic.
I have a feeling that 2025 is going to be so awesome.
Mm-hmm. Oh, if you ask Grok, what does 2025 look like? It just shows you Dubai.
Wow.
Yeah, it just shows you Dubai. It's got a Burj Khalifa and everything, and there's like a bunch of birds here on my balcony, and they are taking a shit. That's nice.
Nice.
Good luck, man.
Have you seen that video going around where a bunch of people decided, hey, as a prank, we're gonna like mix some laxative and some food and feed it to seagulls?
Yeah, I've seen that.
It's like this white shit that's raining from the sky like constantly over all these people. By the way, don't fucking do this. Don't fucking do this. It's just like everywhere. This video has been everywhere. It's like, what the fuck is this?
Cool. Never do that.
I have never thought of doing that. I've lived in like a place, by the way, where there were a shit ton of fucking seagulls, and occasionally people would try to chase these things away, and so they would set off, so the authorities there would set off a very loud bang, okay? And then all the seagulls would go, and because they are literally scared shitless, the shit would start raining from the sky. I'm not fucking kidding. They would literally start fucking taking off, and it's like a little bit of rain that comes down. I'm like, fuck this.
Nice.
However, to this day, not a single bird shit has hit me.
I had bird shit hit me in Italy. That was fun.
I touched it. I touched it because I was like I was going up a place, and then I like touched a rock, and I was like, what the fuck? Oh, yeah, this is the only time. I've had people literally stand next to me and get fucking shit on by a bird.
Nice.
Wow.
I was shat on by a bird in Rome. I was at a cafe outside of the.
By the way, I just posted. I haven't showered since last year.
Oh fuck off! It's like I should have posted something earlier saying, you should have taken a shit. You make sure to go to the toilet and take a shit before next year, so you don't take the same shit into this year.
Oh my!
Something like that.
That's gold. That's gold.
Yeah.
There's a nice Irish pub in Dubai.
Actually, how about this? I didn't shit because I ate so well that it's the good shit I want to bring into this year.
Yeah,
yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's gonna be insane.
Do you guys have Circle Cafe where you live? Do you guys have Circle Cafe where you live?
No.
I haven't. I don't even know what that is.
Okay, it must be
not a big word, anyways.
They have amazing breakfast, like amazing. Like every day, I just order.
Do they still have that insane milk with a shit ton of protein?
Yes, they do. Yeah, I haven't ordered that though. But, yeah, I should try it.
How the fuck do they do that?
I don't know.
What do you mean? How the fuck do you do that? Like, what's it made? Like, what does it taste like? So starting off, how does it taste like?
I haven't had it. Yeah, I haven't had it, so I don't know.
It just tastes like milk. I don't know.
Well, it's very simple. You take a bunch of milk, you take a bunch of ice, and a shit ton of protein powder, put that bitch in there, and start blending it.
No, it's just milk.
But I thought there was a shit ton of protein in it.
Yeah, it is, but it tastes like milk.
Okay, then you basically just blended up a bunch of protein, like protein powder. Get like the did it taste slightly vanilla-ish? A little bit.
Not really.
All right. Well, either way, you could just like blend the shit. How did you know it's full of protein, anyways? How did you verify that?
No, it says it on it.
It says it on it.
Yeah. So it says no added sugar, lactose free, right? And it's like this fucking tiny bottle. Yeah. Tiny bottle, protein, fresh milk. 64 grams of protein in 1 liter.
What the fuck?
Wow.
Yeah, that just sounds like a bunch of scoops. That sounds like a bunch of scoops of protein powder. You blend it up with something. Maybe even water. Probably blend it up with water would make sense. If it tasted just like milk, then I'm pretty sure they just took a bunch of protein powder and blended it with water. Wouldn't surprise me. I used to make these things, right? So what I'd do is I'd take a bunch of just like plain protein powder, and there's like vanilla flavor in it, and put it in like a blender with a little bit of ice and some bananas and a little bit of milk and cream, and put a little cocoa powder in there and blend that bitch. So fucking delicious as hell.
What are they feeding these cows?
Which one? Which ones? Is it a super jacked cow? Like, what are we looking at?
It's all the
artificial growth hormones. I don't know.
I'm gonna order
Send
a
it to me.
steak. Fuck it. I'm gonna order a steak right now. A breakfast steak.
I'm gonna have a shit ton of
Apparently
eggs
they
a
have
little
it. Yeah. Yeah. It's like, yeah, I want a steak. Fuck yeah.
You need steak and eggs?
Yeah, steak and eggs. Why the fuck not?
Yeah, I'm gonna do some egg maxing after this.
Delicious.
Chicken and waffles is usually the protein.
By the way,
breakfast I would just start with myself.
Did you see this meme?
Show it to me. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's funny as shit. Who posted that? Oh, I know who posted it. I can see it in the bottom there. Oh, that's funny.
Oh my god.
What?
Oh my god.
What
I
was
made
going
a
on?
joke of I haven't showered since last year. And
Are they harassing you by saying you're a stinky Indian?
Yes.
No fucking way.
You knew it.
No way, man. That's wild, man. That's absolutely wild.
You have to be like the fact that they don't even they haven't even got it. Fucking retards.
It says a lot more about them than it says about you.
Exactly.
What the fuck is up with Harry Sisson, man?
Trump and Elon at Mar-a-Lago tonight. Trump is sick of him. You can tell it in this video. Mike is breaking up.
Fuck off.
He sounds like a right winger.
Wow, that's a good one. That's wow.
Oh, did you see Joe Lonsdale's post earlier about about the word retarded? I'll read it out, okay? It's amazing. He said, he was responding to an article in The Atlantic about the word faggot, right? It's been tweeted a lot. And he responded, he said, if you call something retarded, you're saying it's dumb or low IQ in an anti-way, not a slur against actually mentally deficient people. Similarly, when we say legacy media are mostly retarded faggots, it's not any disrespect to my gay friends. Many of whom agree.
Have you seen the South Park episode where they get the word faggots changed?
Yes.
It's the one of the bikers, right?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
What they changed it to? I forget.
So basically, what happened is that there was these Harley bikers, and the kids were upset. So they wrote on the walls, "Go home, fags."
Oh my god.
Right. And then gay people saw it, and they were like, "Oh my god." And then there was like a whole thing going on with them trying to find out who wrote it. And they're like, "Who wrote this?" And then the kids are like, "We did." And then they're like, "Why would you write such a homophobic thing?" They're like, "What are you talking about? We didn't write anything homophobic." Right.
Yep.
And
They were
they're
talking about the bikers.
exactly.
It's a long.
And the bikers are being super annoying, right? Because like they are, like doing their Harley Davidson bullshit in the town, and then at the end, the gays come out and they're like, "Go home, fags."
Yeah.
Wow. They got the definition of the word fag changed in this. Actually, let me pull it up. It's because it's pretty funny.
It is. You should play the part where they're like explaining.
Yes, that's what I was thinking of.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking of. Hold on. All right.
Is anyone drinking?
Okay, found it.
Sweet.
That word just keeps changing its meaning. What you got to do with us, bro?
The fuck is this?
We are really trying to understand this. How is it that you boys think referring to gay people...
That's the Harley Riders.
They're making they're making all the fucking broom noises to the mouse.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
We are really trying to understand this. How is it that you boys think referring to gay people as fags in today's world is acceptable?
Because we're not referring to gay people. You can be gay and not be a fag. Yeah, a lot of fags aren't gay.
I happen to be gay, boys. Do you think I'm a fag?
Do you ride a big loud Harley and go up and down the streets ruining everyone's nice time?
No.
Then you're not a fag.
Oh my god.
So what if a guy is gay and rides a Harley?
Then he's a gay fag. I mean, is this really this? I don't know.
Oh, what the fuck?
All right, look, you're driving in your car, okay? And you're waiting to make a left at a traffic signal. The light turns yellow, should be your turn to go, but the traffic coming at you just keeps coming. And even when the light turns red, a guy in a BMW runs the red light so you can't make your left turn. What goes through your mind?
Fag.
Right. But you're not thinking, oh, he's a homosexual. You're thinking, oh, he's an inconsiderate douchebag like a Harley rider.
This is making insanely good sense to me.
What would you call a straight man who doesn't own a Harley but likes them and might buy one someday? You call him bike curious.
Bike?
People keep up with today's lingo at all?
I forgot about that one. That was the clever joke. Actually.
Bike curious.
That's great. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's this one.
God damn it, why is it every time I have a relaxing day, a bunch of assholes on their Harley motorcycles show up? God, shut up! Stop, stupid assholes!
Everybody check this out. Yeah, they work pretty cool. Woo, we were definitely turning some heads out there. Yeah, I was pulling back on that throttle, and everybody was like, what is that? For sure. Hey, nobody here is really paying attention to us. That's weird.
Oh my god.
I remember this stuff.
Yeah.
Next to him at the urinal.
Oh my god.
It's just
You guys know that everyone thinks you're total fags, right?
What did you say?
You know, when people like you drive down the streets with your unnecessarily loud motorcycles thinking you're all cool, everyone is actually laughing at you and calling you pathetic faggots. You do realize it, right?
Oh my god.
People are annoyed or intimidated by it. That's too bad for them. Yeah.
Nobody is intimidated, actually. Everyone realizes that people who are so needy for attention, they need to dress up and be as loud as possible, are you guys and 16-year-old girls. Just to let you know, you're fucking fags.
Oh my god.
I love
episode.
It's one of the best episodes.
It is. It is. I remember when PC Principle was a thing, right? When they first launched it, and it was like the start of the end of DEI. It was the start of the end of the woke
It
culture.
really was.
Because, it's like the first thing is like everybody's like, oh my god, they're making fun of the woke people. Holy shit, we can talk about this now.
That was so funny. And then Cartman tries to get him in trouble, and then he's like, "Did you just use male person, male? What was it? Male person, male man, male woman? So
pronouns.
Yeah. So Cartman was used the word mailman or something.
Yeah.
And then he was.
Oh yeah. Male person with mailman. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And then the PC principal was like, PC principal was pissed at him for using mailman, which wasn't gender inclusive.
Yep.
And then he's like, "Are you trying to undermine the representation?"
It moved the needle. It moved the needle, and then it became okay to joke about it. It became okay to make fun of this stuff because it was just out of control. I mean, this isn't Tumblr was a thing. It was all over colleges. It was getting into workplaces, and I mean, it's still there.
Yeah,
but like, it's the beginning of the end for them.
Okay, I found the clip. He goes to take a piss.
Oh, PC Principal, how are you today?
What are you doing in the faculty bathroom?
You know, I think you and I got off on the wrong foot the other day. By all means, please keep your dick out. You see, I'm not going to accept 4 days of detention, and you're going to apologize publicly for being so strict to me and my friends at school.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Just a request, that's all. See you around. Oh, you seem to have dropped something, PC Principal. What's this? Why, this is a little boy's underwear. Why, this is Butter's underwear.
What?
PC Principal, you have Butter's underwear, and now... Oh my gosh, it's got your DNA all over it.
Yeah, so while he was at the urinal, he put Butters on. Did this go down? No,
So,
I don't.
you know,
I don't know what it
there-
is about the Virgin store, but I went into the Virgin. I would go into the Virgin store and I would just buy from there because I don't know. It was just better. The experience was
it's a
good.
great experience.
It's a good experience.
Yep.
Yes.
I like shopping there, and also they have this they have points. I think they call it like circle points or something, the Virgin points, and you can actually get back a lot of the money. Like the rebate
Right.
is fantastic. So even though you end up paying like more upfront, say you end up like paying 10% more, you make up for it by buying more stuff there.
Okay.
So yeah, you get a repeat customer.
Good. Okay.
And the warranty is also really good. Yeah, you can extend it like 2-3 years. Yeah.
That's good.
But I don't want any Virgin points, so I can't shop there. What the fuck?
Oh yeah, moving to Dubai is also extremely easy.
Yep.
I don't know what the
It is.
I don't know what the requirements are now. But back then you could just start a business and with
You can still do that.
with the business you could just bring yourself in.
Yeah, because I
And-
do the music thing, so I'm thinking like that would be the place.
Yeah.
Think about that.
You can start like a business in a free zone. Yeah, and if I remember correctly, as long as your main source of income from that is not from the mainland, if it's like from outside of the UAE, then you don't have to pay any taxes whatsoever.
Correct.
Yeah, because like I get music royalties, so I don't know how that would work, but yeah, Dubai's looking good, man.
Yep. There's lots of specialty shops here too. Like, let's say you want Herman Miller, for example, right? There is a dedicated Herman Miller store like a showroom that you can visit, which is great because sometimes you want some really nice furniture, and all the brands are here. So you don't have to go through like Crate and Barrel for everything, right? You can literally go to like the specific brand that you want. And Herman Miller chairs, if you want like a computer chair, that's where you go. Speaking of someone who owns a Herman Miller, several.
Yeah, it's Dubai is a very nice place.
How long were you out there, Ada? If you
Me?
don't want to say.
Me, actually, I don't think I can give that information.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you know it well enough. Put it that way.
Yeah, I know it well enough.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get at.
That's how I got Ian's location. Yeah. So,
well, if it's cheaper than New York, then it's pretty much.
It is. Everywhere on Earth is cheaper than New York, except maybe some parts of the Caribbean.
Yeah, well, maybe parts of California too.
No, I don't think there's any part of California that's more expensive than New York.
Not even like Beverly Hills.
Beverly Hills is more of like that's kind of like a
thing, or
I wouldn't say that's the same thing. It's more like saying Fifth Avenue, right?
Yeah.
Right. It's not a fair comparison.
I mean, it's still a place, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
no one moves to Beverly Hills, right? Like it's not like like this massive place where it's like
well,
this massive city.
It kind of is. It's not a massive city, but it is its own area. With like a lot of
The
shopping
suburb,
and
kind of.
shopping.
This guy's some mayor and shit. Yeah.
Hey, Adrian, Elon just shared the highlight with my song in it again on his page just now.
Oh, sick.
Oh shit!
Congrats.
Let's fucking go, man.
Congrats.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
I have to get used to this Kekius Maximus stuff.
Yeah.
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 Like he'll reply to me, I'll see Kekius Maximus, I won't even realize it, and then 30 minutes later, it's like, oh yeah, it's Elon. Oops.
It's like, dude, it was so funny because I replied the other day, right? And then all of a sudden, so I just replied, did my thing, And then I was like, wait a minute, what the fuck? What is this? Did I just reply to the wrong guy? No, wait. Oh, what the fuck is that? I was so fucking confused because like instantly everything changed. Like, what the fuck is this? This kid can't be the wrong guy. And it's just like, heck, here's Maximus. And I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I would say, like, like to give you a comparison, like the minimum you need to live on in New York and Singapore are about the same, like absolute minimum, right? But the quality of life is like significantly better. So to have like the same quality of life in both cities, let's say you're making like 10 grand a month in Singapore, it's probably like closer to 25K that you need to make in New York to have the same quality of life as Singapore.
The one thing I will mention about rent, right? So let's say you decide not to buy a house in Dubai yet or anything. So if you were to move to Singapore, you can pay rent on a monthly basis. You pay like a deposit fee for like the first month, and then everything else you just pay on a monthly basis. That's how Singapore operates. If you go to Dubai, you have to put in advance half a year, right? You better get half a year, and then you basically designate how long you want to stay there. So you can get a better rate if you do like a whole year or maybe a year and a half. Like, so the idea is that you buy a property, right? You get something that is still being built, okay? You buy that, and then in the meantime, you live in a rental place where you pay for like basically like a year's rent. And so by the time you're done with that, you can move into the new place. And they're all fully furnished as well. Like there's like every single development that's going on right now in Dubai. If you buy it, right, like it will be fully furnished. So you don't have to worry about furniture and all that crap.
You also make a very good return on investment if you have a
Correct.
house. If you're renting it out, right, you're getting like 8 to 12% per year just off of rent. But
that's right.
But I heard there's some issues with like trying to buy on the islands though that they made because the repairs they're trying to do underneath that. Is that true?
You wouldn't really be going for the islands.
Yeah, you want to be on the mainland.
Exactly. With the rent, right? So if you get like an apartment, for example, if you get an apartment, whatever you spent on it, a rough estimate is that you can get 12% of the money you put in as rent for that house, for that apartment.
Yep.
But keep in mind that if you're getting an apartment, the value of that apartment is also going down, right? So it's not just like a massive cash flow.
Isn't it also true that like a massive amount of Dubai's actual like tax income or like state revenue comes from tourism? Like, isn't that a huge part of it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Tourism and transportation.
Hotels are like 10-20%, I think, tax rates.
Well, one of the crazy things I remember is the license plates. If it's 3 digits or less, they're auctioning it off.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, for millions of dollars.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
a single digit thing goes out as high. I think the highest they sold was about 15 million dirham. Yeah.
Damn. It's crazy to think that that's like a thing. Like people are going up to the stoplight like, I got the nicest Bugatti, but you know that guy's
which is
got
roughly
the license plate.
4 point something million. But I think it should be more, right? I think
it's probably more at this point. Yeah.
Yeah.
So here's the thing about buying it off plan. Off plan means that it's still being built, right? You can count on it being done within about a year and a half. The earlier you get into it, the better. By the time you pay like your second installment of it, because they usually do it in installments. So you pay every 4 months or so, right? This is how they do it, every 4 months. And then when it's done, you pay another installment, and then the rest you can settle within about 3 years. That's usually the normal plan. By the time you pay like the second or third installment.
I forgot the construction company. It's Damak, right? Or something.
Damak is one of them, yeah. So by the time you pay your third installment, you can actually sell it. You can put it on the market. And by then, you can earn about 10% profit. So it's actually pretty good to buy off-plan properties because like I bought my house, right? I bought my apartment. And within 2 weeks of me buying it, it actually went up by 10%. So I've already made a 10% profit on it. Crazy.
Yeah. So, but yeah, if you buy like real estate in Dubai, you can make like 8 to 12% of whatever you pay just in rent every year.
Mm-hmm. There's lots of properties. There's like these designer properties that are coming up where they have like a Italian brand, like I forget the guy's name, but it's like one of those fuck. One of those fashion houses, okay? I can't remember the guy's name. He's building a whole series of condominiums, and every single piece of furniture in there, whether it's the interior, like the decorations, the cupboards, the colors of the chairs or whatever the materials, that's all designed by that fashion designer. So you can get some really nice houses that way. Like Natuzzi, right? Natuzzi is an Italian furniture brand, and they are building or co-building a tower right now. And it's 2-bedroom apartments, 3-bedroom apartments, and they're basically doing all of the interiors. So by the time you get it, it's going to be fucking fantastic. It's all the furniture is designed by them.
If Bang and Olufsen or someone like that did stuff like that, it bought a property and just made it for audiophiles, I would do that.
Oh God, yes. I mean, Bang & Olufsen's here, right? It's pretty active here. Yeah. So I have some Bang & Olufsen stuff, and if you go there, you can actually tell them to set up your house to look like that. Yeah, to be like fully Bang & Olufsen.
Whenever I talk about Dubai to anyone, like they're always like, oh yeah, it's that place that all these social media people are going to now. And when I say like I've been there before, they're like, oh yeah, you probably went there because of like the fucking brainwashing. I'm like, I was living there before like like people even knew Dubai was a place. Back when nobody knew Dubai even existed, I was there.
I remember knowing about Dubai as a
there.
kid just because of the island. I remember seeing the Palm Island development and like the videos showing what it would look like once they finished it, and I was like, oh my God, I want to see that when I grow up.
Yeah, same.
There's been a lot of propaganda against Dubai as well.
Yeah.
Notably by the Qataris. Yeah, they're like, oh, they use slave labor. It's like, actually, they don't. They don't use slave labor. That's nonsense.
The
I think
Qataris are some interesting folks.
I think a lot of Western people are also coping hard.
Yep, they are.
They're coping.
There's a lot of Russians here, by the way.
Yeah.
Like there's one.
Yeah.
There's like one part of Dubai is just nothing but Russians.
Heard,
Russian restaurants, Russian stores, and everything.
I've heard after the Ukraine war, especially.
Yeah, they invested $24 billion. $24 billion. Yeah, Russian money.
But to the point that you were just making, Ian, that you won't hear about Dubai a lot over here in America, I think for that reason, that the fact that the people don't want to face the fact that there's a place that was able to somehow create a more efficient and cleaner sort of city than you see anywhere over here.
Yeah. It's multicultural too. A lot of Indians.
Multicultural, safe, clean, efficient. Yeah.
Yep. It's a lot of families too. Like I was just walking around last night, right? Because of all the nice fireworks and stuff. Nothing but families. This is a family outing. Everybody was out there, bringing their kids, and they had multiple kids. Like you had Russian families, you had Western European families, you got a lot of Indian families, Arab families. It was just fantastic. It was like awesome. It was like, my God, I just took a moment just standing there while the fireworks are going off and thinking, this is fucking beautiful. This is what the world should be like.
Yeah,
why can't we make it like this?
The only reason I started hearing about it is because a lot of artists move out there too.
Yep. Oh yeah. Some great DJs last night too. Yeah.
The first time I ever visited Dubai, I think the Burj Khalifa wasn't even finished.
Wow, that's a long time ago.
Damn, dude.
Maybe it wasn't a Burj Khalifa. What's the one? Hold on, wait. Let me double check.
Are you thinking about one of the hotels, or?
Yes, one of the hotels. Yeah, no, way before the Burj Khalifa. Yeah, no.
Wow.
The first time I was there was way before the Burj Khalifa.
There's this one nice place they just built. It's called The Walk, and it's this whole outdoor, like mall, right? It's an outdoor mall.
You know the two hotels that are right next to each other that share like a beach thing, water park.
Oh, fucking
water park.
Near Atlantis.
No, Atlantis is separate. Not exactly.
It's near there, right? Though it's the north of Atlantis, or am I thinking wrong?
I don't remember exactly where Atlantis was. I only went to Atlantis once.
Okay.
I only went to Atlantis once. So, it's like those two hotels that are very famous, right next to each other, and they share like a water park.
Oh, fuck! I know what you're talking about.
Very famous.
Yeah.
Very, very famous.
Yeah. I can't think of the name of it though right now. Let me look this up.
The Westin Dubai Mina Seyahi Beach Resort and Marina?
No.
In the Meridian?
The one that the UAE government themselves built.
Well, because they share, according to Grok, they share the access to the Jungle Bay Water Park. These two, the Westin and the Meridian.
No, that's not the one I'm talking about.
No, not the one? Okay. Those hash browns are amazing, by the way. Just saying.
Hold on, God. I'm looking it up now.
I hope they're not fried in fucking seed oils, my man.
I don't think they are. Doesn't taste like it.
Alda, is it the Jumeirah?
It might be.
That's the one I was thinking of as soon as I saw that name. I'm like,
Burj Al Arab.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Burj Al Arab. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, so the Burj Al Arab and I think the Jumeirah. Yes.
Yeah.
Burj Al Arab and Jumeirah are right next to each other, and they have like a water park that they both share.
I rather like the JW Marriott.
So I was there in, I think, Burj Al Arab. I was a very young child when they were still working on Jumeirah, if I remember correctly.
That's a ways back.
If I remember correctly. Jumeirah Hotel. Let me double check though, so I'm not talking out of my ass. Let me check when they were finished.
Adrian, this might be a little urgent. Do you think you can check your DM?
Sure.
What could be more urgent than talking about Dubai?
Wait, what?
There are live pictures.
Oh shit!
There are live pictures of Elon at Mar-a-Lago right now as Adrian is hosting the space.
Exactly.
Suraj, can you send that to me as well?
Yep.
What is it? Could you give me like an example of what that looks like?
Like a screenshot?
Yeah.
Is it?
By the way, do we?
Can I send it to Outa instead, because I'm connected with Outa on Signal and I don't know XDMs.
Oh yeah, 100% do it. Yeah, 100%.
Okay.
And then you can send it to me because I don't have to look at it. Maybe I know what you're talking about.
Okay.
Yeah, if it's real or no.
Yeah. Because XDMs are not encrypted, right? That's why.
No, never mind. I'm talking out of my ass. I explicitly remember going there when something was being built. I don't remember. Anyway, I was there before. Burj. Not Burj Al Arab. The tallest. The tallest building in the world. Yeah.
You know the amount of money that they spent in the Kamala Harris campaign? You could build a Burj Dubai.
What?
Yeah.
What a fucking day.
Okay, so I was there before. I was there before Ski Dubai, at least.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
If people are not familiar with what that is, it's basically an indoor ski place with like snow and stuff.
Before Atlantis, before Dubai Mall, before Burj Khalifa. Yeah, I was there pretty early.
Yeah. We're getting flying taxis in 2026. Do you see that?
Wait, what?
We're getting flying taxis in 2026.
No way.
Oh yeah, no, it's a thing. They just launched it. Yeah.
So okay, define what a flying taxi is going to look like and where it's going to drop you off. Because if it's going to fly around in the city, it's going to fuck with the buildings.
No, it's like they use quadcopters. You know, like it's like a giant drone. Yeah, it's a thing.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like if you were to fly that around inside of a city, like close to the buildings, that might fuck with them a little bit. And it would create an insane amount of not just wind, depending on how much traffic there is, but also noise.
Okay, so Adrian, who do we know at XAI that I can send this to?
I might know someone. I haven't really talked to them before. I was like,
I don't think it's necessary. From what I can see, it's not necessarily.
Just send it to me. I'll look at it and see if it's a thing that
it's not necessarily.
You need to worry about.
Not necessarily. It's not.
Yeah, let me see.
It's not
I know what it
necessarily a
is.
security issue, but it's something that shouldn't be happening.
Show it to me.
Yeah. Yeah. Hold on. Sure. Can you send it to me as like an actual pic, like
Yep.
like yeah. Okay, there we go.
Let's have a look.
All right.
How the fuck did you do that?
Okay, can you share your like prompts with me as well?
Yeah.
Like just the link. Just send me the link to the Grok messages thing. And
I've seen this before, by the way.
Yeah.
What's it doing exactly?
Probably better to not say publicly.
Yeah.
Send it to me in private. Yeah, just send it to me in private.
I'm not sure if I should send it on X because you're on X. Do you have a Signal by any chance?
I do have Signal. Yeah,
right.
I do. Yeah, I'll send you my.
Alright. Send me your Signal details.
Sure.
You should have like a group chat, like a Signal group chat for people that are like frequently on this space.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, well.
I mean, I can try a little harder, but I don't know if Grok will block me or something.
No, if you're doing it in good faith, I don't think they will block you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do they not have like a way to reach out to someone via the site? There must be like an official way to report bugs.
Yeah. Well, actually, I do have a direct contact with those guys, so you can pass it over to me. Yeah, I'll send you my Signal details.
Okay, that's your number.
Yeah.
Make sure to give our friend here credit, eh?
Yep, I will.
Yeah, if there's
bug discovery is big.
If there's a cash prize, give it to him.
Yes.
That's a UAE number, right?
No, it's not. It's not. It's my other phone. It's like a special phone just for this.
Oh no, I mean like which country is it from?
Oh, there's not UAE number. No.
Signal doesn't recognize which country it is.
Mm-hmm. It's not UAE, no.
Oh, okay. I see. All right.
Yeah.
All right. I think I'm gonna send you a message.
Okay. So, yeah, I got it.
Got it?
I received it.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So it looks like this. It shouldn't be doing that. It can lead to some issues.
Let's see.
Hey guys, can I just chime in for one moment about what?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the chat there.
Yeah. Holy shit, man. Okay. Yeah, I got it.
I actually know this. I've seen this before.
Yeah.
I thought they'd added a patch. I'd need to see what the prompt is actually, because that doesn't make any sense.
Did I send you the prompt?
No.
Oh, okay, I'll send it to you now.
Yeah, I was working on a blog piece, so I wanted to try on, different stuff.
Okay. We can stick to,
Wait, it was that easy? Oh fuck.
We can stick
No way.
We can stick to Signal until Simple X becomes somewhat better. At least.
Yeah. Actually, Aldo, you create a group chat and add us all into the same thing, because
okay. Who do I add?
Me, you two, if Blaze is on there.
I don't.
Yeah, I'll make it.
All
I'll make one.
right.
I didn't make one yet.
All right.
Anyone's like really core.
Can I join?
It depends. Well, it's like going to be a different.
I'm IT support.
Oh my god.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Come again.
Oh man. All right, I made the X group.
Got it. Yeah,
nice.
Got it.
There you go. What the fuck type of emoji is that in? What the Oh my god.
Nice. Fantastic.
Right.
Yeah. I was listening to clips from that one space that was on earlier, where all the racists were talking. And they were like so angry and bitter, and some of them were crying, literally crying, okay? And I was like, that's hilarious. And they were talking about this space. They're like, Mouse Chong, and they mispronounced my name. Mouse Chong spending all his time in this space with Elon.
Wow.
And there's these people that are like, you're dick riding Elon. You don't have friends you defend? What the fuck?
Yeah, seriously, what the fuck? I always defend my friends.
She's still on Elon. Like, she's still attacking him, still going off on him.
Oh yeah.
Jesus.
Oh yeah.
Crazy man.
So
Doesn't
who
learn
is?
anything.
Laura
Laura.
Yeah.
Lunatic.
She even made up this thing about how Elon is actually
who's
compromised.
Wait, hold up. Who is?
Laura Loomer.
Oh my god.
Yeah, she's like, he's compromised. He met with the Iranians. We need to investigate him.
I'm pretty sure Trump had him do that.
Yeah, because Trump can't meet him. Trump can't meet them, right? Because he's not president yet. He would actually get impeached if he fucking met with the Iranians before he's president.
Fucking process over again.
Yeah.
Exactly. So he can't do that. He has to send in a delegate, so a third party. It's the only way.
Yeah.
And that's that's how it works. That's how every fucking president does it. No, he needs to be investigated. Okay, so you want to get Trump in trouble? Jesus.
Hey, do you like this? Do you like this slash the slash poll thing I put there?
Yeah, actually, I think that is actually true.
I mean, look at it. Makes sense.
Yeah.
I have a lot of fucked up memes.
I created a company called Meme Crusade. It's a bit old, a bit dated. We had a whole app. We just literally like made like hardcore memes, and it was just like fun, man. Surprised Apple let us through, and then they fucking brought the hammer. It's pretty epic.
Were your memes too spicy? Did you just say something like "We take Constantinople, Deus Vult" or something?
Oh man, it's open source, and people just went wild with it. And it was just
Wow.
it was supposed to be an old version of like what's it called, 9gag or whatever it is called.
Yeah, 9gag. Yeah.
Yeah, it's an old version, and we just let people do what they want. And honestly, it was like worse than 4chan. It was just like it was so crazy. My masters were like, "Bro, we can't do this anymore." And I'm just like, "Oh, okay."
All right, guys, this is gonna be a crazy opinion, but like. But like the fucking like Asians, the Asians.
Okay. Yeah.
Is that where you're ending your sentence?
Going somewhere? Going somewhere with this? Fucking Asians?
Yeah, the fucking Asians have really fucked up rice.
What are you talking about?
The rice.
Oh my god, you just like pissed off an entire like subcontinent.
The Asians.
And there's so many different kinds of rice, man. There's like jasmine rice, there's glutinous rice, there's brown rice.
The way the Middle Eastern people cook their rice and the way that the Asians cook their rice is different, right?
Yeah.
The Asian rice is like the sticky thing. It barely has any flavor.
Yeah, it's glutinous rice.
Right. And then the rice you eat in the Middle East like actually has flavor. It actually tastes good. You want to eat more. It adds to the food. And
100% rich.
Yeah.
And then
it's rich.
And the fucking Asian rice is literally the biggest slop ever.
Well, it depends on how you cook it, you know.
No, it always.
Well, they usually cook it. They usually cook it so that it kind of like lumps up together like a fucking brick.
Yeah,
exactly.
Well, it does if you don't make it properly, though.
No, it makes.
You got to know how to make it.
No,
don't make
they
it
want to make it sticky. That's the problem. And you know, it's interesting.
I don't like
if
making it
gets on
sticky.
anything and it dries, it turns into fucking rock.
Yeah, and it doesn't have any flavor.
Oh yeah, it does.
It doesn't have any flavor.
It has no flavor, no.
It's the most annoying thing to clean off of a dish is when they like keep the rice in there and then it dries on.
Yeah.
It's like fucking cement.
Basically, yeah, it dries.
No
on.
exaggeration.
It's glue.
Shit, like keeps to
It's
scrape it
literally
off
glue,
the fucking
right?
bowl.
It's all gluten. The whole thing is just gluten, so it turns into that.
Asians have the worst rice. There, I said it.
I like Indian rice.
God.
Jasmine rice, fantastic.
Yeah, that's just really good. I love it too. You know, like that, it's like very long and somewhat thin, and it's like got a lot of flavor in it. I fucking love that shit.
Yeah,
it's
like dry-ish, right? It's dry-ish. It doesn't stick to the fucking plate.
Yeah, and the fucking flavor is so nutty, man. I like keep eating a shit ton of it. It's great.
I know, I love it. I love basmati rice. Oh my god, basmati rice is so good.
Yes.
It's the absolute best. Yeah.
Thai rice is jasmine rice, and that's not bad. It's also pretty good. But you know, the Chinese rice is just glutinous rice, and it just clumps up.
Yeah,
it just fucking clumps up.
The Chinese, the Korean, the Japanese, their rice sucks ass.
Yeah. Really? You can't say that. You cannot say that.
Oh my god, careful, you're gonna incite the fucking white supremacist Koreans. Just kidding.
You notice there's no white supremacist Japanese or white supremacist Chinese. It's just white supremacist Koreans. What's up with that? Like on X anyway. On X, there's always white supremacist Koreans, and they're all incels for some reason. Like they're not with anybody, right? They're always complaining about women.
What do you think? It's like South Korea is literally incels versus feminists.
True. Yeah.
Hold on. I'm gonna send you a post into the group that's related to this.
All right.
Oh wow. Yeah, it's true.
I would say that is very accurate.
Yeah.
Very accurate.
Yeah.
That shit is very accurate, man. It's fucking Korean males.
What about this?
That's Hunter Biden, okay? That's Hunter Biden if he was a beast.
By the way, I have never ever been rejected from like a single country I've gone to in my life, right?
Same.
Yeah. And then I show up to South Korea, but for some reason they decide not to let me in. I'm like, what the fuck?
Why?
I don't know.
What the fuck?
Yeah, exactly.
Did they give you a reason?
No. They just said
weird.
Yeah. They didn't let
That's
me
very
in. I'm
weird.
like, you know, I've been to like over like 100 countries, right? Like none of these countries reject the U.S. Right, with the fucking dog shit they do, with like the background research they do on you. Just to give you a fucking visa. The USA would let me in. Right? Switzerland would let me in. UAE would let me in. Who the fuck are you to think like I have like some sort of problem that you can let me in? Anyway, so dumb. Anyway, anything I own, I never buy Korean again.
Wow, he's like grudge now.
Yeah, I'm not buying.
So what about memory though? I mean, they make all the fucking memory in the world.
And I was like,
yeah.
permanently fucked.
I guess for TVs, you have options. Right, you've got the Chinese with Hisense, and you've got Japanese with Sony.
To be honest, it's still like Koreans are still the best with that. But anything like Korean, like as soon as that happened, I already knew that Korea was cooked. I knew Korea was cooked. That was.
I like Sony for TVs because they make the chips. They make really good chips. Compared to Samsung chips, I mean, for TV, in my experience, I prefer Bravia. What they put in the Bravia is fucking great.
They're all fucking like spying on you. New TVs.
I don't think Sony's doing that.
I don't know, man.
But Sony is not like they don't have the spying functions, from my understanding. I know LG does. And Samsung has fucking ads on it, which is really, really bad.
So, I mean, someone who has kind of studied these IoT TVs, they have really, really terrible security, especially the firmware is outdated most of the times.
Yeah.
The OS is also outdated.
Ironically enough, here's the thing, I'll say this. Ironically enough, most smart technology is absolutely fucking retarded.
Yes.
That's it.
Stupid. Yeah.
Yes.
Why do we need smart washing machine? I don't know. And
why does my fucking washing machine have to upload 100 gigabyte of data? Like, I'm sorry, is it playing Warzone or mine?
By the way, I was
by the way, look, compression.
I was gonna
having Wi-Fi.
By the way, while I was in South Korea, I was gonna spend a shit ton of money while I was there. Right, so they lost out a lot of money.
Yeah. I have a smart washing machine. I've never once connected it to the internet. I don't need to. That was the point.
Why the fuck should my washing machine be connected to the internet?
Exactly.
Yeah. It's like, you can download new patterns. Like you can make it so it does a heat cycle longer. It's like, why would I need to do that? That is so pointless.
So you can watch YouTube videos on like a 4-inch screen.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, it's going to alert you. It's going to alert you when the washing is done. It's like, what my brain is too stupid that I need a fucking alert for it? Come on.
You know,
so silly.
You know, the problem is, I'm not even pissed at the fact that they didn't let me in. I'm pissed at the fact that now whenever like I go to another country, I have to fill out those forms. It's like, have you ever been rejected for a visa? Have you ever been rejected from a country?
Oh, yeah.
That's what I'm pissed at.
Shit.
Now I'm going to have to answer yes because of fucking South Korea. Those pieces of shit. Holy shit. Now they're going to look at.
Could you just lie and say no?
Why was this guy denied from South Korea? No fucking reason. They denied me for no reason. And now, for the rest of human time, I'm going to have to say yes. I've been rejected from the great nation of South Korea with a 0.7 birth rate.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
Wow.
I'm looking at that meme. That's Long and Luma, by the way, that meme. We just posted.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god. Wow.
Yeah.
What else do we have?
Steak for breakfast is delicious. Would recommend.
May I have some oats, brother?
Me after seeing one of the most terrifying monsters ever in a horror film and hearing the bro say, okay, hear me out on this.
Don't worry, I'll hold it back. Oh, dude, this is so fucking true. This one right there.
Yeah.
Peer-to-peer cash, huh?
Yeah.
ETF, please. Oh my god.
JP Morgan.
JP Morgan. Oh. I still remember like people fucking shilling the ETF. I'm like, this is the most anti-Bitcoin dog shit that I've heard. Like, what is this?
Yeah, you might as well ask the CBDCs at that point.
Exactly. Like, what the fuck is this?
People just want their banks to go up.
Mm-hmm.
They don't get it, man. Like, they don't understand the principles of Bitcoin. And it's supposed to be anti all of this.
That's why you go for Monero. Monero is the real Bitcoin.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
what about this?
Look, man, I'm just trying to get hooked to a coin.
Oh, fuck off.
Oh my god.
Also, only God can judge me. You know that fucking tagline.
Oh, yeah.
Only God can judge me.
Yeah.
It's like you know she's like the biggest slut. You know.
Yeah, exactly.
And there's like 5 kids
Exactly.
from like 8 different baby daddies. You know.
Actually, I'm gonna write a joke for you. Do not read this out loud.
Okay.
So just saying, I mean, the current implementation of Monero is on ring signatures and they only have like limited anonymity pools. So, I mean, until the FCMP implementation, I don't think it's as good right now, but it is still great. I mean, I'm not complaining, but the chain analysis is still possible. And that's how...
very unlikely. Very unlikely if you do it correctly. Anyway.
Oh my god, that fucking shit. I know this one.
I read this now. Oh my god. Yeah, definitely not reading that one out loud. But yes. Oh boy.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's so problematic, man. It's so problematic.
Yeah.
Oh, you know this Groypers who got banned, by the way?
Mm-hmm.
Did you guys talk about this yet?
Yeah.
So, the real story is that they were actually threatening to rape PDB's child.
Oh, God.
And they were, like, spreading, like, images of, like, they photoshopped images of the child, right, into, like, drawings of, like, a frog raping her.
Why were they doing it?
To harass him, because he called them out. And then they found a picture of him and his child, and they were like, yeah, let's just do this thing. And then he called them out, and it's like, guys, I'm going to get you guys arrested. This is, like, illegal, right? Because some of them are in Canada. And they just kept doing it. And so I guess he escalated it, and now it's like a legal issue. It's like a law enforcement issue. I think 3 of them are probably going to get arrested for this. And X is obviously involved in this because, they were all taken down, right? Every single one of their accounts. Yeah. And now they're acting like it was about the H-1B thing. Actually, it's got nothing to do with that. The timing was just weird.
Yeah.
Yeah. So now you know. This is the problem, and then you have like these fucking influencers, who don't know what the story, or maybe they're just being disingenuous, saying, "Oh, this censorship. Elon needs to answer to this. Like he needs to address this. He needs to unblock, unban these guys. Like this is not free speech." And then you had like, I think Sam Hyde put out a video or something. I didn't watch it, but like they were all like promoting it, saying, "You need to unban all these people." Like, no, of course not. I mean, what they did was like fucking illegal. So no.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's just bullshit, man. Like, they know better. They know the story. They know what was happening. They're all mutuals with PD, so they would know, right? They can't fucking hide behind, I had no idea. That's a lie.
Shows you the lengths certain people will go to, though, just for ideological reasons. I mean, nothing matters to them. It's just.
But yeah, so like what I sent in chat, RI is like EQ, but the other way around. There you go. I have like this ability to. I have this that laugh, the evil laugh. It's not even evil, it's just that, like that. It sounds so giddy, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I have three states: monkey laugh, normal laugh, and
Evil laugh.
that.
I have this one laugh, like it was like pure falsetto, and like I don't even sound like myself.
By the way, this is only an issue if you do a second transaction immediately after your first one.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if you're not a retard, this won't be an issue.
I mean, not many people know about that.
That is insane.
But what he's talking.
Holy shit! Did you see ABC brought on Gorlock the Destroyer?
No way, bro.
Yeah.
Gorlock the Destroyer.
What the fuck? We're in a situation.
Is that weird trans influencer who's like morbidly obese? Yeah.
We all do Gorlock the Destroyer.
Whatever.
It's a meme. Yeah.
Yeah. They had him presenting the New Year's Eve thing.
Nice.
Oh, Christ. Just the absolute state of culture, man. Like, what the fuck?
I think this is the only person that the internet at the time united around calling Gorlock the Destroyer, just for no reason. Like, you just looked at it, and it's this name, and everybody's like, yep, I can agree with that. It's insane.
Yep.
And they
layered the Boba Fett over her voice. I swear that took me out.
Wasn't it?
Or the Optimus Prime thing. My name is Optimus Prime. We are a race of beasts from the planet Cybertron.
Wasn't Gorlock the Destroyer a man?
That's what Ian said.
Oh,
yes.
Yeah, it's a Hispanic dude. Yeah, it's a Hispanic dude. I've seen his class photo and stuff. Yeah, his original name there and stuff.
When you said I saw his, I thought you were going to say something else there, but sure.
Oh God, no.
That is horrible.
They have him explaining the terms demure and brat to the audience. Oh Christ! Come on.
Shit. I'm not going to bother explaining it because I want those two things to die, and quickly.
Seriously. There's two things that destroyed her campaign besides Kamala herself.
Yeah, that is ironic. They thought it was a great play, but then it's like, you just took the... We're definitely going to get the Gen Z vote, but they didn't understand that probably trying to do this in the way that they did was maximizing cringe, which was more so an insult to those people than anything else.
I don't know. It worked. It worked for women.
Look,
doesn't matter.
It's like when...
The
it's like when a
level of
boomer
cringe
tries
that
to
this
use brain
generated
rot.
could power New York City for the next 100 years if you could turn it into energy.
That's so Ohio, guys. Skibbity. That's so skibbity.
That's,
It's
so skibbity. It's so bad. I fucking hate that shit.
It's brain rot. It's just
absolute
and
brain
no
rot.
one in
The
Gen
best
Z
brain
actually
rot that
uses
came out
that.
in 2024 was two things. the end of 2024, the locked-in alien came around, and the spinning cat. Remember the spinning cat?
Yeah, I like spinning cat. Yeah, funny.
This fucking shit
Also,
that they
the one
placed the
Instagram
cats
account.
and then the cats got fucked up somehow. Yep.
Yeah.
They played
Also,
the
that
shit
one
in front of the
Instagram
screen, and then the cats
account.
started tweaking. Fucking crazy, man.
I love this one Instagram account that I follow. I forget the name of it, but they make the CGI generated brain rot, and they do like comic sketches over it, but they all speak in brain rot. And there's one that's like really popular on X where it's a woman, she's on a date and just can't stop talking, and her entire vocabulary is just brain rot, and the guy just stabs himself in the chest.
Blaze, I just sent you a message.
That was brilliant.
Oh, okay, perfect. Hey, a little off topic, but Linda Yaccarino posted about the X money thing. What is that? Like, what's going on with that?
Yeah, it's going to be the future of X
Payment
payments.
system. Yeah. You're going to be able to transact money.
Yep.
So sounds like really good for
Is it gonna
artists.
replace Zelle?
Someone just said to me they rejected you because you hate their rice.
Wow.
Look, I love Korean barbecue.
Right.
It's awesome.
Korean barbecue is great.
Yep.
I'm so tired.
So X Money is going to be tied in with like the online stores that they're going to be setting up, kind of how like TikTok has an online store, right? And that's where a lot of small businesses set up. Yeah, so you'll be able to accept payments through X Money, and just withdraw to your bank or whatever, right? It's like PayPal but better.
Nice.
Yeah, like the
Imagine Elon funding
for that.
Imagine Elon for being like the co-founder of PayPal and then starts a better version of PayPal again.
Oh my God.
That's like, wow, man. That's crazy.
That's really what eBay should have been when they acquired eBay. Right? They should have done that, but
they could have really created a big thing out of that, but they just dropped the ball.
Yeah, interesting.
eBay, always felt like a missed opportunity to me.
Oh well, it happens. Well, yeah. Welcome to 2025.
Take those sort of concepts a lot further and faster and bigger, quicker.
Oh yeah, if the left is to be believed, we are now living in Project 2025. Just kidding.
Oh God.
Hey, they were like repeating this bullshit over and over and over.
It was nauseating.
It's funny because now the same people, like you had these people repeating this bullshit, and now you have other people that were trying to stop that bullshit from being repeated, repeating the same bullshit that those people have now invented. My, how the tables turn,
Like playing that Project 2025 was the plan all along.
I really want to say what Auda's character in Path of Exile used to be called.
Oh. Okay, so let me send you guys this. No, it wasn't Path of Exile. It was Minecraft.
Minecraft.
That's
I
worse.
haven't played that in years.
That's a good one, actually. That's a good one. Yeah. Wait, who made this?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? Where did you get it?
I got it.
Yeah, where'd you get it?
I got it from someone who clearly didn't make it.
It looks pretty
My
accurate.
fucking profile's on it. That's fucking funny.
Yeah.
It looks pretty fucking accurate, man.
It's good. It's good. It's a
Damn.
great distribution, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, this is, they didn't make that, but I think I could find it. Hang on. I'm usually I'm the meme chaser. I can find where meme are from, but I can never really find the meme itself. Like, people have to send me a meme. This is what I always do. Imagine you have the most washed out, super low res, meme, and wait a minute. I think I know where it's from.
Oh?
No way. If this is from here, I swear to God.
I mean,
no way.
I wouldn't be
No
surprised.
way.
Who is it?
No way.
Who?
It's from
Wait.
fucking r/Destiny.
Oh my
Uploaded 12 hours ago. This is the most highest resolution one as well, but this is from r/Destiny.
Oh my God.
Wow. I mean,
See, I'm
someone's
telling
really
you, man,
paying
these guys are
attention to
good.
us, huh? Yeah, they're actually paying attention to us. Holy shit. Like, I recognize every single
here's the
picture
thing,
here.
he has strange views, but I don't oppose him, okay? I kind of think it's funny. Now, look, did he fucking do that guy wrong? Was that something he had to do? No. Was that fucking wrong? Yes. But other stuff he does is objectively funny. Okay. Here you go. H1 piece. There you go.
Wow.
That's the most
It's so
high
niche,
resolution
too.
thing for.
It's fucking niche as hell. It's got like fucking Mystery Grove in there, like what?
It's accurate as fuck, though, man.
Fucking niche, like the war that
It's
you have
extremely
you have
accurate.
some people
It's
fighting this
very
guy, right?
fucking accurate.
Yeah.
You know what's funny?
Oh wait, seriously, hold on a second. Cat Turd was on our side the whole time here.
You know what's funny?
He was like on the fence.
Okay.
He was on the fence.
Here's what's funny. Here's what's funny to me. Every single one of these people on the left side is like a political commentator.
Yeah.
Like they actually haven't like done anything work-wise.
No, they've not. Yeah, zero experience and all of that.
Who's gonna post this?
This is amazing. How do I post it? Actually, no, I don't want to post it. I'll get fucking flamed for it. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna do it.
You just said you're gonna get flamed for it. That was in my head. That was like extra comments.
actually, I think Andrew Torba is like the only one there that's actually accomplished anything.
Yeah.
Outside of
I'm posting it. Fuck it. Here we go.
Torba is crazy. I didn't think.
Oh, he's nuts.
Yeah.
You guys are nut job. He uses his newsletter. It's supposed to be like a tech newsletter, but he uses that for like bullshit.
He's been attacking Elon pretty hard.
Oh yeah, like if you go to his profile on Gab, all it does is like it's like reposting every single attack on Elon, even stuff that's from like foreigners, which is ironic.
Yeah.
This is wild, man. Like whoever made this thing is super fucking in it. He's like on the pulse.
Absolutely. Like that shit was 100% accurate. If anyone from the Destiny side is listening to this, I want to thank BW456 on Reddit for creating this meme. Absolutely fantastic. Good job.
Mm-hmm.
Massive performance there. Like that shit is extreme. Like to pull that off and put that together as well as you've done, that means you've watched this whole thing with a really fucking close eye. Like that is probably the most accurate breakdown that I've seen myself. That shit's incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
The Destiny audience is pretty well versed in debates overall. Not only is it all that Destiny does, but they're constantly they have like competitions in their Discord servers constantly just flooded with people debating all the time. They'll have like competitions that are hosted there and everything. So they're not
That's good. That's like a good
they
life
do pay
skill.
attention.
It's educated.
Yeah, that's good life skill. Even though I don't agree with anything they point to, that's a good life skill to have.
Mm-hmm. Especially in today's world. In today's world, it's we're in a war. We're at war in terms of ideals. We're in a war of ideals and ideas, but mainly just ideals at this moment. So if you can debate and defend your ideals, that will be extremely useful for you.
And it's got Bonchi on there too. Like, I mean, that guy's tweets don't get that much traction, but it's on there. You know, it's also got that meme guy with the American flag with the Molotov cocktail.
What the fuck?
Like, whoever, like,
By the way,
yeah,
I
like
was
how
in,
does he knows everything?
I was in
It's crazy.
I was like in a space, and they were like, "We need to start calling it President Musk going forward," just so.
Oh god.
And they were all like, let's start calling it President Musk going forward. So Elon, so Trump's ego gets in the way, and then he has to get rid of Elon.
What's funny though is like some of these people never paid attention to the fact that Trump had like business relationships for decades and didn't just throw people out windows because they also had egos.
Yeah.
I've always viewed Trump's ego as more of a performative thing, like
same. It's not actually narcissism. Yeah, the guy's not actually a narcissist.
The guy has very forgiving. Like JD Vance literally fucking like hated his guts, and and now he's like the vice president. Right.
Elon, I mean, not Elon, but Vivek, right, had some really nasty things to say about him before he decided to run. Yeah, yeah. But obviously they've come to terms, you know, because, hey, guess what? Adults, you know, are mature
you can
people.
change your mind. Have you heard about the fact that people can change their minds?
Yeah.
It's a thing that's called character development, you know, and situations. Everybody has it, you know. Trump has it, Vance has it, Vivek has it. Everybody goes to some character development, you know. All I'm gonna say,
I'm
if you
very
fucking
good friends with people I don't agree with politically at all. But you know, I understand with some people's life perspectives. I understand why they think the way they do, right? If like your entire life the Republicans have fucked you, right? I understand why you may have like disdain towards them, right?
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. And they labeled, like, I think every person who's somehow Middle Eastern, looks Middle Eastern, as a terrorist back in the day, I think, didn't it?
Yeah.
It was a bad time, man.
Middle Eastern people, Muslims specifically, were like, I think 80% Republican before 9/11.
Yeah. That's true.
Yeah, in the campaign, we were able to get that number back up to a good 30%. So
Yeah,
good
but
recovery.
it hasn't recovered that much, clearly.
No, it's pretty damn good, man. Pretty damn good.
Yeah, but if you're talking,
It used to be in the teens in the Bush era.
Yeah,
In the teens, we
yeah.
were really hard in Michigan and Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
There was absolute decimation. So,
yeah,
I mean, it's up from there, but still it's a long way to go for recovery.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, I've talked to people. I don't agree with them politically, but like because you know, they're like you know, they would never vote for Republican. They're just Democrats, which I don't mind. You know, if you don't vote. But like Democrats are kind of sometimes. Well, no, not sometimes. Recently, they have really gone off the rails. But you know, they would like only vote for Democrats, and you know they hate Republicans. And given their life story, which I'm not going to share publicly, I fully understand. I'm like, okay, that's completely fair. That is completely fair.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true. I mean, in a sense that
I saw a reply to me that makes more sense. Team nationalism versus team libertarianism. I think that would be more accurate. Yeah.
Am I liberal now?
You're a libertarian. You're not a liberal.
I think I've always been a lib, honestly. The OG lib.
I mean, I'm an ANCAP,
How about this? There's OG MAGA, and then there's the OG liberals.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Someone fixed it, quote unquote, fixed it. Called it Team Hitler versus Team USA.
Wow.
Jesus Christ.
I don't think, Adrian.
Yeah.
I don't think you can classify as liberal, even like the.
Even by the classical, then what am I by classical standards?
I would say classically, you're probably like center right.
Yeah, it would make some sense.
Center right libertarian.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe a minarchist. A minarchist.
What the fuck?
You know what a minarchist is, right? It's basically a libertarian who believes in small government, but you do believe in having a government.
Every time I take a political compass, it shows me as like almost dead center.
Yeah, same.
So it's kind of right all the time.
Yeah.
The only reason,
like not
so
far,
here's my problem. The only reason why that keeps happening is because I already know all of the talking points from every side.
Yeah.
And so there's no way that I can actually ever take that test. It'd be subconsciously accurate because I'm very conscious about it. So, I don't know, man.
No, that's not Bobby Fischer. That's an X account called Fisher King.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, he's using Bobby Fischer's.
Yeah.
He's like, hey, that's not real. He died.
The Fisher King 64 or something. Yeah.
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm like every time I take one of those, it's like almost dead center. It's like just slightly to the right, and then like slightly to the up. But overall, very center right.
Authoritarian right.
No, very. No, hold on. I'm not a.
You said up. That would be authoritarian.
Strong.
Yeah, he said up. Up on the right. It's authoritarian right.
Slightly, very slightly. It's just almost dead in the center.
Dead center, inside out, upside down. Honestly, I'm above
people
the
ask me what my views are. I just like I'm a capitalist. That's it. Yeah.
I believe in money.
Yeah. Same.
Money is good.
I believe
Money's
no.
good.
I believe in thermodynamics. That shit ain't never gonna let us down. It's always gonna keep happening. I'll tell you something.
Money's part of it.
That's super good piece of steel that keeps. Yeah, it's like that, but also in a sense, it's like an effect of understanding that there's thermodynamics.
Finite.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's finite.
Because you need a database for resource allocation,
finite.
right? And because there are only limited resources, that's why you have a database for resource allocation, right?
Correct.
And even labor is a resource.
Wait, what?
So it's a perfect resource allocation. Huh? What happened?
Fuck? Look at the ranking of Suraj.
What the fuck?
This guy's gonna fuck
Really
this
good. He's really good.
What the actual fuck?
Crack.
What the actual fuck? Wow. Oh.
How the fuck? What the? Oh, fuck. Dude, I want to fight this guy. I want to know how. back every now and then, and there's not too much friction here, that would be very nice, because then we have a geopolitics guy. We got Ian, the news guy. We got Solar over here. Solar Heavy over here does music for us. Got our cybersecurity guy. We got the philosopher. You got the clips guy. What else do we need?
Wait,
man?
who's the philosopher?
XKCD.
Oh, yeah, he's the boss, right?
Wait, he comes here? He comes here to your show?
Yeah, often.
He's on the panel.
Oh, that's awesome. Cool. I like his comics.
Wait, what?
No, he's the meme guy from YouTube.
Oh.
He's the kid who
I was just in the
explained
bathroom.
fourth dimension or whatever.
Someone talking about me?
Don't worry about it.
Okay. I thought like the actual XKCD. Okay.
Different guy.
Yeah. I was like, wait, comic guys here? Yeah, okay.
Oh,
if we get Freckle to come back here, then we're gonna have 2 Jewish people on the stage. That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah, who's the other? Oh, okay, I see.
Yes, Chet's, yeah.
The one with the kippah.
This is probably like the world's...
I mean, technically you've got like 3...
Yes.
Owen Shore just liked the picture. Yeah, he just liked the meme. Who did?
There is
Owen
genetic history in the space, that's for sure. But yeah, this is probably like the most diverse space on X, and we weren't even intending on doing that. Like realistically,
exactly.
We've got people from almost all different nations, races, and backgrounds, and shit. It's fucking insane.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Do we have a tinfoil?
Normally, when you have a space, maybe you could get Alex Jones on. That'd be cool.
If we get Alex Jones on, that's like final form right there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Then we got the conspiracy theorists. Let's fucking go, man.
There's our tinfoil hat guy.
At some point, you just gotta start a podcast or some shit.
Yeah. I mean, this basically is it already. At this point, we just take the voice recordings and we put it into like something, and that's the podcast.
Yeah, this is pretty
Upload
much
it to Spotify.
the podcast I would listen to of us. I really like this.
Exactly.
This episode is sponsored by...
Oh, go fuck yourself. This is gonna be like if we ever take sponsors, it has to be like something that we use ourselves, because there's no fucking way that I'm shilling a product that I don't even use. Do you remember? I think it was like Jimmy Kimmel episode.
Guys.
Was it Jimmy Kimmel? What was the other guy?
Before we continue, here's the word from our sponsor.
This episode is sponsored by Honey.
Oh, that fucking dog shit browser extension that kept like fucking stealing money from everyone.
To find
exactly.
That fucking browser extension kept stealing everybody's money by basically taking their referral code and changing it to Honey's referral code, basically meaning that Honey itself got the referral, not the dude.
Yeah.
So everybody was shilling the fucking Honey extension, right? Then everybody was using the Honey extension, and then Honey fucked over all of the other people, because anyone who'd go and use a referral link, Honey would like take that shit and turn it into their own referral link, because it's scanning, quote unquote, for coupons. If you're still using the Honey extension, uninstall that shit.
Yeah.
Basically, and also there was another episode of the Honey thing where it was actually stealing from the stores themselves, because it would actually scan for codes that are not supposed to be public, like giveaway codes, for example, right? They exist. And so a lot of stores lost thousands of dollars because they had to honor it. Because the code, they forgot to disable it for whatever reason.
It screwed over everyone. It just fucked everyone for no reason. Even the people using it, because sometimes it would say that there are no codes even though there were. So it's a very inconsistent thing. Like, it just literally was designed to fuck everyone.
Yep. It screws the users as well, because they sometimes have an agreement with the merchant to hide codes or to not show them, right? So Honey would claim, oh, there's no codes, it's just a 10% discount here. But in reality, you could probably find a 25% discount somewhere else. Yeah, it would literally not scan it, and that's because they paid the protection fee, right? The merchant paid the protection fee to Honey. It's a fucking protection racket.
Did this start when they were bought by PayPal, or has this been a practice before that?
It was a practice before that. That's why PayPal bought it for so much. It's a protection racket. It's like the fucking mafia. That's what it is. the mafia comes to your store, says, "Hey, we're going to offer you protection if you don't want your store to be vandalized, and if you pay it, then you're fine. But if you don't pay it, someone's going to fucking break into your store, and they'll make sure that happens." And that's what Honey does. So anyone who doesn't buy into their ecosystem is going to get fucked. So a lot of merchants got fucked.
I don't offer any discounts. Fuck you. Pay full money.
It's really bad, dude.
Pay full money.
Like, if you want to support your creators, you love YouTube, you love Instagram, you love TikTok, whatever. You love X. Maybe some people on X post referrals. I don't know if they do. But if you love your creators and you want to support them, do not use Honey. You'll be fucking them over. Like, just uninstall it. Like, even just having it.
Yes.
If you want to go to their
It's
store, they're
literally
going
not
to
as
get ripped
useful as
off.
people think it is.
Yesterday or 2 days ago, I was trying to make a joke. So I started begging for money, and then I asked for donations, and I was trying to do a Rickroll. So I did this hidden link that when you click on it, it lands on a Rickroll. Yeah. And then whenever I would post that, X would just redirect it to the fucking YouTube link, right? So it would show that it's a Rickroll, even though I was trying to hide it. Right.
Yeah.
Called your bluff.
Yeah. So
it automatically lengthens it.
Yeah, it automatically shows the YouTube video. So I couldn't pull off my Rickroll.
Full transparency. Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't work anymore.
God damn it.
Nice.
You can hide it though. There's a way. Make a long form post, add a screenshot to it, like a picture, and then put the link there. So people will click on the link and then they'll get Rickrolled.
Nice.
Wait, what do you mean?
Yeah, that works.
What do you mean?
Okay, so let's say you wanna hide a link, right? And it's a Rickroll. So you're posting a text. Make sure it's longer than the character limit, 280. Put a picture in there that's related or unrelated, and then put the link there. It will not automatically resolve into that link. So when they click on the link, they get Rickrolled. Yeah.
Okay, I see.
Yeah.
All right.
That works. Yeah.
Okay.
That's the only way you can Rickroll people.
Yeah. Begging for money. And then you click on it, Rickroll. I tried it 2-3 times, and I kept when I saw X posted it, I had to delete the post and be like, let me try another way. Didn't work.
No, you can do this by No, I'm not going to say it. It's not that I don't want to. It's not that I want to prevent you from doing it. It's just that could potentially,
Yeah, right. Be exploited.
It's for security. Yeah.
Yeah.
The X algorithm is open source on GitHub, right?
What? Some of it.
Not the current most full version of it.
Not the most current. No.
Wait, what's
original
open source?
Yes. The X algorithm.
Yes. Yeah. That's open source. Not the updated one, as far as I'm aware now.
No,
because you can't. Not directly. Not at the moment.
No grok in there either or anything. Yeah, it's like the original one that they worked on from Twitter. A lot has changed.
Yeah, you get a basic insight as to what the system looks like today because of the stuff that they removed. Right, they don't actually change as much as they do just tweaks, I suppose, and removing a lot of shit that shouldn't be there. So you can just look at it and it says deprecated, right?
Yeah.
That was also interesting because when they were using, there was this thing that went around back in the day, where not back in the day, actually a couple months ago, a bunch of people thought, hey, we're going to use grok to basically look at labels that are assigned to an account. I was like, that sounds retarded because there is no way. Yeah. Let me say something. There is no fucking way that an AI system like that is connected to that type of data. I can't even imagine what kind of worker could access this type of stuff. I couldn't tell you, and probably nobody knows, because there's a reason behind that. There's no fucking way anyone would know this shit. Unless they're really deep in there. Grok is not one of those things. Fucking impossible.
No.
Right? And so here's
what
happened, right? So what they did was they gave it a prompt. They said, here, analyze this account, blah, 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 whatever else, using the, and then they gave it the link to the GitHub, using the, GitHub repository, the open source algorithms. Yeah. Just use the algorithm, right? As on GitHub. And they sent that prompt, and then the output was a hallucination in that it mistook the instruction and it just described what was in the code that relates to account labels and just filled the values with random numbers. And the reason why you can tell that those were random numbers is because every single time you reran the prompt, they were different numbers, which is bullshit because these numbers would have to stay the same if they were actual values that affected your account. First of all, it was bullshit from the get-go, but to really prove that it was bullshit, you had to prove that was a hallucination, and that definitely was a hallucination. And if you then ask Grok, hey, how did you get those numbers? It will say, oh, we just filled them in as an example. I'm like, no shit, huh? Anyways, that whole thing spread around. Everybody thought they were like, and it's even worse because then it said, oh, you have a bunch of other labels as well. It says you have NSFW. I'm like, see, there's another way I could prove that this is bullshit, because if I look at a person's account and it doesn't have like this overlay where it says NSFW, well, guess what? You don't have the NSFW label, but you don't fucking have that. Right? So it was, so I could prove in many different ways that it was all bullshit. And then it drew stuff from TweetCred, and I was like, see, that's even deprecated. There's no way that's in there. Because in the code you could see, yes, deprecated. They will explicitly label stuff as deprecated, and that was definitely deprecated. They even fucking stated it so themselves. So these super geniuses that think they understand how algorithms work decided to use the AI's hallucination as a means by which they could somehow get access to information that no system such as that, probably not even an employee at X, could fucking access, because there's no way. It's a logical thing. If you think that that is possible, you're really fucked in the head. I'm sorry. That is extremely stupid. To me, it seems extremely stupid because I've dealt with information systems. Maybe to somebody else it doesn't, because you think, oh, why not integrate it? Well, I don't know, because probably somebody could fuck with the system.
Security.
Like hypothetically, you could just like micro manipulate the fucking platform, or do worse. Like all this kind of stuff. Of course, you're gonna separate these fucking systems. There's no way that it needs that kind of access, anyways. Like, what the fuck? It's bullshit. So it was always bullshit. Anyway,
and then they tied it to people's accounts. They're like, give me the score for XYZ.
That's bullshit, isn't it?
Like, amazing.
Oh, here NSFW label. I'm like, yeah, see, that's where you're wrong. It's like, I could argue all the other things, but I ended up boiling it down to that because everybody had the NSFW label, and it's like, no, actually, you don't. That's bullshit. I'll tell you why it's bullshit. I just had to like research all the other stuff to prove that was bullshit. By the way, those were the same people that right after that decided so these people did this. First, they were geopolitics experts. Then they became algorithm experts. Then after the algorithm experts thing started, kind of dissipating. Then there was this thing with the Cybertruck where the back end of the Cybertruck kind of like slammed down on a piece of concrete, right? That kind of fucked with it. And then they, of course, they tied the other truck that couldn't even make it over the obstacle, by the way. They tied it to the back of the Cybertruck, and then they tried to drag the thing down, and actually were successful in doing so. But the thing is, they were letting the chain. There was some slack left in the chain, and then they full throttle went ahead, and that then pulled off the back of the truck. And this is a common thing, by the way. People die this way because what happens is, even in conventional trucks, they tie they just tie it to the back bumper, and then it just comes off, just gets ripped off wholesale. Sometimes that's how people die.
Yeah,
it's a very common thing, actually. Nobody talks about it, but it's a very fucking common thing. And it doesn't matter what truck it is; it will happen to some extent if you really want to fuck with it. That was a really want to fuck with it type of scenario, right? So of course, it was a bit compromised, which definitely added to it, but. Yeah, anyways, because that happened, these guys then decided, hey, we're going to turn into metallurgy experts. And they ended up saying the most absolute fucking brain-dead shit, where it was like, yeah, so these people are complete fucking idiots. They're LARPs. There's nothing these people are saying is real. They don't know shit about geopolitics, but claim to know about geopolitics. They don't know shit about information systems, but tell us how algorithms work and use fucking AI hallucinations in order to justify their bullshit. And then they don't know shit about anything in terms of engineering, and then want to tell us how metallurgy works. Yeah. What kind of schizophrenia are you under? Please seek medical attention. What the fuck?
Suraj, when did you start playing chess?
I think maybe when I was 10 or something.
Right. Yeah, this guy's gonna cook us.
He's incredibly good.
Yeah, this guy's gonna cook us in ways we've never been cooked before. He's gonna fucking gourmet chef our asses before we even understand it.
Yeah, because
He can help us get over 1,000
I'm
rating
checking
limit.
this. He won like 20 something. He won like 20 something matches in a row.
Wow.
Jesus Christ. I don't know what level of autism this is, but this is superior.
20,
I can't match that, no.
22 wins in a row with no losses or ties
Yeah.
for a championship title.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Damn.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I
You're
mean,
not the
favorite opening
superior
right now?
here, he is.
not to flex, but not one title, 5.
Right.
I got it.
Wow. 5-time consecutive Northeastern University chess champion. Jesus.
Do you like do this shit for fun? Like this is wow.
This is fun.
Wow, that's insane. That is actually insane. That's impressive. I wish I could follow you twice.
I hope you get to I hope you get to International Master and then Grandmaster.
100%, man. Fucking go get it.
You will. You will.
We cannot have this guy play Path of Exile 2. We cannot fuck this guy's brain up. That cannot happen.
Hey Siraj, have you met Magnus Carlsen or any famous?
I met Gary Kasparov. Yeah.
He's also met
Gary Kasparov.
Yeah, I have also met with Vishy Anand.
Did you play chess against him or?
Oh no, just meet him.
Yeah,
that's cool.
I'm checking,
it was
his
at my
website. I'm checking his website. Yeah.
Yeah, if you ever get to play against Magnus Carlsen, bring him on here. That would be insane.
Yeah, I think he will beat me not even looking at the board.
Yeah.
His brain is something else.
Blindfolded. Yeah.
Because I'm practicing for a lifetime. And for how long have you been playing? Like, when did you start?
Yeah, when I was like 8 or 9, and then I, started playing.
That explains it.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, that explains it. Because you got to start super early, because otherwise that's just not going to work out.
Yeah.
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 Wow. That's wild. And you just like have always played it for fun, or like
Yeah, just for fun.
I couldn't play. I couldn't play with, as a kid properly.
Why? Because you were banned?
No, I wasn't banned. But like, if I ever played with my dad, and I ever made a winning move, my dad would be like, "Nope, you can't make that move."
Wow.
I don't even think he was trying to like cheat. I think he like genuinely thought he would never blunder like that. So I was like, nope. This bishop was actually on the white, not the black. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about with that?
That's not the
dementia chess. Let's go. Just kidding.
And then learn from it.
No, I genuinely don't think he was. I genuinely don't think he was. He was like trying to cheat. I think he genuinely.
Someone randomly sent me Bitcoin. What the fuck?
Nice. How much?
What?
$200. It's not that much.
What?
Well, still.
Who randomly sent you $200?
The win?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't even like post it or anything.
Imagine if
like,
somebody
it's
like
in my profile,
just hacked a fucking exchange and sent you all the things, and it's like, here, there you go. Let the feds deal with you.
Oh, that'd be so nice.
Imagine.
Yeah, someone.
So if anyone wants to send me Bitcoin, it's literally in my bio. You can click on the little money thing.
Yeah, so if anyone wants to bank transfer me $1 billion, that would be very appreciated.
Yeah, just give me like straight access keys to Satoshi's wallet. I will do nothing with it other than call certain people names and then lock it out again.
I'm pretty sure that's somewhere in NSA.
If you had Satoshi's keys, don't send any like fucking transactions out. Just write like a message and put it on the blockchain with like the most chaotic consequences.
Oh, do you remember those where people were putting fucking messages and spam inside of the blockchain?
Right.
What were those
Yeah,
called?
Yeah, I actually remember that very well. I was part of it.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Just
I
write,
got super drunk once
know
and I
what?
typed a bunch of dog shit into the blockchain. Yep.
just write. I am super disappointed in Bitcoin. I have invested all my money into
What shitcoin are you going to reference?
I don't know. Insert random shitcoin, and then just drain it all to another wallet, right? Drain like every single one of the coins into a new wallet, and then just throw away the keys for the new wallet.
Nice.
You know why?
Mm.
Because with the new Bitcoin addresses, the private key of the coin isn't leaked until you do your first transaction, right? So in theory, once we get quantum computing, proper quantum computing, someone could steal all of Satoshi's coins, right?
Well, don't we have functional quantum with Willow?
No, that's bullshit. That's horseshit.
I didn't look deeply enough into it that week, but what makes it horseshit?
Pretty much all of quantum is horseshit.
Yeah, look at this. This is why I didn't go in spaces yesterday.
I've explained this like 100 times.
But even if here's the funny thing, right? Even if Willow isn't bullshit, it's nowhere close to where it needs to be because like 12 qubits is nothing. Yeah. Like you need something to
Willow's
the order of like 5 orders.
All right, to give you a summary, I'm gonna quickly summarize this. Basically, a lot of these quantum tests where they get these ridiculous fucking numbers, like our quantum computer did in like 2 minutes what it takes like a quantum computer like fucking what it takes like a traditional computer 10,000 years or something like that.
This said 10 septillion, but yeah.
No, I'm talking about the one specifically that's 10,000 years. This is like a good example. Like Google came out with one that was like it takes 10,000 years. And
Google's was the 10 septillion one. That's the Willow.
No, I know. Google came out with both 10,000 and 10 septillion.
Oh shit! I didn't know that. Okay, never mind.
Okay.
I'll shut up.
Right. So Google came out with this is a perfect example before I go into because Willow is actually a breakthrough, believe it or not. But still, it's mostly bullshit, right? But it is a breakthrough. So I'm gonna start with the fucking 10,000 one, just so it makes sense to you. So basically, they came out. They were like, this quantum computer that we have can solve this thing in like a short amount of time that it takes like a traditional computer 10,000 years, right? Now the problem is what they do is they do a specific thing where they're literally just sampling the qubits. And that's it. They're not doing like any calculation whatsoever. They're not doing any math. Nothing. They're just fucking sampling the qubits. This qubit, this qubit, this qubit, this qubit. That's it. Done. And then they do like 1 million of those. And then they call it a day. Right? Now, the problem with that, and then they do that on a traditional computer, right? The problem with that is that you're basically simulating something. Now, obviously, the thing that's being simulated is going to be slower if it's being simulated than if it's like actually happening. Right? It's not like some sort of like breakthrough that's happening. Like this is like the equivalent of me being like, I'm thinking of a number between 1 to 100. Guess it. Yes. What number?
42.
Nope. I was thinking of 82. This means I have 300 trillion times smarter than you because I knew the number I was thinking of. Right? You see how ridiculous that statement sounds? Right? Basically, they're saying that like the qubits obviously know the fucking qubits themselves. So they give these ridiculous numbers, and then it's not solving anything. And then what ends up happening is that you get, and then IBM came out and said, actually, Google is purposefully using a dog shit algorithm. If you use a proper algorithm, you actually get 2.5 days on a traditional computer, not 10,000 years.
Yeah. They fucked up the algorithm. They cheated.
That's a pretty big fucking difference.
They used a dog shit algorithm to calculate their 10,000 year number.
Yeah.
Was that
And
their
two
like
times 2.5.
RCS standard that they were saying is like the gold fucking standard?
No.
What algorithm was it? Do you remember, or do you know?
Okay. When you said RCS, I was thinking of Rich, the fucking texting thing.
Oh
You know?
yeah.
Yeah, no, I was thinking of that. So hold on, let me find exactly. IBM says Google quantum supremacy.
Elon just responded to someone who was pointing out how all these whiners, these fucking Nazis complaining about being demonetized, and he responded something to the measure of there's a difference between free speech and paid speech. The First Amendment is about free speech. It's not about paid speech. Guys.
Yeah, so basically Google claimed that a 53 qubit computer performed in 200 seconds a task that would take 10,000 years for a supercomputer to solve. And IBM came in and said, you guys are using a dog shit algorithm. You guys are using a terrible algorithm just to fucking make yourselves look better. If you do it, it actually is 2.5 days.
I wonder what would happen if they actually developed real quantum and not just BS.
And then so far most of it has been BS. And then with with Willow, it's basically the same idea, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's
pretty fast though, right? It's like there's some realness to it.
Yeah, it's still sampling. But what was the real breakthrough with I think Willow is that as you add qubits, the error rate decreases
exponentially too.
Yeah, which is the very impressive part because traditionally, as you added more qubits, the error rate actually increased. So that's the real breakthrough of Willow. It's not but I would be very skeptical of the bullshit they're coming out with, where they're like, yeah, this is 10 septillion.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear that because I didn't know that. I knew.
And on top of that,
was interesting. Yeah, go on.
On top of that, there's all this fear mongering, especially in the media, about how it's going to crack every password, and it's like, well, actually, there are algorithms that are hardened against quantum computing.
Exactly.
So not that much to worry about. We're already using some of them anyway, so it's not that bad. It's really not that bad.
Exactly.
Don't worry about your passwords getting leaked or anything. It's not going to happen.
Well, and by the time quantum computers are actuated, it's not like they're just going to fucking hit the market the next day. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of security protocols before that happens.
Someone just sent me a message saying, wow, you think everyone is below you I don't like you now.
What did you say that made him think that?
Oh man.
I didn't hear you. I didn't hear anything like that.
We need to talk a bit more about those smooth brain, super smooth, fucking kilogram defining spheres.
Adrian, you are below me. You are below me.
Does that mean that you're the dick rider now?
I added Elon's post to the billboard.
I inverse cook that shit so hard, so fast, it's unbelievable, man. I make it look like I'm not gonna say the last part.
Yeah. If you want to take a look at the billboard, it's Elon's latest tweet. He's responding to someone who was weighing into the wow, they took away my monetization stuff, even though I call everybody else a Jew. Like those fucking idiots.
I would just say top of the space. I would say that. Everybody else wants to call it all kinds of weird things. We'll just pin it up in the space.
Top of the space.
Yeah, makes
I
more
pinned
sense.
it up there. So if you want to take a look at what he's saying, he's basically like they're trying to bully him, right? They're like, oh, he's just free speech. It's like if only you knew what these fucking people were doing. Okay, if only you knew.
Exactly. Yeah.
You wouldn't be defending them that hard.
I mean, look, at the end of the day, I think we need to be very solid in the assertions here, and we need to be very consequential, because otherwise nothing is going to change, And it's a good thing that all of this chaos started, because I think a lot of people came out on top of this, and I think all the right people came up on top of this. Like, I mean, look, the panel has expanded to a great extent. Our reach has expanded. We got some more people. We found some people we didn't know we could actually find beforehand. So the cream rises to the top, and everything works out, in my opinion. So yeah, there's some problems. We probably have more issues now in some areas. We don't have the same level of freedom that we used to have in terms of like what we can say on here. But like realistically speaking, it's always kind of been this way. So we get to chill. We still get to do some stuff. But realistically speaking, we have to understand that there's like going to be thousands listening to this. And hey, man, it's great to see all of you here. And it's great to see, that people are actually interested in this and show up every single day to the conversation. So yeah, and we're going to host this every single day. And it's
watching TV.
Yeah, it's worth it. It's nice.
I skip watching TV to come here. Like ever since I discovered you guys, it's like, okay, this is better. This is making me smart.
Yeah.
And
Expanding your brain. Yeah.
Oh, and the thing I wanted to mention is that, the reason rules exist, and they exist to be uniformly enforced, is so you can't just do shit, right? The problem is a lot of these bigger influencers, the ones who are like violating these rules, they think that just because they have 1 million followers, they can literally harass people or put out, things that are bannable for anybody else. They think they can get away with it. It's like, I don't want to specify exactly what they're doing, but it's like some of it's illegal, okay? Just because you're big doesn't mean you can get away with it, okay? This is not fucking Hollywood, where they sweep it under the carpet for like 10 years and then, give you an Academy Award while you're living in Poland or something, okay? We're not going to treat X the same way that Hollywood treats its own.
By the way, Adrian, can you check my message?
Yeah, I saw what you sent me. I don't know.
Yeah, I think I almost just fell asleep. I'm gonna head out, guys.
Later.
Hey, Mr.
I wonder who the Roman Polanskis of X are.
My throat. I've been doing so much talking over the last couple of days that my throat fucking hurts. It's either that or there's another cold that's yeah.
Could be another.
I just have it.
I just got
whenever I talk on like a space, I end up smoking a lot, so my lungs hurt extra.
Yeah, that's the other reason. Is I vape way too much when I talk on these spaces.
Yeah, like when I don't, if I'm just watching TV or I'm playing video games or something, or if I'm just reading a book, I barely smoke. But when I'm on a space, I feel a need to go, chill outside and then hold a cigarette and then just, smoke. It's like
because nicotine helps with focus. It just does.
It does. Yeah. Like it's proven to be like the best treatment of ADHD. Did you know that?
Yeah. Well, I have ADHD, so yeah, I know. Yeah. That's why I vape so much.
Yeah. There's like the speech from like one of the top ADHD doctors in the world.
Ever. What the hell?
And he's like saying, so we actually have a cure for ADHD, and it makes people super focused, but it also gives you cancer.
Wow. I mean, it's either that or basically fucking like take It's either that or you basically start doing hard drugs in prescription form. Like that's not,
Yeah, which like no thank you. I'll stick to cigarettes.
Like that shit has been I think that shit has been over prescribed to the point where it's basically created a massive addiction problem for many. Like that shit is these are very hard drugs. People don't even think about this. This is really fucking insane stuff.
It's so bad that like at Burke Army Medical Center, which is like one of the biggest military.
It's banned in
installations
Japan,
there is,
you know?
and I probably shouldn't be saying this publicly, but at Burke Army Medical Center, there's like a whole. At least when I was there several years ago, there was like a lot of the people that are going for training there. They just. You go to like the smoke pit or whatever, and they just like come up with backpacks full of fucking Adderall, and they're just selling it.
Oh, Christ!
Like it's that bad.
Wow.
This shit is effectively the modern day
travel there, don't.
This is the modern day equivalent of the meth chocolate that they kept feeding those World War II pilots.
Yeah, the Germans, they used that. It's the same thing. It's actually literally the same fucking thing. So
how do we this army keeps advancing? How is this possible? Well, here's the part: they don't sleep.
Yep.
Well, Hitler was
Didn't they use that shit in Syria
Hitler
as well?
was literally jumping all the fucking time. I think he was on speed, wasn't he?
I don't know what he was on, but I don't know what he was on, but he was tweaking real fucking hard on that one game now.
There's videos of him now. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Man. He was like rocking back and forth and fucking like, wow, dude, that guy was on something.
His doctor would like inject him meth like 2 times a day.
You know what?
Yeah, I think he even had like a special thing against his farts or something as well. But like, yeah.
The funny thing is that like the DARE program, all the anti-drug programs, never used that clip the way they could have to be like, don't do drugs or you can become Hitler.
What the fuck? Oh my god. Wow. Okay.
They give you something. You might give some hippie teenagers some bad ideas. Like they'll do drugs to become Hitler. Nicotine is great. It gives you this certain focus. I mean, that's a reason why people use those nicotine patches. I even have not patches, the pouches, right? Yeah, I have like a whole bunch of those.
I sometimes I'll use like the little nicotine lozenges the same way for that same purpose. Just like quick, boom, nicotine hits. Yeah,
it works. I mean, it fucking works. If I need to do some writing or something, just pop one in, and works.
I used to have to like stealth vape when I went on planes and shit like that. I remember that.
Oh god.
Yeah. And now I just use the lozenges for that.
Yep. Some idiot's gonna try to ban those.
Why?
I don't know. They never go after alcohol. You notice that?
It is interesting, isn't it? It's they go after the one thing that can help you focus. Which is
alcohol makes you
weird.
stupid. It makes you evil. Alcohol's an evil fucking drug. Okay, it's just fucking disgusting. It fucks up your whole body. It rots you from the inside, and that is fine. Apparently, that's apparently a fine vice to take. I fucking hate alcohol.
Yeah, I enjoy alcohol from time to time, but not that often because of
Me too.
because of those reasons.
I also hate alcohol. Fucking.
Mm-hmm.
Barely drink at all.
I had some. Like the worst thing I've done recently was that I had some just before I went to bed. Oh my god, that was fucking stupid.
It's a terrible decision.
That's a bad idea. Dehydrated.
No, it's not dehydrated. It's just like it gives you all kinds of
Your dreams are
Acid
fucked up
reflux
and
and shit.
your sleep cycles don't get right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cigarettes are still the best, though. Even compared to the pouches, they're still the best.
I will go with a cigar than a cigarette.
Cigars are too powerful. I feel like I feel floaty.
The cigarettes are filled with too much cancerous shit.
Yeah, but I want the hit. I want the fucking hit, and I don't want my fingers to smell of like like nicotine the whole fucking day.
Cigar sounds addictive as shit.
Nicotine. I mean, like with cigars, your whole body will smell of it the whole fucking day. You can take a shower; it doesn't matter. You can take 2 showers; your hands will smell of the cigar. I hate that.
I mean, it depends. If it's a good cigar, it's a good cigar. I don't mind it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a good cigar. I mean, it's like I enjoy cigars once in a while. I'll go to like a cigar cafe or something. There's plenty in Dubai, and they're nice. They're nice and chill on the weekend. You can just sit there for like
2 hours and just, relax. But that's the only time I use that, But on a day-to-day basis or hour-to-hour basis, cigarette. It's the spot.
I'm trying to remember. I went to some rooftop bar there that had a cigar fucking thing in it. I'm gonna have to look at my photos and see where that was.
Yeah.
Hey, Suraj.
Yeah.
I got a question. Was there a moment when you took like the biggest step forward in your chess skill? Like, was there a pivotal moment where you went from like one level and you like kind of bumped it up to a much higher level? Or was it just like a progression?
Yeah, I would say it's a progression. I don't think it was a leap. Like I kept on practicing, like the general things that the players do, like tactics, study openings, keep watching grandmasters games. Especially the novelties actually help when it comes to openings, because a lot of openings are like usually memorized by most players, right? So so the novelties by different grandmasters actually help. I don't know if you followed the World Championship. Gukesh won the World Championship, right? So in some of the openings, they played some novelties. So I try to remember those moves. So I would say it's a mixture of emulating and memorizing and also like pattern recognition.
Are you also working with like a chess engine?
Yeah.
Playing against one?
Yeah, all the time. I mean, I play against engines, but I also analyze my games using chess engines. So if I play with someone on Lee Chess or Light Chess, uh, I use Stockfish.
Oh wow!
Yeah, so I use Stockfish to analyze all my games.
Wow!
That's next level.
Interesting. That's this thing that's super good at playing chess. Stockfish, by the way, for people who don't understand what that is. But yeah, it's really, really cool.
Stockfish is the world's best AI for chess.
Alpha Zero actually beats Stockfish. It's by Google DeepMind.
Oh, but that's not open source.
Yeah, I mean, most stuff from Google isn't open source.
Alright, then it's worthless. It's worthless.
What did you think of that Netflix show, the one about chess, the girl, I forget the name of the show. If you watch
Queen's
it.
Gambit.
Yeah, Queen's Gambit. Yeah, was it like a good representation of what it is like to play chess at that level?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so the general female representation in chess is very less. So it was kind of accurate in that way. But a lot of drama, like how it's portrayed in the show, it's not that accurate. But I understand, like they want to be relatable for most of the audience. So that's why I think they wanted to do that. But yeah, I mean, it's pretty good.
It's based on some real Bulgarian woman. It's like semi-based on some real Bulgarian woman that like is like the world's best female chess player. She's like the only female to ever make it in the top 100.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think right now, well, most people claim that Judith Polgar is probably the best female chess player of all time.
Yeah, I think that's her, right? She was Bulgarian, right?
Yeah, I think that's probably. I don't know if if she's Bulgarian. I'm not sure.
I think we're talking about the same person.
Okay.
Let me check.
I mean, if I can recommend one chess movie, that would be Pawn Sacrifice by Tobey Maguire.
Okay.
Yeah, amazing movie. It's the story of Bobby Fischer. It's the time of like USSR and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, those are some crazy games, huh? The Bobby Fischer games.
Yeah. Invented Fisher random too.
Judith Polgar, yeah. I'm talking about Judith Polgar.
Yeah, I mean, talking about Fisher Random, that's also in my to-do list for blogs. So I'm like trying to write a piece where I argue that Fisher Random is probably a way better sort of mechanism to find who's the better player, because there is no kind of memorizing of any chess openings. Like everything is creative, and you have to come up with stuff on like on the spot.
Yeah, so chess 960, right?
Yep, same thing.
Yeah. Yeah, I would agree with that assessment.
Yeah, that's really interesting. So are you at the level where you're like preparing lines and you're trying to find like an ideal strategy against a specific opponent, or you're just
Yeah. I mean, if I get to know about the opponent beforehand, I would do that. But the most tournaments I play, I don't have as much time to prepare for specific opponents. But that's how the World Championship players play against each other. Like if it's Gukesh or Dingleren or something, almost all their games is public. So they use multiple like engines and AI to analyze all the games of other players, and then they come up with strategies. And the other thing is they also have like supporters or so in the chess world we call them second. So second is someone like a mentor or you know maybe a really close guide. So he would tell you everything about your games, and he would give you suggestions on how you can improve. Because sometimes if you look at your game, those ideas might not come to you directly, so you might need some other eyes to look at your games.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Hey, just briefly, I'm looking at replies to Elon's post about paid speech, and there's like some people saying, who gets to make that decision? Who decides who gets paid and who doesn't? The guy who's paying you.
That's a very weird question.
Who makes the decision for payment? I don't know. The person with the money? Does that work? I guess that's normally how it works, right? Unless we live in like a weird dictatorship, I suppose, but we don't.
I normally don't believe in stupid questions, but that definitely is one.
That is kind of funny, yeah.
My God, like people are so entitled to like getting money from X.
Well, like,
they
I mean,
think
what do
like
they think?
it grows
This
on
is the
trees or
government?
something.
Do they think this is the government or something?
They think they get a vote. That's so cute. That's so cute. They think X is a democracy. Wow.
Well, Elon held a poll one time again. Okay.
What the fuck, man? How? How are they this smooth brained? Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
It's the man's money. He can give it to whoever he wants.
These are the
He
same
decides
people.
he's going to give it to a meme account. That's his choice.
These are the same people who crashed out over me calling myself smooth brained. Although I must say the person who was saying that I'm extremely obnoxious turned out to be really tight at the other end. So like he good. He's alright. Like the person who was like responding to that. It was just a very bad set of circumstances. I was like being poked from all corners. So realistically speaking, what was I gonna do? It's like when you're you ever been like a fight where a whole bunch of people just try to gang up on you for no fucking reason? And it's like somebody's trying to diffuse the fucking situation instead of fighting off the people. It's kind of like that. You don't really know who the enemy is right now. So there's going to be some friendly fire. Hey guys, we don't need to stop fighting. I'm like, motherfucker, I'd be like tag teamed right now. You want to help out or you want to be a fucking idiot? Like, that's what that felt like, but it was, it was a little 1v. It's like a 1v5 in Call of Duty. That's kind of what it felt like. Everybody's playing around me. I was just like throwing around there. It was kind of funny. Yeah. Well, it was a great. It was a perfect way to end the year of 2024. What a strange year.
Oh yeah.
I wonder what 2025 is going to look like. It's going to be really strange, but very awesome at the same time.
It's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be crazy.
Yeah.
There might be a period where I think in the next couple of weeks or something like that. Actually, there might be a period within like maybe a month or two where I won't be able to do a space for about, I think, a week or less, but we'll see. We'll see. Maybe I'll be able to do space still, but yeah. I'll see how it works out because I have have a bit of a thing where I need to go to. Should be real fun, but we'll see. It's either that or I just shift my times, and yeah.
What I'm looking forward to in 2025 is the coming AI wars.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah.
It's going to be fire.
GPT-5 versus Grok 3. Oh boy.
Yep. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. I'm excited for Grok 3. Grok 3 is going to be great.
Me too. Me too.
Grok 3 is going to be on par with like GPT-4, maybe even a bit better. And dude, fucking OpenAI really lost big this year. Holy shit, man. They lost on every front. It was bad. It was real fucking bad.
They lost a lot of their brain power too. You know,
They lost all of their experts.
Yeah, you can tell by the point that advanced voice mode was released because it was just so fucking haphazard and half of what was even announced before.
Like they really were gooning too hard to the point where basically it's like, okay, well, I mean, now it's over. You can say that you're still gooning, but nothing's happening. You know that, right? That's kind of what that whole thing felt like. So, and then the same thing with like Zora. They were gooning that shit so hard. I have no idea why. It doesn't make any sense to me. Like they had this thing. They were sitting on it for ages. Then they announced it like, here, this is what the future of AI video is going to look like, basically. And then that just set and opened up the market for everybody else. Then everybody else built their shit, right? You had all this really good stuff that came in. And then they decide, hey, now it's the time. After everybody already had their turn, they decide, yep, we're going to bring out Zora. Basically, a day or so later, fucking DeepMind comes out and flattens that shit straight out. I mean, it's like that shit on release, it's inferior. Like, oh.
Do you prefer DeepMind or Hilo? I like Hilo. You know, they're doing really damn good work there.
I think DeepMind's better. DeepMind's good. I like the people who work on DeepMind. They're good people, in my opinion. I think
DeepMind gets a lot of the animals right. You know, if you look at like if you ask
the
it to do,
physics
like,
are very
wildlife, it gets
impressive,
the movements correct. Yeah.
Of all things, I think the physics are actually the most impressive because there's a lot of not only is there you don't have this issue where stuff melts anymore. The way that gravity works, the way that like the substances work, is very well defined. I mean, they have practically, and this is a bit of a troll. They have all of YouTube to train on. So, yeah.
True, they do. Yeah.
It's great. It's great. It's a good
Hilo
product.
does cinematography better than it though. The cinematography on Hilo is like god tier.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's good with control. I mean, at this point, we're reaching a point where I've seen people fake war crime videos using AI. Have you seen the recent one? Yeah, no. Have you seen the recent one where like allegedly this is place where Hamas was there, and then they leveled the whole fucking city, and there's like a dude that's walking through it in a doctor suit. I'm looking at the bro's legs. I'm like, oh yeah, it's melting all over the place. Are you trying to? Are you taking us for absolute fucking idiots, or are you saying that
it looks like dog shit?
Like you're generating AI fucking war crimes. What's wrong with you?
You know what the worst part is? Like if you call it out, you'll get spammed.
Instantly, it's like, oh my god, you know, you're the problem. It's like, my dude, if you are going to put out there AI slop and it's war crimes of all things that you're trying to fake, you are immediately devaluing your position. Because if you're going to post anything in future after that, then everything you post is just going to be invalidated. And then people like that complain about their engagement being low. It's like, you just try to make everybody who's your followers think that they're retards, because if you're going to think that that is something they're going to engage with, if you post anything on your page, you kind of anticipate or somewhat even expect that this is something that they would interact with. And so if you put some shit like that out there, you're basically telling them in no uncertain terms that they're stupid, because that's fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is the unfortunate thing about a lot of their followers is that they actually already believe the shit so much, and it's already a bunch of it's Pallywood. Like we've uncovered it in a whole bunch of other spaces before, but you can find it where like there's just people that just keep showing up at all these certain scenes and
plastic babies.
Yeah, and that
fucking latex
plastic babies are moving bodies, moving dead bodies.
Yep.
Anyways, so everyone's like just so bought into the fucking narrative that unfortunately they will actually buy up something like that and look past the issues with it because that's
they don't care.
Yeah, the cognitive dissonance.
The mentality. What's on their mind is that they think they're tricking other people, right? So they need to promote it. So when you say this is AI slop, they get really mad because you're basically saying this is worthless propaganda, and they get upset because they want to trick other people. So their followers know it's fake, but they think other people are stupid, so they promote it.
They think it's like something
It's like
you can get away with. It's like,
layers
fuck off,
upon
man.
layers upon layers of disingenuousness.
Exactly. So again, like I'm glad that this massive shakeup happened. I'm glad, that's it was as chaotic. It could have been less chaotic, I think, in a sense, because some people kind of got burns that shouldn't have, in my opinion. But realistically speaking, I think the shakeup was great because it ended a type of status quo and set everything straight, in my opinion. There's a lot of clarity now, so it's great, We we did well. Holy shit, did I start a lot of chaos? Oh my fucking god. And then Elon finishes the whole thing off by saying, good, like, I can't believe we pulled it off, other me. Fuck me, man. I was like, wow, that I did not see coming. Like, this is the psyop that you did not expect. This is so true. It was great. I mean, for sure. Yeah.
They're so mad. I love it.
I can't believe I called myself smooth brained in front of like 20,000 people. That sounds like exactly the type of thing I'd do, to be honest.
Anyone smart would have seen what it was, right? They would have seen, okay, he's joking.
Yeah,
he's making fun of the idiocy of these fucking simpletons.
I will say that. I think I caught on to it.
audience.
Basically, like saying the UFOs of New Jersey thing. I was like, man, he actually caught on to the joke. That's kind of cool. Really helped to finish it off. And the part where I said, you so smooth you could see the reflection, you could see your future, and it's so shiny you can see the future, and you don't like what you see. I've always wanted to say that to somebody. You have no idea.
It's great because your audience, like it basically acts as a filter, right? Smart people will listen to it and be like, "Yeah, this guy's smart. He's one of mine. He's my people." Stupid people will be, driven away. They'll be like, "How is he making fun of himself? He's so stupid." Because
it's two ends of the distribution curve. It's two ends of the distribution curve, and we're lucky that we got the ones that are, the smart few. I think, in my opinion. I mean, I think based on this panel, we can see that we attract the right attention. We could, of course, track the eyes of the envious.
Look at the audience. I mean, Jerry Tan listened to it last night. He was in the audience last night. I think Tim Sweeney was in the audience as well.
For real? Oh, that's fucking funny as shit.
Yeah, for real, yeah. And he followed me after it. Yeah, so
wow,
that's cool. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I would say it's great teamwork, and I think we should probably call it a day, and we'll continue again tomorrow. Happy New Year, everyone. Welcome to 2025. The work has just begun. It's going to be an insane year. It's going to be an incredible year, I think. And, we can make it an incredible year if we put in the work. And, this is just the beginning. 2025 is where the work really begins. I think 26 is going to be where we reap some of its fruits. And, a few years after that, we'll see where it goes. But, let the grind begin.
Happy New Year. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, everyone.
Happy New Year.
Wait, Ian, what did you want to say?
Nothing.
Okay,
Adrian,
Max Kick.
you missed about the subscription thing for yourself.
Exactly. I was about to do that, actually.
Yeah.
Reminder. Yeah. Anyways, thank you all for coming. This has been The Conversation Space. Join us again tomorrow, same time, same place. If you like what you're hearing, make sure to subscribe to me. It only costs about $12 a year, so it's basically nothing. You can do it right there as a little button. It helps, helps me out. Make sure also to set to activate notifications for me so you never miss whenever I post something or I go live. I don't reply spam or anything like that, so I'm not going to blow up your notifications unless an absolutely fucking insane trending thing happens, which might happen, and you're going to love it when it does. So, thank you all for coming. See you all again tomorrow. Make sure to follow my co-hosts, and yes, see you all tomorrow. This has been The Conversation. Have a wonderful night, and have a great 2025 ahead of you. See you tomorrow.